Cultivation. My augmented statuses have unlimited duration. 801 Immortal light illuminates the 9 provinces. 1. With the addition of these powerful wooden dragons, and also Ling Zuzi and the other 3 who killed the experts in the beast group with extremely high efficiency, the situation immediately reversed. The demons from the lightning swamp were quickly eliminated. Even if a powerful lightning beast appeared in the lightning pool again, it was useless. The 4 reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas who could directly use immortal chi had a huge advantage that ordinary cultivators could not compare to. Once they obtained the immortal chi, their strength would obtain a huge increase before the immortal chi in their bodies was exhausted. Ling Zuzi and the other 3 displayed powerful strength that surpassed the current era. This was under the circumstances that they could not bear to use immortal chi and tried their best to conserve it. Amidst the exclamations of the Divine Judgment Hall cultivators, in just a few minutes, the demons all over the mountain were eliminated. Zhang Li placed his gaze on the lightning pool again. Zhang Xia is hiding behind this. With a wave of his hand, 3,000 wooden dragons flew in. The pool water was purely made of lightning, causing the wooden dragon's entire body to be charred. The wooden dragon swam inside, trying to find the path to the lightning swamp. However, the lightning swamp demons seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He saw that they came out but he could not find a way in. This was almost identical to the situation when the Chaos Immortal embryo fled. The passage to the lightning swamp should have a special recognition mechanism. If he did not find a way, it seemed that it would be very difficult to find that old fellow. Since his attempt was fruitless, Zhang Li could only give up for the time being. He took out the human emperor's battle halberd and raised his hand. After gathering endless power, the halberd landed and completely scattered the lightning pool. After the current human emperor arrived, the danger here was instantly resolved. So the successor of the human emperor, the city lord of Fengdu City, is Alliance Leader Zhang of the Great Mountain Alliance. Alliance Leader Zhang, you've kept us in the dark for so long. Thank you for your help, Alliance Leader Zhang. The entire Divine Judgment Hall is endlessly grateful. If you have any requests in the future, we will obey regardless. The power you displayed just now was really shocking. Could it be? The demon crisis was resolved. The 3 divine pillars could not be bothered about their injuries and immediately brought the people from the Divine Judgment Hall to thank Zhang Li. Now that Zhang Li was not wearing a mask, he no longer needed to hide his identity. When the people from the Divine Judgment Hall saw his face, they were not familiar at first and only felt that they had some impression. However, Earth Immortals were very smart. Even if they only glanced at it casually, as long as they were willing, they could remember it. Therefore, these Earth Immortals quickly recognized him. Wasn't this the leader of the small faction who had made a huge contribution to the Armored Troll War not long ago? It seemed to be a remote faction without even an Earth Immortal. Before today, they had thought that he was just a young talent with good luck. However, who would have thought that the dignified Fengdu City Lord would control such a super expert who surpassed the cultivation world of the eastern region? He could actually lower himself and be a low-grade divine judgment in the Divine Judgment Hall. It was really too unbelievable. If they had known this earlier, they would have been willing to join the Great Mountain Alliance. Everyone, you're welcome. Actually, it's also luck. When I went to the prosperous Ox continent, I was fortunate enough to complete the human emperor's inheritance. Now, I've officially inherited the position of the human emperor. Zhang Li acted very politely. As he spoke, the light of the human emperor appeared on his body again. The holy yellow light spread out and illuminated the surroundings. Many experts of the Divine Judgment Hall were humans. When the human emperor appeared, he immediately brought them an incomparable terrifying pressure. Everyone who was enveloped by the light constricted their pupils and their spiritual chi trembled. Even their hearts stopped. All of them could no longer fly and landed in a sorry state. If not for the fact that Zhang Li did not have any malice and retracted his aura as soon as he released it, all of them would have knelt down at this moment. Is this the aura of the human emperor? What a terrifying might! The Son of Heaven back then and the previous Blood King were inferior to the human emperor. If he wants to deal with us. After a few breaths, they recovered from the double shock in their bodies and hearts. The experts of the Divine Judgment Hall looked at their surrounding companions, their eyes filled with shock. A moment later, with the 3 divine pillars leading the way, they cupped their hands and bowed deeply to the sky. Greetings to the current human emperor. In the past, they had only seen the term human emperor in a few ancient books. Perhaps they did not understand what he represented. They only thought that it was an existence similar to a mortal king or the Son of Heaven. However, after the pressure of the human emperor just now, they finally understood. This was a true emperor recognized by heaven and earth and held the providence of the human race. It was 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than the previous Son of Heaven. If it was the Son of Heaven, they might have other thoughts. However, before Zhongli's might that could create 100,000 wooden dragons with a flip of his hand and tear the heavens and earth apart, they were as weak as ants and were utterly unable to arouse any intention to resist. When else would they bow? The 3 divine pillars and many higher UPS of the Earth Immortals even indicated that they hoped to cooperate further with Fengde City. Although they were allies, there was actually a hierarchy. Now, they could vaguely sense the change in the world situation. It was a blessing for the entire eastern region to be able to join such a powerful force. 802 Immortal light illuminates the 9 provinces, 2. Zhongli was happy to see this. The Divine Judgment Hall's control of the eastern region covered every corner. Previously, it was also with their help that the name of the human emperor quickly spread throughout the eastern region. It was naturally best that they were willing to listen to orders. After letting the people from the Divine Judgment Hall return to recuperate, Zhongli used the 9 nether escape technique and entered the depths of the 1,000 mountain range alone. Sure enough, beside the dragon vein earth spirit, he found an immortal spiritual chi that had transformed into a white spiritual rat. He brought them through the gate of hell and returned to Fengde City. This side was also surrounded by a large number of demons. The continent of the 9 provinces, the Netherworld, and the Azura world. These places were originally formed from the splitting of the 3 realms and 6 paths, and they were related. After the continent of the 9 provinces began to produce immortal chi, the Netherworld and other worlds also changed at the same time. In the Netherworld, what place could produce immortal chi more easily than the Baekhyun mountain? It was the immortal chi here that attracted those demons. However, unlike the difficulty of the Divine Judgment Hall, Fengde City had been surrounded for more than a month. Moreover, there were more and stronger lightning swamp demons surrounding this place. However, up until now, the city was still unscathed. The residents in the city ate and drank as they pleased, causing their lives to not be affected at all. This was because most demons could not step into the territory of the Baekhyun mountain. Even if a few powerful lightning beasts could temporarily step into the range of the Baekhyun mountain with the inverted domain, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. With the protection of many experts in Fengde City, they were easily stopped. Instead, they provided a lot of nutrients to the 2-9 nether wood. He ignored the large number of demons flying in the distance. Zhongli first brought Ling Zuzi and the others to the human emperor's hall to leave their names. This was the most important thing. After a simple operation, the Southern Flame Emperor Hall finally had a hall master. The unorthodox trio left their names on the stone monument of the human emperor's hall and became Zhongli's direct subordinates. After the 4 of them left their names, Zhongli could completely feel at ease with them. Then, he summoned the other 2 hall masters, Chu Shui and the Peepa woman. They were all reincarnations of ancient immortals and Buddhas. After introducing each other, they became more familiar and intimate. Next was the benefit distribution meeting. Zhongli directly gave each of the 2 experienced hall masters a total of 100,000 points of immortal spiritual chi. It was equivalent to 10 wisps of natural immortal spiritual chi per person. The 2 hall masters had gone out to explore during this period of time and risked their lives to snatch back an immortal chi. In the end, Zhongli flipped his hand and gave out 20. This was his generosity. He deserved applause. Ling Zuzi and the other two had just joined Fengdu City and had yet to make any contributions. Zhang Li gave Ling Zuzi 40,000 points of immortal qi. The other three received 20,000 each. This was another 10 wisps of immortal qi. Such a reward made them feel unreal. Was this really the immortal qi that all the top experts in the continent of the 9 provinces wanted to snatch? Why did it become wholesale in Fengdu City? Holding the immortal qi in their hands, they were overwhelmed by favor. This immortal qi was not enough to allow them to become immortals in a short period of time. However, it could nurture their Dao bodies and make them closer to the immortal body. When they used immortal qi, they had extraordinary combat strength to suppress an area. Then, they attacked and directly destroyed the lightning swamp demons entrenched outside Fengdu City. After dealing with these insignificant troubles, Zhang Li entered the Baekyan mountain again and took out another strand of immortal spiritual qi. Coupled with the immortal qi that the two hall masters had found outside, in just a moment, Zhang Li obtained 3 more immortal qi. He was very lucky. The attributes of the 3 immortal qi were different. They were earth, yin, and fire. Using the same method, he turned these sources of immortal qi into the immortal qi infusion status. In this way, the immortal spiritual qi born in Zhang Li's body every second was as high as 4,000. In less than a breath, he could produce a strand of immortal qi. If it was in ancient times, with this speed, he might really be able to rely on his own strength to reverse the cultivationless age. When using the demon awakening technique, coupled with spiritual qi, he only needed to expend 500 points of immortal qi to awaken an earth immortal level wooden dragon. In theory, Zhang Li could produce more than 80,000 soldiers in a day. With the Dragon King's horns, he could control 3 million dragons. As long as he scattered these wooden dragons and let the powerful reincarnation of an immortal or Buddha suppress a region, he could repel the lightning swamp demons to the greatest extent. However, this was only the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent. The other 4 regions of the Azure Cloud continent and the other 7 continents besides the prosperous Ox continent were still in chaos. With his personality, he did not want to care about the life and death of others. However, as the current human emperor, the survival of the human race was not only his responsibility but it was also related to his own interests. It was impossible to let it go. But City Lord, with the current strength of Fengdu City, you don't have the ability to protect the entire 9 provinces. If the 3 million wooden dragons spread out, it will only cause some splashes. There are also their own rulers in the cultivation world. Even if we have good intentions, they won't trust us. I'm afraid that before we eliminate the demons, we will first encounter the pressure of the other cultivation forces. Zhang Li gave the great order to save the world. However, the reincarnations of the immortals and Buddhas below all looked troubled. As they had said, this was not an easy task. Could it be that the current human emperor had to lead the team and fight their way through area by area? By the time he finished exploring all the maps of the continent of the 9 provinces, it would probably be too late. He had to think of another way. Zhang Li actually did not care much about the casualties of the other cultivators in the cultivation world of the 9 provinces. At the very least, they still had the basic ability to protect themselves. If they could not protect the immortal spiritual qi, they could escape themselves. However, the mortals all over the continent really did not have any ability to protect themselves. Some martial artists with vigorous blood qi could not even deal with the lowest level ghost. As long as those demons began to slaughter mortals, the losses of the human race would become extremely heavy. It was not impossible to slaughter more than 90% of the population in a short period of time. This was a consequence that Zhang Li could not endure. Young master, actually, with the power of Fengdu City, we're not afraid of fighting head-on. We just don't have enough manpower to find the demons all over the 9 provinces. Perhaps we can let them find us. At this moment, Zhang Li's vice city lord, Qin Shuman, walked over and enlightened him. That's right. We can let those guys walk into the trap and see the reincarnation of other immortals and Buddhas. Looks like I have to keep a high profile from now on. On the one hand, Zhongli continued to use the immortal spiritual qi to awaken the wood demons. Relying on the infinite spiritual qi and infinite immortal qi obtained from cheating, he could protect as many humans as possible by himself. The other thing was to think of a way to lure out the scattered lightning swamp demons and the reincarnations of the immortals and Buddhas hidden in the 9 provinces. This required a sufficient amount of bait and vast and uninhabited land. A huge gate of hell rose in the armored troll court of the prosperous Ox continent. This city was already controlled by the demons and ghosts of Fengde city. Zhongli flew into the sky and symbolically pressed his palms together. Immortal spiritual qi surged in his body, and he easily summoned 1,000 hands divine statue that was 100,000 feet tall and directly pierced through the clouds. Then, he raised his hand, and 4 huge balls of immortal qi were released from his palm. Each of the immortal balloons contained an entire 2,000 wisps of immortal qi. Together, there were a terrifying 8,000 wisps. This was the immortal qi he had spent nearly 6 hours condensing. In just 6 hours, it had already far exceeded the total amount of immortal qi born in the continent of the 9 provinces. The immortal qi here was probably enough to help more than 10 top-notch earth immortals become immortals. 4 wooden hands grabbed 4 balls of immortal qi and raised them high. A dazzling immortal spiritual light dispersed the clouds in the sky and illuminated the 9 provinces. 803 ruins of End, 1. In the other 8 continents, every place where immortal qi was born was basically in the midst of a battle between the lightning swamp demons and the local cultivators. Some of them could still persist, while others were already on the verge of collapse. However, at this moment, the demons who were crazily attacking them suddenly stopped. As if sensing something, all the demonic lightning beasts looked up in a certain direction. Above the clouds, 4-colored light was slowly dyed from the sky. Be it day or night, it looked so dazzling. In the continent of the 9 provinces, as long as every living being raised their heads, they could see that scene. Countless commoners thought that a miracle had happened and kowtowed. Of course, in fact, the current human emperor's attack was no different from a miracle. A moment later, most of the evil demons retreated like water and ran in the direction of the huge immortal qi. Only a small number were still hesitating on the spot. The reincarnations of the immortals and Buddhas who were desperately protecting the immortal qi and the top earth immortals of the world looked at the lonely ball of immortal qi in their territory and then at the 4 huge balls of immortal qi that illuminated the 9 provinces in the direction of the prosperous Ox continent. They suddenly felt a little desensitized. They had fought to the death here, but the immortal qi they sought was only 1 in thousands. They often could not enjoy this immortal qi alone. Instead, they had to share it with the other experts guarding it. In that case, they might as well go to the place where the immortal light shone and try their luck. As a large number of demons retreated and surged towards the prosperous Ox continent, a large number of experts from all over the 9 provinces also transformed into streaks of light and rushed over. This prosperous Ox continent that had already transformed into a 10,000 miles red soil flesh and blood domain was about to become a place where heroes gathered and a storm would arise. However, at this critical moment, the current human emperor became the boss again. Hall masters, and the 4 merit ministers, I'll leave the matter of entertaining the reincarnations of the other immortals and Buddhas to you. Apart from the 3 hall masters, the other reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas were arranged to become Fengde city's merit ministers. There was no specific function for the time being, and they only listened to Zhongli's direct dispatch. There were currently only 4 people in the merit ministry. Apart from the unorthodox trio, the last person was none other than the remnant soul of Xia who had already stayed in Zhongli's mind for several years. After Zhongli truly became the human emperor, this proud son of the ancestral dragon finally relented and chose to submit. After all, he had once worked for the human emperor, Du. The interior of the tortoise shell was engraved with mountains and rivers that were used to control water. Now, it was very reasonable to do it again. The bit of power provided by the status Ba Xia possession was indeed very important to Zhang Li at that time. However, times had changed. The bonus of that bit of strength was really not worth mentioning to the current him. After letting Ba Xia out, he used the water attribute immortal qi to replenish his strength very quickly. In a few days, he would be able to hold his own. Everything is up to you guys. Don't ruin the reputation of Fengdu City. Those who dare to cause trouble and snatch it can be killed directly. Those who are willing to cooperate can be distributed a wisp of immortal qi after leaving their names. If anyone can convince other reincarnations to join or are willing to offer ancient cultivation methods, they can be rewarded with additional immortal qi according to their contributions. In addition, you can spread the news widely. No matter who it is, if they can provide immortal qi of other attributes, they can exchange one strand of immortal qi for 3. With the 7 of them receiving them and appearing to explain, they should be able to rope in a large number of reincarnated immortals and Buddhas to join Fengdu City's camp. They were all important members that Zhang Li could rely on to deal with Zhang Xia in the future. As for those villains with crooked thoughts who wanted to snatch the immortal qi, they had to determine if they were a match for the 3 hall masters and 4 merit ministers who had grasped the immortal qi. After handing the matters here to them to deal with, Zhang Li, who was finally free, took out a cloud shell bead that was almost the size of a fist. Up until now, these demons were only appetizers. The true danger was still Zhang Taigong, who had lived since ancient times. Zhang Li already had the initial strength of an immortal and was slowly receiving the power to adapt to the human emperor and the 9 provinces cauldron. However, with the terrifying investment of the Chaos Immortal embryo, even if Zhang Li caused some destruction and snatched one of the 12 golden immortal remains, the Jade Cauldron remains, once the fetus was successfully born, what came out would still be extremely terrifying. With his current strength, he still could not be satisfied. He still had to speed up his cultivation. The cloud shell bead was activated, and the ethereal cloud manor encampment, Cloud Valley, appeared in front of the current human emperor. Zhang Li had used the cloud shell bead twice, but both times, it was for the sake of war. He welcomed the Divine Judgment Hall cultivators into the venue. This was the first time he had come to the Cloud Mist Valley. After taking a step forward, the cold and fresh air around him let him know that he was already 1,000,000 feet in the sky. Everything around him was very clean. There was not a single speck of dust in the air. Stepping on the soft sea clouds and dust made one's mood unconsciously comfortable. When they heard the commotion, a group of magical birds and beasts in the nearby valley raised their heads and looked towards Zhang Li. The people living here were all descendants of ancient immortal birds and strange beasts. Originally, they should have stayed away when they saw strangers, but at this moment, they all took the initiative to approach and surround the current human emperor. 804 Ruins of End, 2. They picked their favorite spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs and placed them beside Zhang Li. This meant that although this was the first time they met, they trusted Zhang Li very much. This was the benefit of having deep merit. However, with Zhang Li's growth speed, it was very difficult for most spirit pets and strange beasts to be of help to him, so he simply did not raise them. Welcome, Human Emperor, to the Cloud Mist Valley. Not far away, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. For the first time, the 7 colored maids removed the veil covering their faces and lined up by the side of the road to welcome Zhang Li. He could sense that other than the 7 of them, only the Cloud Mist Palace ahead still had an aura. The other cloud guards had already been sent out. Concubine Yun was quite meticulous. If she cultivated like this, no matter how big the commotion was, she did not have to worry about being disturbed. Human Emperor, Concubine Yun has been waiting for a long time. The 7 maidservants bowed leisurely, their faces filled with nervousness, shyness, and anticipation. Zhang Li naturally had the same expectations. Although the current human emperor was still young and had not cultivated for long, he did not have a fixed Dao companion. However, in fact, he was no longer ignorant. In this world, people married and had children even earlier. In mortal countries, people his age might have already carried several children. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Li had displayed the reputation of a genius a long time ago and had become more and more handsome and charming after reaching the foundation establishment realm. So along the way, he faced many opportunities and temptations. It was not right for Zhang Li to touch those senior sisters and junior sisters who took the initiative. After all, he had to be responsible. However, after he became the Great Mountain Alliance leader, some small forces secretly bribed the female disciples. There were also Ink sect and the Rock Mountain Range who had joined the Great Mountain Alliance later on. They had naturally expressed their gratitude quite a bit. Zhang Li did not refuse these things anymore. He accepted their good intentions and recruited them into the hidden rock cultivators. Of course, he did this mainly to reassure these allies. That was a responsibility he had to bear as the Great Mountain Alliance leader. There was no need to tell outsiders about the hard work. In addition, when he was still in the Great Mountain region, he had gone to several special Red Lantern streets in cultivation cities with his senior brothers and sisters. He had some experience with the fallen female cultivators and female demons inside. He had experienced the power of the secret technique, ice and fire, and learned a 9 palisade trigrams tortoise shell binding. Later on, when it was used with the dragon imprisoning lock, it could be said to be extremely powerful. Speaking of female demons, Two Mountain Six-Tailed Demon Girl really knew how to tempt people. With her charming bones and 6 tails that could wrap around people, if not for the many statuses on his body, he would have really lost to that fox. However, how could those experiences compare to Concubine Yun of the Cloud Manor, one of the 3 divine pillars? Zhang Li and the 7 rainbow cloud servants seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact, each step was thousands of feet long. Soon, they arrived at the exquisite palace. After stepping into the hall, the door behind automatically closed. 7 maidservants with different styles took turns to step forward and help Zhang Li remove his clothes. Further ahead, it was already misty. Concubine Yun was waiting for him in a pool. Her wet long hair draped over her shoulders. The clouds on her face had already disappeared, revealing a peerless face. There was no need for makeup, jewelry, or even clothes. Everything was better than he had imagined. City Lord Zhang, this water is called the Sun Moon Spring Water. It can help with cultivation. Please enjoy it. Under the personal service of the 7 maidservants, Zhang Li stepped into the pool without any hesitation. On the ground below, 2 young cultivators were arguing intensely, pointing at the sky from time to time. When their master saw this, he went up to ask the reason. A disciple said, when the sun first rose, it was as big as a carriage lid. At noon, it was as small as a plate. Isn't it supposed to be big when near and small when far away? Another disciple said, when the sun first rose, it felt cool. At noon, it was as hot as reaching into hot water. Isn't it supposed to be hot when near and cold when far away? They spoke together again. Master, may I ask if the sun is closer to us in the morning or at noon? This. Their master was also stunned. He raised his head and looked at the scorching sun in the sky. However, at this moment, he discovered a strange cloud. Strange, why did that cloud change color? The other 2 disciples did not argue anymore and looked up. As expected, a cloud continuously gathered and rolled in the extremely high sky. As it rolled, it sometimes turned red, and sometimes turned orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. When the transformation reached the most intense, the 7 colors were even more beautiful. Why else would the current human emperor cultivate bitterly? This seclusion lasted for more than a month before he finally came out. Cloud Manor's concubine Yun, you live up to your reputation. I've benefited greatly. I'll definitely visit again in the future. After ending his cultivation, Zhang Li left in satisfaction. However, concubine Yun and the few maidservants were unable to send him off. On the one hand, it was physical exhaustion. On the other hand, they had obtained the benefits of Zhongli's merit, and each of their cultivation levels had obtained an extremely huge improvement. The 7 maidservants were all earth immortals. Now, after getting the dew of the human emperor, all of them had formed 3 flowers and there were 81 petals each. Among them, Xia, who was most liked by the human emperor and received the most grace, had already reached the level of being able to accommodate the 5 qi in her chest. Now that she had already absorbed a portion of the human emperor's yang essence into her body, as long as she succeeded in the future, she might have a chance to succeed Concubine Yun. Concubine Yun was the one who had cultivated with Zhongli the longest and had obtained extremely great benefits. Her cultivation realm had advanced further and had already reached the level of the armored troll queen. In the current chaotic world, there was already a chance to fight for the path to immortality. As for Zhongli, he had also obtained the benefits equivalent to 2,000 years of bitter cultivation. Coupled with the fact that he could directly use merit to convert cultivation and used the great ultimate principle to digest the vital yin cultivation of the 8, the benefits he obtained were even greater. After this seclusion, he could also begin to search for the suitable 5 qi to absorb into his chest. He took out another small cauldron and poured the golden blood inside into his mouth. This time, the small cauldron corresponded to one of the 9 provinces, the sacred East continent. It was also the birthplace of the human race, and the population was not inferior to the Azure Cloud continent. After consuming his human emperor's golden blood, the number of human faith threads behind him directly doubled. The power of the human race naturally doubled, causing the power in his body to surge. A moment later, Zhongli exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A radial gap was blown open in the clouds in the sky ahead. The 9 provinces were Azure Cloud Continent, Prosperous Ox Continent, Sacred East Continent, Safe Mercy Continent, Club North Continent, Set Reed Continent, Southern View Continent, Green Jin Continent, Luan River Continent. Another province was under the jurisdiction of the human emperor now. Zhongli's cultivation gradually entered a good state. At the same time, some demons who had successfully seized the immortal qi returned to the lightning swamp. Just like its name, this was a vast swamp formed by lightning. Lightning flowed everywhere like the most ordinary pool water. Mystical creatures that were different from the current continent of the 9 provinces lived inside. However, what was strange was that there were no sky, sun, moon, or stars above. If one walked to the edge of the lightning swamp, they would discover that this was a piece of land that floated in the void like the netherworld fragment. No wonder he could not find the lightning swamp in the continent of the 9 provinces. It turned out that it was not in the 9 provinces at all. After the demons returned, the immortal qi was thrown into the chaos immortal embryo, accelerating the speed at which it formed. However, Zhongli seemed to have overlooked something. It was true that the lightning swamp was the final escape route that Zhongxia had prepared for himself. However, from his performance at that time, it seemed that he was unwilling to nurture the immortal embryo in the lightning swamp. It seemed to have some drawbacks. As the immortal qi leaked out, in the deep darkness, something was attracted over. The void where the lightning swamp was located was called the Ruins of End. 805 Helping you cultivate. A few days later, in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. Look, this is the courtyard that Alliance leader Zhang of the Great Mountain Alliance once lived in. At the entrance of a courtyard on the Water Element Peak, a young cultivator was explaining something with hundreds of young men and women. He pointed at another portrait and introduced it. He's the first Alliance leader of our Great Mountain Alliance. At the same time, he's also the city lord of Fengdu City, the current human emperor. He's the most outstanding and powerful cultivator in the current cultivation world. In just a few years, he brought stability, peace, and prosperity to our Great Mountain region. All of you have the same sword heart talent as Alliance leader Zhang. You cultivate the same Shu Mountain sword technique as him. As long as you cultivate well, you will definitely obtain extraordinary achievements. At this moment, a disciple who was slacking suddenly discovered that a first-rate light was quickly approaching from the sky. What a fast escape light! Senior Brother Chong, is that our Shu Mountain's sword kinesis technique? When we learn it in the future, can we fly so quickly? Chong Wanzhou also looked up. At first, the stream of light was still at the end of the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it arrived. This senior brother really wanted to say that he had never seen such a fast escape light before. However, the reason why he was looking at the former residence of the alliance leader was to increase the confidence of the new disciples and motivate them to cultivate well. He could not dampen their confidence at this moment. He could only answer vaguely. Probably. Junior Brother Chong, long time no see. While he was in a daze, a hand had already been placed on his shoulder from behind. It was undoubtedly the first-generation alliance leader that he had introduced earlier, Zhang Li. When the current human emperor returned to his hometown, he saw this scene. Shu Mountain's golden light sword, Chong Wanzhou, was bringing the hundreds of new disciples to admire the small courtyard he had once lived in. He really did not expect that in just a few years, before he died, the place he stayed in had already become a historical site. As the alliance leader, his Great Mountain Alliance leader token controlled the sect array of all the alliance forces. It was as convenient to come and go as the sect master returning home. Therefore, he easily arrived behind Chong Wanzhou. Gasp! Senior Brother Alliance Leader! Hurry up and pay your respects to the alliance leader. Under Chong Wanzhou's greeting, the group of young men and women seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly bowed. That's right. You are all the future of the Great Mountain region. Cultivate well with the elders in the future. I look forward to the day when you shine in the Great Mountain Alliance. With the tone of the alliance leader, he encouraged the newbies and dismissed them. He let Chong Wanzhou lead the way towards the demon-subduing pagoda. After all, this was an important place of the sect. It was more polite to find a Shu Mountain disciple to accompany him. Junior Brother Chong, there seem to be especially many newcomers this year. Just as Zhang Li had said, due to the high requirements of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak to take in disciples, they could only obtain 11 or 12 disciples every year. As a result, their population had never been very prosperous. However, this year, hundreds of disciples entered at once. Moreover, Zhang Li casually glanced around and discovered that Shu Mountain did not lower their requirements. After asking, Zhang Li learned that because of his great reputation in the cultivation world of the eastern region, the large and small forces in the other places of the eastern region simply wanted to send their juniors into the Great Mountain Alliance. Among them, the Scripture Storage Valley and the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak were the best. Needless to say, not only did the Scripture Storage Valley have a large number of ancient inheritances, but it had also nurtured an astonishing current human emperor. Even the 3 divine pillars had to be polite when they saw the valley master and elders of the Scripture Storage Valley. As for the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, everyone knew that the Fengdu City Lord's Dao companion was here. With a blow of the pillow wind, it would not be a problem to move all the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak into the sky. In addition, other than the newcomers sent over by the other forces in the eastern region, the probability of spiritual root detection had also greatly increased compared to previous years. Before this, only 1 in 8,000 children had a spiritual root seed. This time, 1 in 2,000 children could appear. The probability increased by more than 4 times. Zhang Li could only think of 2 explanations for this. Firstly, the continent of the 9 provinces began to produce immortal qi, and the spiritual qi environment suddenly advanced to the level of 500 years later. The probability of children giving birth to spiritual roots naturally increased greatly. When the children born this year grew up, this probability would greatly increase. The second point might be the human emperor's position. Zhang Li had inherited the position of the human emperor and twisted the fortune of the human race in the Azure Cloud continent into one. Coupled with the suppression of the 9 provinces cauldron. the human race would naturally become more and more prosperous. The increase in the birth rate of spiritual roots was also an important indicator of the prosperity of the human race. After the birth rate of spiritual roots became higher, the various large sects and factions would probably begin to test the temperament and character of their disciples. They would not take in anyone as long as they had spiritual roots. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived at the demon-subduing pagoda. Senior brother alliance leader, I can't go down without master's approval. Junior sister Shen Shan is in seclusion at the bottom. I can only trouble the alliance leader to personally make a trip. Thank you, junior brother Chong. Using the alliance leader token to directly open the entrance of the demon-subduing pagoda, Zhongli jumped down with ease. The demons in the pagoda, who were usually fierce and liked to scare people, were as obedient as a group of mayflies this time. They shrunk their heads and did not dare to move. This was because this person could take their life with a thought. Zhongli descended all the way to the entrance of the 8th level without any obstruction. After passing through the last passageway and landing at the bottom of the demon-subduing pagoda, the first thing he saw was a crystal heart that was beating non-stop. That was the core of the earth spirit of the 5 elements peak. However, the earth spirit's main body had already entered Zhongli's body when he arrived earlier. Now, it was only an empty shell without any will. Apart from that, there was a skeleton lying on the ground. It was half a snake and a 5-colored stone cocoon coiled in the middle. From it, Zhongli sensed the aura of the Nuwa stone. Shen Shan Kaihua, a descendant of Nuwa, had given Zhongli a Nuwa stone long ago. Now, she was using another to transform herself. In the fire cloud cave earlier, Shen Shan Kaihua had obtained the thing left behind by Nuwa for her descendants. After she returned, she began to cultivate in seclusion. However, it had not ended yet. Zhongli quickly saw the problem. It was because she did not have enough energy. The underground spirit core of the demon-subduing pagoda was already the place with the most energy that Shen Shan Kaihua could find. However, compared to the title Descendant of Nuwa, it was clearly much inferior. The cultivation energy in Nuwa's body should have been passed down for generations to help future generations awaken their immortal bodies faster. However, due to the cultivationless age and the tragic death of the descendants of the previous Nuwa, this process ended abruptly. Therefore, the various abnormalities on Shen Shan Kaihua appeared. She even had an additional dual personality status. If she was left alone, she might have to wait more than 10 years before she could break out of the stone cocoon. You're still so reserved. This won't do. Junior sister Kaihua, I'll help you cultivate. Zhongli first blew out 3 types of immortal qi, water, earth, and fire, which caused the 9th level of the pagoda to be dense with immortal qi. Then, he stepped forward and pressed his hand on the 5-colored stone cocoon. His body also emitted the power of the Nuwa stone. The obstruction on the surface of the stone cocoon immediately disappeared, and his entire body slowly fused in. Although Shen Shan Kaihua could not speak now, Zhongli believed that she would definitely not reject him. 806 Nuwa Earth Mother Qi, 1. Senior brother Zhongli, why are you here? In the 5-colored stone cocoon, Shen Shan Kaihua, who had sensed the abnormality, woke up from her sleep. When she saw Zhongli, she immediately lowered her guard. While the young lady was surprised, she was also nervous and shy. After all, in order to prevent their clothes from polluting the environment inside, the 2 people in the stone cocoon were bare-bodied with each other. Zhongli's sudden intrusion caught her off guard. Junior sister, why aren't you telling me that your cultivation is difficult? Why are you treating me like an outsider? Zhongli did not stand on ceremony at all and directly went forward to hug the other party. After Shen Shan Kaihua's body stiffened slightly, she also shrunk into his arms with a red face. Their relationship was only natural. Kaihua, are you afraid? A little. With a gentle snort, under the gentle 5-colored light, the hazy beauty made it difficult to tell if it was a dream or reality. Legend had it that in ancient times, Huangzu gave birth to 2 gods after 12 years of pregnancy. Fuxi had a dragon tail, and Nuwa had a human body and a snake tail. The siblings grew up and asked the sky on the mountaintop. They were married after 3 trials. Thus, humans were born. Of course, the way ancient gods reproduced life was not necessarily to directly reproduce. It was because, under the combination of yin-yang, the power of creation was born, and Nuwa used this power to create people. The current Zhongli and Shenshan Kaihua were exactly the same as before. A Fuxi great ultimate stone disc appeared on Zhongli's forehead. Half of his body transformed into a dragon tail that intertwined with Shenshan Kaihua's half. The two of them entrenched themselves in the 5-colored stone cocoon and wriggled non-stop. On the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, a magical scene occurred. The rocks on the ground moved without wind. After rolling for a while, they stuck tightly to another rock. The needle and thread bag in the female cultivator's room fell to the ground. When she opened it, the needle and thread inside had already been pierced together. Looking at the clouds in the sky, they were also in pairs. For 7 consecutive days, the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak had an auspicious sign. Even the spring water flowing out of the mountain stream became sweet. The elders on the mountain all thought that the heavens were blessing Shu Mountain. 7 days later, the 5-colored stone cocoon under the demon subduing pagoda finally broke. Zhongli walked out with Shenshan Kaihua in his arms. However, at this moment, he looked at his junior sister in his arms apologetically. Junior sister Kaihua, why do this to yourself? In his previous cultivation, Zhongli had originally wanted to help Shenshan Kaihua awaken the Nuwa immortal body in one go. With him pouring in a large amount of immortal qi, coupled with the yin-yang harmony of the human emperor and Nuwa, it was really not impossible. At the very least, she had to create a half-immortal body. This way, Shenshan Kaihua would have enough strength to protect herself. However, at the critical moment, this junior sister suddenly sent a large amount of Nuwa Earth Mother Qi that was born in her body to Zhongli. In the end, she only awakened the Nuwa spirit body and could not advance further. Although there was a chance to evolve into the immortal body in the future, it would take a lot of effort. In this world, Zhongli had many family and friends. However, Shenshan Kaihua was the only person Zhongli wanted to treat her well unconditionally. However, although he was here to help, he benefited greatly from his junior sister. This touched his heart. Senior brother, why are you treating me like an outsider? Shenshan Kaihua did not find it a pity at all. After awakening the Nuwa spirit body, other than allowing her strength to increase greatly again and obtaining the spiritual qi of the Earth Mother, it could also allow her appearance to forever be the same and her lifespan to be as long as an immortal. She was already quite satisfied. The young lady lay in Zhongli's arms and hugged her lover's neck. Her legs swayed mischievously. Clearly, she enjoyed her current state very much. In fact, with their relationship, they had long reached the point where they could become Dao companions. The elders of the sect had long approved of this marriage. However, for various reasons, they did not take the final step. On the one hand, it was to preserve the innocence and ambiguity between young men and women. On the other hand, it was also because the essence yin of the descendant of Nuwa was too precious. In order to keep the best things for the most important time, Zhongli had always been unwilling to pluck it early. Fortunately, with his cultivation speed, he did not have to wait long. Feeling the warm and majestic Nuwa Earth Mother Qi in his chest, Zhongli's patience all these years was indeed not in vain. With this as one of the 5 Qi in his chest, not to mention the current Zhongli, even if he became a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he would still benefit endlessly. What Zhongli had a headache about now was where to find the other 4 Qi that could compare to the Earth Mother Qi. Junior sister Kaihua, you said it yourself. Senior brother doesn't stand on ceremony. Junior sister, I see that your cultivation has yet to reach perfection. Let me fiddle with it for you. Ah! Amidst Shen Shan Kaihua's cries, Zhongli carried her back into the flesh cocoon. The Nuwa stone and five-colored stone had already been exhausted. However, the status on his body was still there permanently. He could condense the five-colored stone cocoon like before at any time. The descendants of Nuwa, his childhood sweetheart, had sacrificed so much for him. In the future, he had to be more diligent and replenish the Nuwa Earth Mother Chi for her. This continued for another 3 days before Zhongli brought Shen Shan Kaihua out of seclusion. 807 Nuwa Earth Mother Chi, 2. It was not that Zhongli, the perpetual motion machine, had run out of energy. The good land of the descendants of Nuwa was far from being ruined. It was because he had sensed something and had no choice but to come out of seclusion in advance to see the situation. After using the 3 merit lotus flowers as the core of his 3 flowers gathering, Zhongli had clearly started to sense some changes in the 3 worlds, the 9 provinces, the Nether World and the Azura World. For example, not long ago, the Yin burial coffin that had transformed into the armored Kun had already pulled back the Netherworld fragment where Tragic Death City was located and connected it to the back Yin mountain. He vaguely sensed through the merit green lotus that something good was about to happen in the Netherworld. However, through the merit golden lotus, he sensed that something bad was about to happen in the continent of the 9 provinces. The current human emperor was a little helpless about this. Weren't bad things always happening in the continent of the 9 provinces? Up until now, a large continent was still occupied by the flesh lord of the Azura world, Chaos. The entire world was invaded by lightning swamp demons. This world was extremely lively. Although the continent of the 9 provinces was originally formed from the 4 continents of the world, it was the center of the human world's 3 realms and 6 paths. It maintained a relatively close relationship with the other split worlds. However, now that it had become a sieve, anyone could come here to cause trouble. It was really a little unlucky. So this is still the prosperous Ox continent. First, he sent Shen Shan Kaihua to the safest Fengdu city. Zhongli sensed for a moment before directly heading to the prosperous Ox continent through the gate of hell. By gathering a large amount of immortal chi and lighting it up in the sky to show everyone, he successfully attracted most of the monsters in the continent of the 9 provinces to this uninhabited prosperous Ox continent. It protected the mortals of the other 8 provinces to the greatest extent. This was probably how the bad thing happened. He just did not know what else Zhongzia, who was hiding in the egg, could do. After stepping through the huge gate of hell, Zhongli had already arrived at the former armored troll court. At this moment, the bustling capital city no longer had the millions of armored trolls from before. Instead, it was the million Yin soldiers stationed in the city. Their job was to watch over the thousands of new guests in the city. Those guests were clearly experts from the 9 provinces who had come for the immortal chi. Those who could cross the Black Sea and pass through the blood plains had to be at least at the Earth Immortal realm and had some ability. Above, in this city, there were also 3 flowers gathering experts everywhere. The 5 chi facing origin was not rare. As soon as he returned to the prosperous Ox continent, he saw another group of people coming from afar, planning to fly into the sky and take away the 4 balls of immortal chi. Their arrogant and domineering actions meant that they must not have suffered much beating in their own territory. However, these few people did not need to think to know that these 4 balls of immortal chi had been hanging here for almost 2 months. Why couldn't anyone take it away? It was a group of 4. 5 chi facing origin and 3 flowers gathering experts. The quality of the 3 flowers at the top was not bad, and the 3 subordinates could all have 64 petals. Such strength could indeed dominate an area in the 9 provinces. However, here, it could only be considered passable. Another group of people came. They're overestimating themselves. In the capital city below, an old man shook his head in disdain and continued to taste the wine in the wine pot in his hand. He was not even interested in looking up and seeing if they had any hope of success. Sure enough, in the next moment, the 4 people spat out blood and fell to the ground like meteors. They landed beside the old man. Earlier, the 1,000 foot statue with 1,000 hands had only stretched out a palm and slapped them all down. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Young people, I advise you to obediently accept your punishment and not resist later. Otherwise, things will be troublesome. The old man kindly reminded them. However, the way he shook his head while holding the wine pot looked like a drunken fool. The 4 of them were fine. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, they got up from the ground. They were already furious after losing face. Seeing that old fellow still mocking them, they were so angry that they almost spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Among the 4 of them, an earth immortal with 3 flowers gathered on his head stepped forward and snatched the wine pot from the old man's hand. At a glance, he was even more furious. With a bang, the wine pot shattered. Old beggar, are you playing with us? He was furious. This was because the wine pot did not contain any famous spiritual wine at all. Instead, it was the most ordinary wine in the mortal world. It was not wrong to say that this thing was wine. However, as an earth immortal, he could not get drunk even if he soaked in a wine vat for a year. Oh my, you young man! What a waste! I can tell at a glance that you're not good people. I'll calculate with my fingers. Your lives will definitely be in danger soon. You'll be imprisoned. If you want salvation, give me 10 jars of good immortal drunken wine. The old Daoist priest jumped in pain from the pot of wine. He opened his mouth and cursed. Old man, how dare you say that? The earth immortal who stepped forward to flare up was even angrier. He had never seen such a shameless earth immortal expert. They believed that this old man was playing with them. They reached out to grab him and teach him a lesson. However, the hand grabbed nothing. The old Daoist priest's figure disappeared without any warning and appeared where the wine pot was shattered. 808 Nuwa Earth Mother Chi, 3. He raised his hand and beckoned to the ground. On the spot, he used a method of retracting water and wrapping it around the gourd. Then, he leaned against the wall and looked at the 4 of them with interest. Look, your calamity has arrived. Sure enough, a group of Yin soldiers wearing bamboo hats and raincoats surged out from the surrounding streets. When the old man saw them, he hurriedly retreated. The 4 people who had just been slapped down heaved a sigh of relief and did not mind. This was because they could tell the strength of these Yin soldiers at a glance. Why do you think these things are worthy of putting our lives in danger? Before the captain of the Yin soldiers could say the rules of the punishment for wanting to snatch the immortal Qi, the furious expert slapped him. That palm directly destroyed an entire street, and even the hundreds of Yin soldiers in the street were all killed. It was too fast. Even the person in the lead sensed that something was wrong and wanted to stop it. Venerable, these are only a group of ghosts. To us, they're just ants, ordinary. What is going on? This earth immortal had just vented his anger. He wanted to say something to express his disdain. To these ghost soldiers whose average strength was only at the core formation realm, earth immortals could destroy them with a flip of their hands. However, halfway through, he suddenly realized that he could not stand steadily. The strength and spiritual qi in his body was leaving him at an extremely fast speed. He raised his hands and placed them in front of his eyes. His originally strong hands were already covered in wrinkles. They were like dried branches that could be broken with a snap. In just a few breaths, he was old. So old that he was about to die. My lifespan! My lifespan, where has it gone? Venerable! Venerable, save me! A dignified earth immortal should have more than 8,000 years of lifespan. How could he be so old in a short period of time? The cultivator called Venerable suddenly recalled that the old man seemed to know something. He did not care about his reputation and asked. May I ask what my friend is doing? If you can save him, I, the Sun Moon Tower's master, Venerable Ming, will definitely thank you later. All right, this venerable Ming still could not let go of his reputation. Hehe, so you're the master of the Sun Moon Tower. No wonder you're so domineering. However, you even dare to touch the Yin soldiers and ghost envoys. Hehe, he's done for. Yin soldiers. How could there be Yin soldiers here? Venerable Ming's expression immediately changed. Although these Yin soldiers were not very strong, they were all officials appointed by the Fengdu city lord with the merit of the netherworld. It was a public organization and was protected by heaven and earth. Anyone who touched them had to pay the price. This price was very simple. Every Yin soldier killed would cost 30 to 300 years of their lifespan. 1 or 2 did not seem to be a problem. However, with the methods of an earth immortal, if they were not careful, they could kill hundreds of Yin soldiers. If he did not have that method to resist the will of heaven and earth, wouldn't he be courting death? The reason why the current human emperor could arrange for these Yin soldiers to watch over the experts of the 9 provinces was naturally that these Yin soldiers had their own unique points. Letting them guard the city was even more intimidating to those fellows than letting 10,000 wood dragons be stationed here. 809 Facing the Calamity, 1. Yin soldiers. How can they be real? The Sun Moon Tower Master, Venerable Ming, felt that it was unbelievable. It was precisely because he knew what these ghost soldiers surrounding them were that he found it even harder to understand. This was because according to the records of the Sun Moon Tower, even in ancient times, there were only about 300,000 Yin soldiers under them. Where did so many Yin soldiers come from in this era? One had to know that merit was equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. It was a high-grade currency issued to very few people. No matter who it was a first-rate and precious thing. To a certain extent, it could even help one become a sage. Just like Nuwa. As long as such a good thing was in this world, no one would mind having more. Therefore, in ancient times, even the mighty figures of the netherworld were not willing to spend their merit to appoint others. That was really too much. In the ancient netherworld, it was basically under the circumstances that the dead had enough merit when they were alive that they would use their own merit to be conferred the title of Yin official. This was also the reason why the mission lineage liked to accumulate merit. However, the current Zhongli was equivalent to having a money printing machine that could print merit indefinitely. It did not matter how much merit he spent. Not to mention the million Yin soldiers here, Fengdu city had already exceeded 50 million. It could scare people to death. Damn it! Don't fight back. Let's go. Looking at his thin subordinate who was about to die of old age, Venerable Ming could only accept it no matter how unwilling he was. These messengers of death could not move after being poked. They could only consider themselves unlucky and leave. Pulling the subordinate who was about to die, they flew away. However, they really could not leave. You want to leave after killing my Fengdu city's soldiers? How can it be so simple? A young child's voice sounded in the city. A fiery red stream of light instantly arrived. Before they could escape, it shattered the stream of light and knocked the 4 people out again. The leader, Venerable Ming, had his chest pierced by the stream of light and suffered considerable injuries. It was not until the stream of light stopped that he saw that it was a flaming spear covered in golden patterns. It was the lost ancient divine weapon, the divine sharp fire spear. Ling Zuz's combat strength was top-notch in this world. Previously, under Zhongli's guidance, he had destroyed his inner demon and obtained the immortal qi. He was only half a step away from truly becoming an immortal. At this moment, besides Zhongli, it was probably impossible for anyone in the world to match him. Even Chu Shui, the reincarnation of Ksatagarbha, could only defend against him and could not fight back because he was discovered too late. The fact that the lotus flower child had struck down the 5 chi-facing origins Venerable Ming made the many experts secretly watching in the city feel depressed and not dare to act rashly. He recalled the spear and was about to attack again when he suddenly turned around and saw Zhongli. He immediately summoned the Yin soldiers to escort him forward, and then he changed direction and flew to Zhongli before kneeling on one knee. City Lord. After the other higher UPS of Fengde City heard the news, they also arrived as quickly as possible. Then, a few dream spirit pearls were delivered to Zhongli. Every dream spirit pearl was compressed and condensed by the countless dead people in tragic Death City for 49 days. Inside was an extremely complicated and real dream world. It was a very powerful seal. As long as one was absorbed into it, they would be trapped in the dream woven by countless dead people in tragic Death City. Even Zhongli did not dare to say that he could easily escape. In the current spirit pearl, there was a blade of grass, a mantis, and a white crow. Needless to say, they were the three immortal chi of the wood attribute, metal attribute, and yang attribute. They were all brought over by the experts of the 9 provinces who had rushed over from all over the world while Zhongli was not around. When these guys first heard the condition of 1 to 3, they thought that it was a rare commodity. They felt that this kind of immortal chi that had transformed into a spiritual object definitely had other unknown uses. They did not want to exchange easily or bargain, so they offered an exaggerated price of 1 to 10. However, the problem was that the continent of the 9 provinces was so huge, and they were not the only ones with immortal chi. Up until now, the natural immortal chi born in heaven and earth was still rare. Every continent only had a few wisps of immortal chi. However, more than 70% of the strongest cultivators in the world were gathered here. Most of the reincarnated immortals and Buddhas were among them. Apart from the portion snatched away by the demons, the spiritual chi that was born was basically in their hands. 1 or 2 waves of people wanted rare goods, but there were always people who urgently needed to use the immortal chi in their hands to exchange for immortal chi that was more suitable for their attributes. Moreover, it was a 1:3 exchange rate. Moreover, there was only one chance. As long as someone exchanged for it, they would not accept a second repeated attribute immortal chi. As such, the relationship between supply and demand changed. In a few days, the goods that some experts thought were rare ended up being worthless. In contrast, Zhongli also obtained what he wanted. He took the 3 spirit pearls and absorbed them into his body in the same way, gaining 3 more of the same immortal chi infusion status. This way, coupled with the 4 types of immortal chi he already had, there were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. The 7 attributes were already his. 810 Facing the Calamity, 2. As for rare immortal chi like wind, lightning, and ice, Zhongli did not need them that much. It was best if there was. It did not matter if there was not. They had completed the mission to exchange for spiritual chi very well. However, it was difficult to recruit other reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas. Up until now, no other reincarnation was willing to join Fengde City. After all, they were all top experts at that time and were former immortals and Buddhas. The arrogance in their heart was not something that mortals could compare to. Wasn't it good to enjoy the right to decide life and death in their own territory? It was too naive to use just a few wisps of immortal chi to make them submit to others. Unless it was someone like Qiu Shui, who had yet to reincarnate, it was possible to pick them up in advance. However, such people clearly did not have the ability to cross the Black Sea and the prosperous Ox continent that was covered in flesh and blood. Although he was a little disappointed, it was expected. If he wanted to continue strengthening Fengde Ghost City in a short period of time, it seemed that he had to think of other methods. Has there been any abnormality in the prosperous Ox continent recently? Feeling the other 3 strands of immortal chi that continuously emerged in his body, Zhongli asked about serious matters. Strange movements. Hearing the city lord's question, the 3 hall masters and 4 merit ministers were a little confused. Apart from the fact that there were demons invading the entire continent and fighting the flesh calamity, they had not discovered anything else wrong recently. Zhongli frowned, and then he closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the flesh and blood clone. Under his control, strange eyes of insects, fish, birds, mammals, and so on opened on the flesh carpet and scanned the entire continent for the current human emperor. Not long after he removed the blood-colored gaze, the parallel mind had already grasped the power of the Flesh Lord again. After obtaining the eye formed from the will of the Azura world, his grasp of the flesh calamity became even deeper. However, even after scanning the entire continent with his naked eye, he could not find any other abnormalities. It was really unbelievable. What was the problem that he sensed through the Merit Golden Lotus? Could this be the current human emperor? Greetings. While Zhongli was thinking, an old daoist in ragged clothes suddenly appeared not far away. As he hugged the wine pot in his hand and bowed casually, he walked into the main hall of the original armored troll court. "Ah, please move aside and let me speak to the human emperor." He really did not treat himself as an outsider. He even waved his hand to let the 3 hall masters and the 4 merit ministers move aside. "Who are you? Don't be rude in front of the human emperor." After Zhongli became the human emperor, Ba Xia's attitude changed greatly. This guy, who had finally recovered some strength, was a little anxious to prove his strength in front of his master. Taking a step forward, a yellow halo enveloped the old daoist who entered the hall. Ba Xia loved to carry heavy loads, so he carried a mountain on his back. He had an innate divine art that could transfer the weight he carried to his enemy and crush them to death. If Zhongli could build a new merit tablet for him like Great Yu, he would be able to vividly unleash that innate divine art. However, the old daoist priest was clearly hit by the yellow light, but his figure only paused for a moment before continuing forward. There were many people who were unique, but most of them were quite capable to be able to live so long alone. However, Ba Xia's divine art halo seemed to have some effect. The old daoist's figure blurred. It was obvious that the illusion technique on his surface had been broken by the impact of the divine art. The flesh on the lower half of his body below the waist suddenly turned into mud and dirt. In the end, only half of the black bones were left. The 2 bone legs were still moving forward shakily. "I'm only a person who's about to die. Son of the ancestral dragon, you don't have to take it to heart." After this old daoist's illusion technique was broken, he seemed to have lost his interest and his mood became bad. Zhongli was even more surprised by his words. How long had it been since Ba Xia came out of captivity? There should be no possibility of information being leaked. However, he could expose Ba Xia's true body with a single sentence. This old daoist was really something. "My name is Swan Banzheng. Greetings, human emperor." The old daoist bowed, no longer as frivolous as before. It was unknown if it was out of respect for the human emperor or because of the curse on his lower body. Swan Banzheng, the fortune teller of the Southern View continent who claims to be able to calculate the first half of one's life without error. "I've heard of you." Zhongli thought for a moment before similarly revealing the other party's identity and background. After all, he was sitting on the throne of the human emperor. He could not only dominate a small piece of land in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent. Sooner or later, he would rule the humans of the 9 provinces. However, he did not want to kill all the leaders of the other regions. On such a vast land, doing so was time-consuming and extremely difficult. It would even become the public enemy of the cultivation world of the 9 provinces. As long as he did not eliminate them completely, he would only be dragged into the mud of war by repeated enemies. With Zhang Xia watching covetously, it was really unwise to do this. Therefore, so far, he had only sent people to collect information in other areas. This Swan Banzheng was very famous 500 to 600 years ago. Naturally, he was recorded down. "Human Emperor, you must be joking. I will definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens if I leak the heavenly secrets. I spent the first half of my life divining, and half of my body became like this. I really don't have the intention to recall my bravery back then. I only want to make the last divination for you, the human emperor, and the people of the world." The tragic lower half of this old daoist's body was enough to prove that his Dao divination cultivation was indeed extraordinary. However, after the divine punishment erupted, every divination would cause the situation to worsen greatly. What was worth him risking such a price to perform another divination? Senior, why do you think I need your divination? What calamity will the people of the 9 provinces face? Senior, please tell me. Zhang Li had always been a polite person and was willing to give this person a chance. Asuras are everywhere, the sky is pierced, ferocious immortal descends and slaughters all living beings. This is my master's last divination before he died. It's the start of the calamity of the 9 provinces. As for the human emperor who unleashed the shocking halberd strike in the prosperous Ox continent, he will be the one facing the calamity. I'm here to help the human emperor face the calamity. Zhang Li raised his brows. Since when had he become the one facing the calamity? Logically speaking, he was an outsider and should not belong to this world. He suspected that this old deist had calculated wrongly. However, he also wanted to know the source of the calamity in his heart. He might as well give it a try. After telling him what he wanted to know, the old deist did not hesitate at all. He took out a tortoise shell and threw 3 ancient coins in. He did not form hand seals or chant incantations. He only casually shook the tortoise shell twice and poured out 3 copper coins. However, as the copper coins were poured out, Swan Banchen's divine punishment curse became more and more serious. From the waist to the chest, everything below had become black bones. The old deist priest's face was pale and he was sweating profusely. However, that did not seem to be his concern. He raised the wine pot in his hand and took 2 gulps. The wine slid down his throat and leaked out from the bones below his chest. That's enough. If I had known earlier, I would have finished it first. Forget it, human emperor, come. The 3 copper coins were golden in color and seemed to contain something. Zhang Li did not sense any dangerous aura inside, so he simply took 2 steps forward and pressed his hand on the shell. Immediately, images appeared in his eyes. High-end deists would never use such tricks to deliberately mystify things. This was because saying those words only proved that he did not have confidence in what he said. If he met a mysterious old man who spoke half a sentence, he would drag him out and beat him up. It was not wrong to say that most of them were frauds. A true expert could even directly show the scene. 811,000 years of evil thoughts, 1. After his palm touched the 3 copper coins, Zhang Li's eyes were slightly dazed, and images appeared before his eyes. It was a land floating in the dark void. Fury lightning rained down like rain and lightning was like liquid. It was the lightning swamp that was lost outside the 9 provinces. The scene began to zoom in. Zhang Li saw the huge chaos immortal embryo in the center of the lightning tribulation. The gap created by the human emperor's battle halberd could still be seen clearly. Zhang Xia, that ambitious person, was indeed hiding in the lightning swamp. The scene changed, and Zhang Li saw the surging lightning beast demons all over the mountain. These demons dragged the corpses of their companions and fused them into a strange mountain of flesh. Then, a large number of new demons split out. The shape of this mountain of flesh seemed to be a lying human figure. On a closer look, it was clearly a corpse. It turned out that those demons were all split from this huge corpse. Its corpse lay on the ground as huge as a mountain. It had green skin, a dragon head, and a human body. Its abdomen was bulging like a ball. The image was very clear and unique. Could the corpse that looked like this in the lightning swamp be the legendary thunder god? It was the Khanate god who had left behind footprints and impregnated Hwasu to give birth to Fuxi and Nuwa. This guy's dragon head was not for nothing. He was extremely lecherous. Using such despicable methods, he had probably harmed many ancient divine women. Perhaps, even male deities were targeted. As a result, this Khanate god had secretly offended many people. Later on, during the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yuan's Walu, they had to run thousands of miles to the lightning swamp and extract his bones to use as drums. It was also after that that the thunder god disappeared. It seemed that for some reason, this corpse with its bones extracted was discovered by Zhang Xia and used. As such, it was no wonder that those lightning swamp demons did not have bones. They were all formed from the flesh and blood of the thunder god. However, how could he find the location of this lightning swamp? While he was thinking, the scene in Zhang Li's eyes changed again. This time, it was not in the lightning swamp, but in the surrounding endless void. The eternal darkness seemed to have changed. Something surged in the darkness and was quickly surging over. Zhang Li's pupils constricted as he pressed down on the 3 copper coins. Then, he was shaken out of the illusion. He finally knew that those were the disasters he had sensed. What are those things? Zhang Li could not see the full appearance of the unknown thing that surged over. However, he felt endless pain, hatred, and unwillingness from it. After being abandoned like trash, it was nurtured in a corner of the world for 10,000 years, an endless evil thought that wanted to take revenge on all things in the world. What was in the ruins of End? How could there be such a terrifying evil thought? The human emperor has the 9 nether great Dao and Fengde ghost city. You should be able to see what those things are. Swan Banzheng really knew a lot. Even the basic cultivation method of the current human emperor was exposed by him. Zhang Li had never mentioned the 9 nether wood and the 9 nether Dao scripture to anyone. That could only be calculated by him. It seemed that if he calculated it himself and did not leak it out, the divine punishment would not be too great. Hearing his words, Zhang Li thought carefully and indeed felt that the unknown things that surged over were very familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. Wait, the soul-devouring worms below Tragic Death City. Zhang Li suddenly recalled his experience in Tragic Death City. If the soul-devouring worms underground in Tragic Death City were to make the hatred, unwillingness, and other evil thoughts in their bodies even stronger, they would be compressed 100 times. Wasn't it those things in the ruins of End? However, the soul-devouring worms were already sufficiently terrifying. If they were 100 times stronger and there were as many as the sea, even the current Zhang Li would feel a little fearful. Those things in the ruins of End are formed from human souls. Zhang Li originally thought that a powerful demonic god would attack. With his current combat strength, no matter what enemy came, he was not afraid to fight. At the very least, if he really could not defeat it, he would think of a way to lure the enemy to the Azura world and let the world will there have a headache. However, he did not expect that it was actually the evil thoughts left behind by countless souls. Could evil thoughts be killed? In fact, it should have been formed from the remnant souls of all living beings in the continent of the 9 provinces since the cultivationless age 200,000 years ago. He ignored the rotting flesh on his body and began to explain to the human emperor without hiding anything. After the cultivationless age, the 3 realms and 6 paths collapsed. Immortals and Buddhas no longer existed in the world, and the order of reincarnation collapsed. May I ask when the earliest batch of ghosts stayed in Fengde City and Tragic Death City? Zhang Li thought for a moment before giving a relatively accurate number. 8,600 years ago. As the owners of the 2 netherworld cities and the billions of ghosts, Zhang Li naturally had some understanding of the 2 cities. The netherworld established a new connection with the continent of the 9 provinces at the end of the cultivationless age and the recovery of spiritual qi. That was naturally more than 8,000 years. At this point, he suddenly understood what he wanted to say. Yes, 8,600 years. But in the 200,000 years before these 8,600 years, where did the souls of all living beings go after death? 800 and 1,200,000 years of evil thoughts, too. If it was in the past, when he was at the Qi refinement realm, he might have given a simple answer. Without spiritual Qi and Yin Qi, the souls of the dead would naturally dissipate after 7 days. However, as his 9 nether Dao scripture became more and more profound, his understanding of the 9 nether soul became more and more thorough. Now, he knew that things were not as simple as his soul dissipating. Souls could not be seen or touched in front of mortals. However, it was not really just a ball of energy. It was real. Not to mention scattering, even if they were reduced to ashes, there would still be something left. It was either an emotion, an obsession, or a floating fragment. Where should these things go? Humans have three souls: fetal light, bright spirit, and secret essence. There are 7 spirits: corpse dog, concealed arrow, yin sparrow, thief swallower, flying poison, filth removal, and stinking lung. 7 days after a person dies, their soul will dissipate. However, the souls that fly away and dissipate will not return to the netherworld. They will scatter on the ground like trash. Every time the wind blows and rain falls, these souls will be swept into the rivers, lakes, and seas, returning to the Black Sea until they are abandoned in the ruins of End. As time passed, countless remnant souls shattered and mixed into a ball of evil thoughts in the ruins of End. This is the origin of that thing. Zhang Li also recalled something. He had actually heard of the name Ruins of End. To the east of the Bohai Sea, billions of miles away, there are huge ravines and only bottomless valleys. There is no bottom below, and it is called the Ruins of End. The water of the 8 banishment and 9 wilderness, the stream of the heavenly Han, is not ignored. It does not increase or decrease. The Ruins of End meant the end of one's existence. It was an endless junkyard used by the continent of the 9 provinces. It was said that even if all the water in the world gathered here and poured into it, it would not increase or decrease the Ruins of End. It could be seen how vast and endless it was. Since there was no longer the netherworld or reincarnation, the souls of the living beings in the world were useless. Naturally, they were all thrown into the Ruins of End. However, in just 8,000 years, Tragic Death City, which had gathered a small portion of the souls of the cultivation world of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, had gathered such a terrifying group of soul-devouring worms that could not be burned away by the ghost lantern cold flame. Then, how terrifying was the Ruins of End that had swallowed the souls of 200,000 years of living beings in the 9 provinces. It was one thing for the evil thoughts to stay inside. Now, those evil thoughts were attracted by the immortal chi born from the chaos immortal embryo and the immortal chi snatched from the continent of the 9 provinces. They were surging towards the continent of the 9 provinces. If those evil thoughts appeared, what did they want to do? They were really going to slaughter the 9 provinces. When he thought up to here, Zhang Li simply shuddered. Where is the entrance to the Ruins of End? As soon as he said this, he actually thought of the answer. He said the result together with the fortune teller. Bottomless pit. Zhang Li cursed in his heart. The perception of this merit golden lotus was a little too broad. Was the sea area near the prosperous Ox continent considered the prosperous Ox continent? Previously, when he found the pitfall mountain with the water spirit immortal chi, it was actually only a small space attached to the bottomless hole. The true bottomless pit was the connection to the Ruins of End. If he had been more curious at that time and went into the bottomless pit to get to the bottom of it, perhaps he would not have had such trouble today. While Zhang Li was feeling angry, Swan Banzheng used his hands which had already turned into bones to start packing the tortoise shell and copper coins. It's my fortune to be able to help the human emperor with this last divination. I no longer have anything to worry about. Goodbye. I wish you a smooth journey. The price of divination was not small. The curse on his body had already spread to his neck. If he spoke another word, he would directly rot into a complete black skeleton. As he had said, it was the last divination. However, the current human emperor seemed to have other thoughts. I don't think so. Sir, you sacrificed yourself to save the 9 provinces from doom. This is a great virtue. The laws of heaven punish you. That's the punishment for leaking the heavenly secrets. However, the human emperor will reward you for your contribution. As Zhang Li spoke, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the other party's body. Then, a stream of power of virtuous merit was sent over. In the past, he naturally could not control the power of virtuous merit, but after the 3 flowers gathering realm, he could already mobilize it simply. After temporarily offsetting the divine punishment with merit, Swan Banzheng was surprised to discover that his rotting flesh was quickly growing back. In a moment, he returned to being a complete old man. It's not a trick, it's real flesh and blood. He pinched his entire body in disbelief. He looked at Zhang Li in surprise. Obviously, he had not expected this. This merit can suppress the divine punishment for 3 years. Senior, you have great talent and character. I don't want you to suffer the punishment of the heavens, so why don't you stay in Fengde City and enjoy your old age? The soul dissolution liquor in my ghost city tastes good. Zhang Li used the power of virtuous merit to suppress divine punishment, and it could be said that he had given Swan Bansheng a new life. Not to mention an invitation, even if he was chased away now, he would be unwilling to leave. After bowing happily and accepting the invitation, Zhang Li's vice city lord, Qin Shuman, walked over at the right time. Young master, the village viewing platform is ready. Behind her, a small gate of hell was opening and waiting. Without needing Zhang Li to open his mouth to give the order, she had already arranged everything. This female ghost who had been following Zhang Li since the Qi refinement realm had always been valued by the current human emperor. Although her combat strength was not outstanding, she could be said to be the leader under Zhang Li in other aspects. Be it training Yin soldiers, consolidating resources, managing logistics, or other jobs, she could always manage these affairs for the current human emperor in an orderly manner. Under the circumstances that the current human emperor was doing nothing, the one controlling Fengde City was not the Hall Master or the other Earth Immortals, but this descendant of the immortal Qin dynasty. Later on, Zhang Li gave her the last bit of Son of Heaven's Qi. This female ghost was no longer afraid of the invasion of Yang Qi and Buddhist light, becoming more like a living person. Now, she was in charge of developing Fengde City's territory and reconnecting the netherworld. The village viewing platform was the next netherworld building found on the netherworld fragment after Tragic Death City. The effect was not inferior to the 1,000-mile eye of the southern heavenly gate. He passed through 2 gates of hell in a row. Zhang Li and the others arrived at a brand new netherworld. As soon as they arrived, they heard cries. "Master, please. Let me see my family again. My child is only 5 years old. Let me see him again. If I can see him grow up, I can die in peace. Master! Master! I just gave birth and died. My heartless husband married a second wife the next day. I'm really worried about that newborn child. Master, you can do anything to me. Let me see my child again. Master! Please show mercy." Although the shattered netherworld could not form a complete Yellow Spring Road, it was close to a certain place in the continent of the 9 provinces and would absorb some nearby souls. The accent of these ghosts was different from the Azure Cloud continent. The village viewing platform was in the netherworld, and it should be close to one of the other 8 continents. They were originally ghosts attracted by the village viewing platform and coveted the human world. They surrounded the platform all year round and looked at it eagerly. However, at this moment, the village viewing platform had already been occupied by Fengde City. They only used a few hundred Yin soldiers to block a large number of wandering souls, causing them to only be able to wail and not approach. Ignoring the wails of the ghosts, Zhang Li directly walked up to the village viewing platform. On the village viewing platform of the reminiscent mountain range, it was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Apart from a small stone path, the rest were all mountains of blades and swords. It was very steep. Standing on it, one could see the 5 continents and 4 seas. With the netherworld merit green lotus above his head, Zhang Li fiddled with it a little and grasped the method to control the village viewing platform. Mortals could only use intense thoughts to move them, but Zhang Li could do as he pleased and look wherever he wanted. With a thought, an image immediately appeared in front of the village viewing platform. A huge plate was stabbed into the Black Sea. A large number of amphibious sea beasts were already entrenched in it and were fighting for territory. This was the seabed plate that Zhang Li had sent flying with a long roar. At his current level, the power of his every move was already enough to change the world. Seeing that the sea around the plate was still calm, Zhongli heaved a sigh of relief. This was because Swan Banzheng had told him that the scene he had seen was actually 7 days ago. Fortunately, the evil thoughts had not rushed out. 813 Countless attempts. 1. Controlling the village viewing platform, the scene went deep into the Black Sea. In the blink of an eye, he discovered the location of the bottomless pit below. Following the cave, he could cross the distance that he could only enter after falling into the sea for a day with a thought. Zhongli did not know how deep the bottomless pit was, nor did he know how fast the evil thoughts could go. However, before he thought of a solution, he naturally hoped that the large ball of evil thoughts could come out later. After all, it was formed from the remnant souls of the creatures of the 9 provinces that had accumulated for 200,000 years. Once it appeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As the scene in front of the village viewing platform advanced, it continuously entered the endless black hole. However, only 7 breaths later, they actually collided with the black torrent that was flowing in the opposite direction. Everyone, turn around and leave. Don't look. Zhongli immediately reminded them, but a few of the messengers of death beside him could not help but glance at him. Then, their eyes turned red and they became violent. They took out their ghost head saber and were about to slash at their companions. The others reacted and pressed the Yin soldiers to the ground. They were still struggling and unable to recover. As expected of the evil thoughts that had been brewing in the ruins of End for 200,000 years. It was even more terrifying than what Zhongli had seen from afar in the divination illusion. Just a casual glance would transmit evil thoughts and malice, easily making people go crazy. We can't even take a look. What a domineering and vicious evil thought. A young but powerful voice sounded beside him. The only ones who could stand on the village viewing platform and look straight into the darkness were the higher UPS of Fengdu City who had followed Zhongli. When Ling Zuzi learned that this thing had been under his adopted sister's cave abode, he was extremely surprised. If Zhongli had not enlightened him and conferred him as one of the 4 hall masters of Fengdu City, then when this wave of evil thoughts came out, wouldn't he be the first to suffer? However, Ling Zuzi did not feel any fear. The one who would be tainted by evil thoughts was the previous evil Neza. Now that his thoughts were clear, he was not afraid of these things. City Lord, my lotus flower is immune to evil and filth. Let me deal with it. As a former profound sect Dao weapon, Ling Zuzi requested to fight. However, Zhongli did not agree immediately. Instead, he vaguely felt uneasy in his heart. It was as if he had missed something. Why did the black ball in front of them seem to have discovered their gaze? Why did it stop? Oh no! In the silence, a sudden change made everyone's expressions change drastically. The black torrent actually directly rushed out through the scene in front of the village viewing platform. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this to happen. It was one thing to be discovered for peeping from thousands of miles away. How could this be possible? It did not make sense. After being shocked, Zhongli's reaction was very fast. He circulated the 9 nether power that was mixed with the wood yin immortal qi to his right hand. His hand formed the shape of a sword, and he immediately slashed out 2 sword lights that faced the black resentment that charged out. With his current strength, even without the human emperor's battle halberd, he could easily knead the ground and change the map. It was not a problem to spend some time creating a portrait of himself in the entire eastern region. The 2 sword lights that split the world apart formed a cross as they faced the black color ahead. However, the imagined destruction did not happen. The 2 9 nether sword blades that had fused with immortal qi seemed to have lightly slashed through a cloud of smoke without touching anything. The cross-shaped sword light pierced through and shattered the scene reflected by the village viewing platform behind before continuing forward. The sword light continuously swelled, and the bottom cut out a straight canyon that was thousands of miles long. However, the black ball only shrunk by a small portion before continuing to charge towards Zhongli and the surrounding ghosts without being affected at all. Be careful! The current human emperor grabbed the female ghost, Qin Shuman, and instantly transformed into a stream of light to retreat. The other hall masters also dodged in time. The black evil thought pounced into the air and immediately spread out. It was extremely fast and swallowed all the yin soldiers who could not dodge in time. The standard armor woven from the rice of humans could originally resist the damage of evil spirits to a certain extent. The yin soldiers also grasped some of the exclusive spell techniques of Fengdu City that Qin Shuman had sorted out. However, be it the armor or defensive spell techniques, they were useless. The black evil thoughts of all living beings penetrated the membrane of light and invaded the yin soldiers' bodies. In the next moment, the unlucky yin soldiers immediately changed. Their bodies swelled and twisted. From a good state of mind that had already recovered to the level of a human, it directly turned into a hideous and ugly ghost. They were still the most irrational low-level ghosts that only knew how to kill and destroy. The yin soldiers with the merit of the netherworld were so vulnerable, the other ordinary ghosts could not resist at all. The scene of the village viewing platform was interrupted by Zhang Li, so naturally, no more evil thoughts invaded. However, the evil thoughts that had already arrived had already caused a calamity. Zhang Li suddenly felt a little fortunate that he did not take the risk. 814 countless attempts, 2. If he accidentally fell for these evil thoughts, his reputation would be completely ruined. Now, an evil thought followed the village viewing platform and directly arrived at the two of them. Although they were a little caught off guard, on second thought, it was a good opportunity. If he could use this small ball of evil thoughts to understand the characteristics and weaknesses of the evil thoughts of all living beings, he would be more confident in solving the remaining trouble. Everyone, be careful and don't get entangled. The 7 reincarnations of the immortals and Buddhas received the order and used their methods to try to eliminate this evil qi. Ba's gravity, death gates luck slaying, grass ladies goo worms, and 5 plagues plague. The specialties of the 4 merit ministers were indeed successful when facing living beings. However, facing the residue in this pile of residue, the trash in the trash did not seem so useful. They were the first to retreat. Fortunately, Zhang Li's 3 hall masters still had some ability. The Lotus Flower Child's previous words were not overly confident. His lotus body was indeed worthy of being a top-notch immortal body that could be ranked in the divine investiture battle. It could even ignore the yin-yang mirror that could capture souls. After his mental state was elevated, he could really be untainted by the evil thoughts of all living beings. He held a spear and charged into the evil thought chi balls without any fear. However, the effect was also minimal. As for the Pipa woman formed from the obsession of the 9-string Pipa spirit, she was slightly inferior. She hugged her main body's jade pipa and scattered the 7 strings on it. Then, she stretched out her hand and beckoned. The evil thoughts from before condensed into 7 strings again. Then, she stroked the bowstring and controlled the evil thoughts to retreat. They circled around her and could not invade within 30 feet. However, that was all. Chu Shui, who was the first to be invited by Zhang Li to be the hall master, had the lowest cultivation among the 3 because he had started too late. However, he was the only one among the 3 who could eliminate evil thoughts to a certain extent. He still stood on the spot without moving. He chanted Buddhist scriptures and his body emitted a 7-colored Buddhist light. The evil thoughts that approached him were dispersed by the Buddhist light. However, it was indeed brewed for 200,000 years. Even the Earth Treasury Buddhist light found it extremely difficult to purify. With that speed, it would take at least a month to eliminate the current evil qi. By then, the continent of the 9 provinces would probably be empty. Ahead, another ball of evil qi headed towards Zhang Li. He did not take out the human emperor's battle halberd. Although the halberd was powerful, it was useless if he could not hit it. As he retreated, Zhang Li opened his mouth and spat out a ball of white flames as he looked at the ball of evil thoughts that chased after him. The white flames collided with the black evil thoughts of all living beings and finally did not pass through it like before. He successfully scattered the evil thoughts and burned a large piece. Zhongli heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the ghost lantern cold flame did not let him down. The evil thought was formed from the remnant souls of all living beings and was still within the range of the ghost lantern cold flame. However, although the white cold flames could burn it, they could not ignite it. The evil thoughts that were scattered by the white flames split into 8 and continued to pursue Zhongli. He spat out 8 more balls of white flames before burning away all the evil thoughts chasing after him. A total of 9 balls of flames fused together, turning into a 9-headed snake. The huge snake formed from the ghost lantern cold flame pounced to the ground and began to stop the remaining evil thoughts from spreading. It pounced at them one by one. The 9 snake heads reached out to bite the evil thought chi balls or spit out fire pillars to burn it into nothingness. However, because the ghost lantern could not ignite evil thoughts, the speed of these chi balls was too fast. Before they could burn much, they had already spread out. Moreover, as long as any evil thoughts entered the ghost's body, it would completely turn evil. Not long after, under the full force of the ghost lantern cold flame, the hundreds of thousands of ghosts in the nearby area, including Zhongli's Yin soldiers, had actually been completely tainted. Therefore, the ghost lantern cold flame could only go from killing the evil thought chi balls to burning these ghosts. However, devouring these ghosts corroded by evil thoughts and the ghost lantern cold flame actually did not obtain much energy replenishment. With the cold characteristics of the ghost lantern, it could burn emotional obsessions. However, it could only burn. Those things could not be used as nutrients. As such, the most terrifying power of the flames was useless. Not only could burning these beliefs not become nutrients to strengthen the flames, but it also required the ghost lantern cold flame to expend its own energy. Moreover, the efficiency of exterminating evil thoughts was greatly reduced. It would have been fine if there were not many evil thoughts, but the accumulation of 200,000 years in the 9 provinces was clearly not small. Zhongli tried to kill those infected ghosts and see if he could eliminate the evil thoughts together. Unfortunately, after the evil ghost was killed, it would only transform into an even larger ball of evil thoughts and continue to spread out, becoming even harder to deal with. Young master, we can't let the evil thoughts spread. There are more wandering souls over there. Qin Shuman, who was flying in the air with Zhongli, provided another piece of bad news. Just burning this ball of evil thoughts would take an unknown amount of time to spread out and corrode many ghosts. Not to mention the evil thoughts of all living beings that were still surging up the bottomless pit. Even if this small ball spread out, he would have to spend a lot of effort to destroy it. This can't go on. There must be a way to deal with it. The ghost lantern cold flame was not good at range to begin with, so it was unable to stop the evil thoughts from spreading. Zhongli could only try the other abilities in his body. The 9 Nether Dao technique, the power of Azura, the liquor fire sword song, the frost chi, the dragon blood black-yellow flame, the anti-cultivation spiritual bead in his right eye, and the blood-colored gaze in his left eye. In order to stop the evil thoughts as much as possible, Zhongli immediately used all his abilities. He discovered that normal spell techniques were not really unable to cause damage to evil thoughts. It was just that the expenditure was too little and was really not obvious. However, after trying it out, he really made a discovery. Apart from the ghost lantern cold flame, the anti-cultivation domain released from his right eye could slow down the evil thoughts, but the range was limited to what he could see. The human fire in his body also had a certain effect of stopping the evil thoughts from approaching. However, up until now, he had still not found a method that could effectively eliminate evil thoughts like the ghost lantern cold flame. It was not until Qin Shuman beside her tentatively released an illusion technique that Zhongli realized that he had fallen into a mistake. Qin Shuman also wanted to help and cast her signature illusion technique. She condensed illusory balls of light and poured them down, enveloping the evil spirits below. She wanted to see if she could use an illusion technique to temporarily appease them. However, before they could see if it was effective, more evil thoughts swarmed over. Balls of evil thoughts rushed into the illusion ball of light. They twisted and easily shattered it before continuing to spread out. Although the illusions did not consume any evil thoughts, they seemed to be able to attract them. Zhang Li got Qin Shuman to throw a few illusion balls into the air. As expected, the nearby evil thoughts were still attracted and swarmed over. The female ghost Qin Shuman's illusion technique was formed with the Shu Mountain secret technique, the illusory art life record, as the core. It combined the two mountain illusion technique and Zhang Li's dream power. What could attract those evil thoughts? Also, why could these evil thoughts directly cross the village viewing platform? Zhang Li recalled the illusory life he had seen in his mind and the two mountain secret technique. 7-colored spiritual light continuously appeared in his mental world and quickly analyzed the mysteries within. Regardless of whether illusions were brilliant or not, their essence was mostly strong mental fluctuations stimulated by spiritual qi. Moreover, they often used beautiful emotions to lure their targets into an illusion. The evil thought itself was actually an extremely intense emotion. Zhang Li looked at the black balls below. Evil thoughts did not have intelligence, but they could quickly find their target. Moreover, individuals who had already been corroded by evil thoughts would not continue to be attacked. How did they find and identify the target? Perhaps it was the mental fluctuation emitted by every soul at all times. Give it a try. He took out a dream spirit pearl that had been used to seal immortal qi. Activated by spiritual qi, it emitted the dream power of billions of dead people. The evil thoughts that scattered everywhere below indeed sensed the emotions left behind by billions of the dead in the dream. They turned around from all directions and headed straight for the dream spirit pearl. 815 Time to unite, 1. The dream spirit pearl could indeed attract those evil thoughts. As long as there was a strong emotional fluctuation, even inanimate objects like artifacts or pure energy could attract those evil thoughts. Zhang Li recalled the village viewing platform. This netherworld building relied on the thoughts of the dead and the living to connect yin and yang and see everything in the 9 provinces. Those evil thoughts were half corporeal and half illusory to begin with. They were existences without substance and were between soul fragments and emotional energy. It was precisely because he was attracted by the intense longing that he followed the bridge of longing to the village viewing platform and crossed over as a passageway. To be able to use this method to guide the evil thoughts, although it was still unable to quickly eliminate them, it at least gave the continent of the 9 provinces a chance of survival. A moment later, a dream spirit pearl was completely corroded into black. Apart from brutality, uneasiness, hatred, and other deep evil thoughts, there were no other emotions. The surrounding evil thoughts also lost interest in this spiritual pearl. They turned their heads and continued to spread. Attack together. Put away this ball of evil thoughts first. At this moment, the other higher UPS of Fengde City who had already flown to Zhang Li's side and roughly understood the information attacked successively. Together with those who had just joined Fengde City, they pointed their fingers at their foreheads and drew out spiritual light that condensed into a white ball of light on their fingertips. This was formed by drawing out the power of their essence souls. If ordinary soul formation cultivators did this, it would naturally damage their cultivation. However, if it was an earth immortal who had condensed 3 flowers and above, as long as the expenditure of the essence soul power was less than 30 to 40% in a short period of time, it would quickly recover with the help of the 3 flowers above. They threw out the essence soul balls. The fluctuations of the essence soul of top-notch experts were more attractive to those evil thoughts than the condensation of the dream in tragic Death City. Coupled with the large ball of light that Zhang Li pulled out himself, 9 essence soul beads were thrown out together, finally attracting all the remaining evil thoughts. He threw the 9 originally pitch-black essence soul balls into the ghost lantern Cold Flame's mouth. After the snake swallowed the evil thoughts, it coiled up and refined the evil thoughts inside with all its might. Zhang Li originally wanted to throw the dream spirit pearl from before in to refine it. However, he suddenly thought of something and changed his mind, leaving this dangerous thing behind. He opened his mouth and spat out another ball of human fire, enveloping the dream spirit pearl before putting it away properly. After officially becoming the human emperor, Zhongli was finally qualified to use this holy flame of humanity. The human fire brought light to people and repelled all evil. It could prevent evil thoughts from approaching and use it to wrap the spirit pearl to prevent evil thoughts from breaking out. City Lord, can we use this method to deal with all the evil thoughts? Looking at the flaming snake coiled on the ground, everyone was not very confident. This efficiency was indeed much higher than chasing around and biting the evil chi bit by bit. However, the speed at which he refined the evil thought did not increase. It was clearly impossible to rely on the ghost lantern cold flame to stop this calamity. The 9 provinces were still in danger. Young master, after trying it out, I discovered that the evil thoughts of all living beings are not dependent on mental strength. The only things that can effectively gather and guide the evil thoughts are the essence soul energy, the power of the dream, and a complete soul. Currently, we can only condense 1 dream spirit pearl every 49 days. We only have 7 in total. As for the power of the essence soul, if we mobilize all the cultivators above the soul formation realm in Fengde City and even the eastern region to attack together, we can only create 30,000 per day without damaging our foundation. If we cooperate with the array formation and operate it properly, we should be able to temporarily restrain and attract the evil chi ball that's 300 times the size of the evil thought just now. However, that evil thought just now is probably nothing compared to everything. In other words, just the dead in tragic death city and the cultivators of the cultivation world of the eastern region were completely insufficient to create enough bait. Compared to the evil thoughts accumulated over 200,000 years, their hasty preparations were nothing. With Zhongli's current strength and the recovery effect of the netherworld merit green lotus, he should be able to create 10,000 more essence soul balls every day. However, compared to the upcoming calamity, it was still a drop in the bucket. Zhongli looked at the fortune teller beside him. Sir, can you calculate when the evil thoughts will appear? If there's no external influence, it will definitely appear in less than 3 days. Although Swan Benzheng wanted to stay a long time, he knew that would only make the situation worse. The evil thoughts were very fast. According to the distance below the village viewing platform, the time was very accurate. There are only 3 days left. Zhongli's expression became even more solemn. This would definitely not work. The warning of the merit golden lotus was a little late and not very strong. At that time, Zhongli was at a critical moment of his cultivation with Shen Shan Kai Hua. They were harmonious and it was difficult to separate yin and yang. Neither was willing to leave the other. Coupled with the delay, it wasted a lot of time. There were only 3 days left. He had to hurry up no matter what. This is the calamity of the entire 9 provinces. 816 Time to unite, 2. We can't just let our Fengde city and the eastern region endure it. It's time to use those top experts who have enjoyed the nourishment of the continent of the 9 provinces for thousands of years. Zhongli did not want to become enemies with the world because of this. However, under the calamity, the living beings of the 9 provinces should be more united no matter what. Swan Benzheng, I'll have to trouble you. Can you make divinations in the netherworld? Zhongli continued to ask. With such a divination master around, it would be a pity not to use him. The netherworld has the same origin as the continent of the 9 provinces. My divination will not be affected. All right, then please help me deduce the location of the other netherworld fragments. Zhongli's gaze burned as if he had already thought of a solution to this calamity. No problem. Human Emperor, you want to? The ghost lantern cold flame can devour a small number of evil thoughts, but it definitely can't deal with so many evil thoughts. At the end of the day, these evil thoughts of all living beings are still the residue of soul emotions. Their destination might be the reincarnation cycle of the netherworld. Since that evil thought was the result of not being received by the netherworld and not entering reincarnation, there was no harm in bringing them to the netherworld 200,000 years later. Perhaps at the end of the Yellow Spring Road, he could find a way to completely deal with them. As he spoke, Zhongli gave him another portion of the netherworld merit. The 9 provinces and the netherworld were 2 different worlds now. If he deduced the heavenly secrets in the netherworld, perhaps the merit in the continent of the 9 provinces would be useless. It was safer to use the netherworld merit to protect himself and things would be smoother. I see. Don't worry, human emperor. I'll definitely do my best. Swan Banzheng could not figure out how to resolve those evil thoughts too. Only then did he find Zhang Li, the person facing the calamity, and assisted him with all his might. He originally thought that he could only remind the human emperor and tell him the location of the calamity. However, after the merit given by the current human emperor suppressed the divine punishment, the promise of the last divination naturally did not count. He had been holding it in for more than 1,000 years. Now, he wished he could hold the tortoise shell in his hand and shake it more. Young master, I'll contact the forces of the eastern region and get them to cooperate fully. Knowing that time was tight, Qin Shuman was also a decisive person. She directly wanted to mobilize the entire region. Wait. However, Zhang Li hesitated before calling out to her. This matter can be handed over to the 3 divine pillars. There's something more important that you need to do. Zhang Li, who had finally made up his mind, opened the village viewing platform again. Qin Shuman left with the remaining 6 dream spirit pearls. Zhang Li gave her an extremely difficult mission. The responsibility she shouldered was unprecedented and time was tight. She could only brace herself and do her best. The Yin burial coffin also temporarily gave up on pulling this netherworld fragment. Instead, it went into the void with Swan Banzheng and searched for the path to the netherworld according to his calculations. With this person's ability, he would probably be able to find all the netherworld fragments soon. After arranging the missions here, Zhang Li brought his people back to the prosperous Ox continent. He had to go meet those guys who now controlled the continent of the 9 provinces. Fellow deists, that current human emperor is nothing much. He was only so domineering because he was lucky enough to find those huge balls of immortal qi. Otherwise, how can a mere ghost city lord suppress us? I believe everyone has already seen that the so-called human emperor is not our kind at all. He was only lucky enough to refine an immortal body in advance with the help of immortal qi. That's why he can control immortal qi. However, he hasn't really become an immortal. He's only half a step faster than us, yet he actually dares to call himself the human emperor. He's really a joke. Now, that arrogant guy is not around. Why don't we attack together and snatch the 4 balls of immortal spiritual qi? When we also have immortal qi, we can truly display everyone's ability. Why should we be afraid of him? Not long after Zhang Li and the others left, 2 groups of cultivators immediately gathered near the Thousand Hands divine statue. On one side, there were fewer people and they were generally younger. All of them had arrogant and unyielding expressions as they looked down on the world. However, they were also proud. Almost everyone had broken through to the earth immortal realm before they were 100 years old. Everyone grasped a powerful technique and their combat strength surpassed cultivators of the same level. They were the reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas in the continent of the 9 provinces. Zhang Li had once thought that they were rare existences, but he did not expect to use a few balls of immortal qi to fish out more than 200. Most of them were like Xu Shui, basically unable to retain their ancient memories. Most of the things about ancient times were sorted out from ancient books. They did not know which immortal gods they were the reincarnations of. Unless one was extremely lucky and found the ruins left behind by themselves in ancient times, they would know more than others. However, to ordinary cultivators, the little thing they left behind as reincarnations was already a terrifying foundation that was impossible to surpass. As long as they were given a chance to step onto the path of immortality, that would be a legendary story of a fish leaping over the dragon gate. It would make a generation sigh and regret being born in the same era as them. Talent, aptitude, and monstrous abilities. Even the stories circulating in the countryside did not dare to be so exaggerated. For example, if anyone saw Xu Shui's cultivation speed, wouldn't they be shocked to the point of despair? On the other side, there were more and more top-notch cultivators who were generally much older. They either had a long history or had fortuitous encounters. After thousands of years of hard work, they stood at the peak of the continent. All of them had extraordinary auras and exuded dignity. Originally, when these two groups of people were still scattered in the 9 provinces, the young experts and veteran experts still maintained friendly peace in their own territories. However, in their minds, these two groups looked down on each other. Therefore, after being attracted by Zhongli's immortal qi, this group of people slowly formed 2 factions. This was especially true for the reincarnated immortals and Buddhas. They felt as if they regretted not meeting their own kind sooner. Now, both sides were clearly targeting the 4 balls of immortal qi above. Zhongli did not expect this either. He originally wanted to attract these fellows over and try to recruit some of them through benefits. In the end, he did not succeed in recruiting them and even caused 2 loose alliances to form. Apart from not getting along with each other, they had a common goal, which was to become the strongest in the current 9 provinces. Those old fellows also want to compete with us. We don't have many people now, so we're not their match. However, when we obtain the immortal qi, the entire 9 provinces will be ours to decide. At that time, we'll collect the immortal qi of the world, fuse with the grotto heavens and blessed lands, and build a new immortal world that we can share. The few people in the lead spoke frankly and confidently, causing all the reincarnated immortals and Buddhas to feel greedy. They were already determined to obtain those few balls of immortal qi. Attack! Thousands of streaks of light rushed up at the same time. Under normal circumstances, they could not even deal with the wooden hand of the current human emperor. However, with more of them, under their respective abilities, several people could still break through the wooden hand. There were also a few reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas who had already grasped the immortal qi. They even erupted with powerful strength and could directly break through the 9 netherwoods hands by themselves. They were extremely powerful. In just 15 minutes, under their combined efforts, they had already broken more than 400 wooden palms. Almost half of them were already there. Seeing that victory was in sight, the few strongest people leading the way above suddenly slowed down and retreated to the back of the crowd. A reincarnated expert broke another wooden hand and looked up. His pupils constricted. The current human emperor had long been sitting on the shoulder, watching their performance with interest. At this moment, others also felt that something was amiss. In the next moment, an invincible pressure enveloped them from above. With just this, all the people with ill intentions below spat out blood. 817 Dream World, 1. You're a little too ruthless. Could it be that you want to kill us all? I admit that you are very strong. But does Fengdu City want to become enemies with the entire 9 provinces? Everyone felt a fatal danger when they were attacked by Zhongli's human emperor's aura. Their instincts told them that if the person above really wanted to kill them, he could do it. With the strength and status of these 3,000 plus people, they should have not felt this way for many, many years. Now, there were only a dozen or so people present who could still float in the air. Zhongli glanced at them and roughly knew their situation. Among these dozen or so guys, there were powerful demons who were not humans. They were either the reincarnation of an ancient immortal or Buddha, whose origin was not human. It was just like how the golden cicada had reincarnated as a human. Although he was human, he was actually still a golden cicada. Even if his reincarnation body would be suppressed by the human emperor, it would still be reduced to a certain extent. Coupled with the fact that their strength was indeed outstanding, they could persist in the air. However, that was all. It was impossible for them to resist or even counterattack. Ruthless? Where did that come from? With a thought from Zhongli, the pressure on his body doubled again, suppressing the 3,000 plus experts until they spat out blood again. Fortunately, he quickly weakened the pressure. Look, I held back. How can this be considered ruthless? In order to prove that he was gentle to others, Zhongli even specially let them feel a higher pressure. It was reasonable and convincing. Everyone revealed terrified expressions. How powerful was this person? He should not have become an immortal yet. Why was he so powerful that it did not make sense? Previously, they had thought that anyone below the immortal god realm who was as powerful as Ling Zuzi should have reached the peak. Even if that human emperor was stronger than Ling Zuzi, it would only be a little. Who would have thought that before this human emperor even attacked, he would completely wipe them out with just his aura? They were pressed to the ground and could not even move a finger. How could they have their usual dignity? A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. If you kill us, the 9 provinces will definitely not be controlled by a ferocious person like you forever. Our descendants will definitely avenge us. The person who spoke was the reincarnation of a rather unyielding immortal or Buddha. He was probably relying on the strength of his reincarnated soul to have an opportunity of making a comeback. That was why he was so arrogant. He used the entire continent of the 9 provinces to threaten Zhongli. It was somewhat effective because Zhongli still needed them. Looks like you've misunderstood me. This is not an insult. I'm just greeting everyone. In addition, if I really want to kill you all, this is how it should be. He closed his hands and opened them. Then, red and blue lights blossomed in his eyes. He glanced at the cultivator who had just spoken nonsense. The anti-cultivation domain and blood-colored gaze landed on him at the same time. Immediately, it was as if he had thrown an entire string of firecrackers into a feces pit. A series of spiritual chi blood fog erupted from that person's body, splashing the other experts lying around him all over their heads and faces. Who asked him to have immortal chi in his body? If he was targeted by the anti-cultivation spiritual bead, his outcome would be too miserable. When Zhongli put away the spiritual light, this person was already on the verge of death. Moreover, there were more than 100 blood-colored curses from the Azura world deeply rooted in his soul. This was a world-class curse that Zhongli had obtained from the Azura world. Even if he died, he would not be able to break free. When the other experts saw this scene, their fear towards Zhongli reached its peak in advance. They were no longer as arrogant as before. It was too easy. They had been defeated too easily. They lay there without any ability to resist. When one was only slightly stronger than others, perhaps others would be jealous, unconvinced, hateful, attack, or even slander them. However, when one was powerful enough and far surpassed others, they were so powerful that others did not even have the courage to be jealous. All that was left was to look up and have deep reverence. They would love, fear, and respect the strong. Even if you beat them up, they might still thank you for not killing them. Everyone present who had the heart of the strong naturally did not waver so easily. Therefore, in order to make them change their minds in the shortest time, Zhongli had to be more ruthless. However, he could not injure them too badly. Otherwise, they would not be able to play a role in the upcoming calamity. Controlling this limit was the hardest. Sure enough, after teaching them a lesson, Zhongli could clearly sense that most of the hostility these guys on the ground had towards him had disappeared. Compared to the previous confrontation, although they were pressed to the ground, the atmosphere was much more harmonious now. I was joking to ease the atmosphere. I believe everyone already roughly knows who I am. I've inherited the position of the current human emperor. As for my strength, I'm slightly ahead of everyone. I offended you just now. I believe everyone won't fuss about this small matter. I used the immortal spiritual chi to guide you to the prosperous Ox continent, not to harm you. It's to save you and the continent of the 9 provinces. After establishing his might, Zhongli put away his pressure and seized the time to talk business. However, in this world, there were always some guys who did not understand the situation and liked to jump out to cause trouble. 818 Dream World, 2. Humph. You want to save the 9 provinces? What a joke. You injured all of us. This is how you are. Bang. Bang. Bang! 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 A fellow with a foul mouth had just gotten up from the ground and wanted to expose Zhang Li's plot in public. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhang Li glared at him again. Another series of blood fog erupted from his body. The Dao body could not withstand it and collapsed, dying. Only an essence soul escaped, wanting to run 1,000 miles away. However, how could it be so simple in front of Zhang Li, who cultivated the 9 Nether Dao scripture? Zhang Li stretched out his hand and grabbed it. He held it in his hand and did not have the slightest hope of escaping. It seems that this friend is very wise and has already understood my good intentions. I'm very gratified. Zhang Li's thunderous methods once again caused the malice of the many experts below to dissipate greatly. At this moment, they still dared to have bad thoughts. Did they want to die? They would obediently stay where they were and see how this human emperor wanted to save them. Next, please don't resist. I have something to tell you. Zhang Li saw that everyone had already calmed down and was willing to listen to him. He immediately used his dream ability to envelop all the experts present. The strength of the dream was not high, and it only depended on whether they had the courage to reject Zhang Li's dream. The 3,000 plus experts hesitated before entering his dream under Zhang Li's gaze. However, they also consciously held back and brought along a portion of the power of their essence souls. If there was any trap, they could cut off the connection and protect themselves. After entering the dream, everyone was surprised to discover that they were in a chaotic and misty space. They had never seen the surrounding chaotic energy, but it did not stop them from feeling that it was mysterious and powerful, as if it was the origin of everything. If they could comprehend it here for a long time, even they would benefit greatly. The human emperor was standing in front of them and waiting silently. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, Zhang Li opened his eyes. Now, everyone is here. Then let's begin. Then, the great ultimate stone disc appeared between Zhang Li's brows, and he stretched out his finger and drew forward. In the next moment, chaos separated and created everything in the world. A huge square world appeared below them. The great scene that was like the creation of the world was shocking even in a dream. Then let me introduce the continent we're on now. Zhang Li pushed his hands forward and immediately saw the light. The thick clouds that were originally floating above the world separated, revealing the immortal chi-filled sea and land below. There are only 4 continents. No, could this be the ancient world? The group of people present were the most familiar with the history of the world. After being stunned, they quickly reacted. Many of the reincarnated immortals and Buddhas felt an inexplicable familiarity. Zhang Li did not speak. With another wave of his hand, another overlapping space appeared in everyone's vision. Inside, there was a long and dark land floating. That's the netherworld back then, right? With their realms, it was naturally very simple for them to understand the overlapping space. From the aura of the long and narrow continent, they recognized it as the netherworld. Although they did not understand what Zhang Li wanted to say, they still continued to watch. In his dream, the current human emperor was like a god of creation. He reached out and emitted specks of spiritual light. The spiritual light landed on the ground and turned into all living beings. The simulation speed was very fast. A large number of those creatures were instantly killed. Their souls fell into the netherworld and walked from head to toe before reincarnating. Is this the reincarnation mentioned in the ancient books? There's the next life after death. How magical! The simple cycle that Zhang Li simulated broadened the horizons of more than 3,000 experts. Now, let's extract the spiritual qi. He moved again and reached down. The spiritual qi that filled the continent immediately disappeared. A sudden change occurred. The netherworld and the continent of the 9 provinces separated further and further. The path between the continent of the 9 provinces and the netherworld also collapsed and slowly evolved into the current 9 provinces. The experts who were staring at the evolution of heaven and earth suddenly noticed something else. They were all curious. Without territory, what should they do with the souls of all living beings? That was because Zhongli had deliberately increased the light dot that represented the soul. It was difficult for them not to notice it. Under Zhongli's intense demonstration, they quickly saw the location of the ruins of End. At first, they did not feel anything, but as time passed, the thing in the ruins of End below the continent of the 9 provinces began to emit an aura that made people increasingly uneasy. It was not until 200,000 years later that the spiritual qi resurged. The evil thoughts below had already accumulated to an astonishing extent. Then, the deduction of time began to slow down. A terrifying flesh and blood calamity suddenly erupted in one of the 9 provinces. Only then did everyone know that time had already returned to the present. Then, in the prosperous Ox continent, a war that shocked the entire world erupted between 2 sides. That was something they had sensed from afar. With a gesture from Zhongli, the prosperous Ox ship enlarged in their eyes, and a strange huge egg formed here. Then, it fell into the ruins of End below the continent of the 9 provinces in a bolt of lightning. 819 Dream World, 3. A moment later, a strand of immortal qi was born in the huge egg. As a result, other places in the continent of the 9 provinces began to produce immortal qi one after another. The others were shocked. So this was how the first strand of immortal qi came about. If this human emperor did not lie to them, then there was too much information in this dream. What was that huge egg? Look! Before they could think about anything else, the huge evil qi that they had been concerned about for a long time was actually alarmed by the immortal qi that appeared in the ruins of End. After 200,000 years, it had actually found a passageway to escape the ruins of End. It was surging towards the ground through an almost straight passageway at an extremely fast speed. It was not until it was very close to the exit that the dream deduction stopped. This meant that the time had overlapped with the present. In a short period of time, they seemed to have witnessed the rise and fall of the world for 200,000 years. Could that evil thought be true? They still found it hard to believe. This was similar to someone suddenly beating you up and telling you that an asteroid was about to hit Earth. It was not so easy to accept reality. Everything you saw just now is true. I used my immortal qi to attract you here for this. As for the power of that evil thought, everyone can feel it first. In order to make these guys cooperate, the current human emperor had spent a lot of effort. He took out the dream spirit pearl and controlled the human fire to make a small hole in it. Surging evil thoughts immediately surged out. Everyone felt the evil thought at a close distance and believed it. Then, they displayed their abilities and used various profound methods to try and eliminate the evil thoughts. However, their methods were almost useless against the evil thoughts. Their essence souls were actually unable to resist the invasion of the evil thoughts. Some of them reacted slowly and were caught up by evil thoughts. They could only quickly remove this portion of their essence soul and leave the dream. Only a few had the ability to make Zhongli feel surprised. A few of them possessed some kind of magical cleansing method. They could either protect themselves or purify a small number of evil thoughts. Soon, after most of the experts had no choice but to leave because of the overwhelming evil thoughts, Zhongli waved his hand and ended this dream. Everyone woke up almost at the same time. Because time was tight now, the tassels in the dream were clearly much faster than in reality. Using this method could let them know the current situation and be more convenient and direct. The continent of the 9 provinces is about to face a calamity. An immortal embryo that has already been tainted by evil thoughts can give birth to a ferocious god of destruction at any time. There's also a ball of evil thoughts that can turn the entire 9 provinces into a scene of hell. It's an inhuman evil thought. That's why I need your help here. My hall masters will explain to you in detail what to do later. If you still don't believe this, follow me. As soon as Zhongli finished speaking, he transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the bottomless pit. The more than 3,000 experts of the 9 provinces continent were silent for a moment before deciding to follow. This was because they temporarily could not think of a reason for Zhongli to go through so much trouble to deceive them. If he really wanted to rule the world, wouldn't it be more convenient to imprison or kill all of them? Could it be that the calamity was real? 820 Khanate Metal, 1. Everyone was a top expert in this world. Zhongli had not injured the 3 flowers or 5 qi in their chests. It was just a little injury on their Dao bodies, so it was not a problem for them. With the top escape speed in the world, they quickly arrived above the bottomless pit. The current human emperor stepped on the surface of the Black Sea. The originally surging waves seemed to be afraid of him and calmed down. Then, Zhongli stretched out his hand and pressed down. Endless cold qi surged out from his hand. The power of the polar cold current with the water attribute immortal qi was already incomparable. The white frost that could freeze one's heart with a single glance spread out with Zhongli's feet as the center, and it had already frozen the entire sea in the blink of an eye. If no mighty figure dispersed this cold qi, it would probably stay here for 1,000 years without dissipating. This vast sea area would also become a 1,000-year-old ice plain. It was unknown how long it would take for those few local creatures who might not have died to adapt to the environment again. Bang! In the distance, the ice suddenly exploded. A large jellyfish covered in frostbite crawled up from under the ice angrily. The circle of poisonous blue patterns on its body turned red at this moment, representing the anger of the jellyfish. Recently, this overlord of the sea had first been woken up by someone, and then it was sent flying into the sky along with the seabed. Not only did it faint from anger, but it also could not find the culprit. Not long after, someone came to freeze the entire sea. Did they think that it, a dignified overlord of the sea, was easy to bully? The jellyfish king was going to kill all the creatures that appeared in front of it today. Then, the current human emperor glared coldly. The jellyfish suddenly stopped waving its tentacles. The red circular stripes on its body instantly turned pale. For some reason, it suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with being cold. It obediently retreated to the bottom of the hole and did not forget to pull out a few large ice blocks to block the original hole. It decisively pretended to be dead under the ice. Zhongli did not have the time to care about it. With a step on the ice, under his precise control, a circle of cracks began to extend from his feet, quickly drawing a huge circle. Then, he reached out and stabbed into the crack below. With a sudden push, the ice that covered the sky was thrown into the air. After drawing an arc, it smashed down. It happened to land beside the plate that Zhongli had blown away earlier. It formed 2 huge islands with very similar shapes. With such a huge move, other experts might be able to work together and spend more time. However, it was far from easy. The worrying bottomless pit was also exposed before their eyes. Everyone, be careful. Once you're corroded by the evil qi, there's no good solution. With this reminder, Zhongli jumped into the bottomless pit first. Without the obstruction of the deep sea water, the speed became faster. This time, when he encountered chaotic space, he could casually break it. The path ahead became smooth. With their speed, they could cross a long distance in every breath. Even if it was the bottomless pit, in terms of distance, it could only stop them for a limited time before they reached the ruins of End. After dripping for a certain depth, Zhongli suddenly raised his palm, and the 3,000 plus streaks of light stopped abruptly. Then, bright balls of light were condensed and thrown down. While illuminating the deep bottomless pit, those balls of light were also a practical probing spell. Everything that the light shone on for 2 days was reflected and displayed on a spirit pearl medium. Something's coming. The spirit pearls in their hands were extinguished one after another. Deep underground, the surrounding atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Soon, the faint light spots below were completely swallowed by something. Don't use your essence soul to investigate. Prepare your escape technique and be ready to retreat at any time. The evil thoughts of all living beings could surge over along the village viewing platform. If he used his essence soul to investigate, when the news came back, the evil thoughts would probably enter the sea of consciousness together. It was courting death. He had already told everyone about this before. Now, he patiently reminded them again. Everyone followed his instructions and flew away, waiting nervously. 3 breaths later, something that was even more uneasy than darkness finally appeared before everyone. It's here. Retreat. As if sensing its target, the speed of the evil thoughts suddenly increased. A few experts with slightly slower speeds were almost swept into it. Luckily, Zhongli still pulled them away in time. Is this the evil thought? With its speed, we won't be able to do anything. Before we're ready, more than 90% of the lives in the continent of the 9 provinces will probably be polluted into crazy evil beings. No, there's no time. Calamity. It's really a calamity. Seeing the real thing, these guys finally believed the demonstration Zhongli had given them in the dream. However, the terrible situation made all of them feel heavy and depressed. This calamity was definitely a trial that the continent of the 9 provinces had to face to return to the era of abundant immortal qi. It would definitely sweep through the world and kill countless people. They were already considering where to run and take refuge. It was a wiser choice in their perspective. 821 Khanate Metal, 2. An uninhabited heavenly mountain? An island floating overseas? High in cold clouds? Or an empty cave under the ground? Only in a kind of extreme place could one avoid the harassment of evil thoughts. They could not bring too many people. Otherwise, if they attracted evil thoughts, everyone would be finished. In the blink of an eye, they had already planned more than 100 ways to survive the apocalypse. Most people gave up resisting immediately. However, they immediately sensed a terrifying domain erupting below them. Under the envelopment of the domain, the speed of the surging evil thoughts suddenly slowed down, becoming less than a tenth of their original speed. It was the current human emperor who had used the anti-cultivation spiritual bead of the Nuba's eye. The anti-cultivation domain could slow down the speed of evil thoughts. This was the information he had learned during the test. At this moment, it was very useful. I, Zhongli, will block the evil thoughts here. I hope that everyone can cooperate and save the 9 provinces together. In addition, at this critical moment of life and death, I hope everyone doesn't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, my Fengde city will immediately retreat. You should know that Fengde city is in the netherworld. Zhongli took on the most important and difficult mission alone. Letting the 3,000 experts mobilize the cultivators of the 9 provinces to cooperate with the logistics was already benevolent. Everyone had their own thoughts. Even now, this kind of life and death situation was no exception. Even at this moment, Zhongli believed that at least more than half of them in this group had the intention of resisting on the surface and exhausting their opponents, or even stabbing them in the back. This was the nature of humans, not to mention that these people in power in the continent of the 9 provinces had the attributes of politicians to begin with. It was better not to expect them to have a conscience. Zhongli could only use the most direct method to explain the consequences to them. The continent of the 9 provinces was the continent of everyone, not just the human emperor. Under the calamity, if they dared not help, he would not bother with them anymore. At that time, they would part ways. Fengde city turned around and killed all these guys first. Then, they brought all the people they could and ran to the netherworld to hide. Currently, he was already modifying the internal structure of the coffin. They separated the vast and empty space and used it to rise from the ground to the high-rise building in the dome, using the space as much as possible. It was definitely not a problem to contain a few trillion people. He would modify the netherworld environment on the yang side of the Baekhyun mountain. It could also allow some of the more tenacious humans to barely live. Under Qin Schumann's calculations, if Fengde city used its full strength, it could roughly take away and raise the population of 1 to 2 large provinces other than the prosperous Ox continent. Although the loss was huge, it was still acceptable. At most, they would wait for hundreds or thousands of years. After the evil qi in the continent of the 9 provinces dissipated, they would move back. As long as they reproduced for a few generations, the 9 provinces would regain their vitality. The calamity here was too terrifying. If he could not do it, he would not sacrifice his own benefits. He had already prepared for the worst and would really do this. As if they had heard Zhang Li's determination, the 3,000 experts more or less put away some of their bad thoughts. He flew out of the bottomless pit with the 3 hall masters and 4 merit ministers of Fengdu city. The matters above had already been arranged properly, and his subordinates were quite capable. The plan depended on the person. All Zhang Li could do now was try his best to stall for time alone. With this time, I can probably last 33 days. It's time to find something to do. With a thought from Zhang Li, a circular hole immediately appeared in front of him. One could see that there were birds and flowers inside. A large area of golden rice spread out on the vast rice field. At a glance, there was no end to it. The space that appeared in front of Zhang Li was the interior of the current Yin burial coffin. Not long ago, the Yin burial coffin had pulled out a netherworld fragment alone to connect it. Without a doubt, it had also obtained the reward of the netherworld merit. The total amount was much more than Zhang Li's green lotus. With the help of the merit, its artifact grade increased again. Now, it had already reached the medium grade heaven rank super artifact. At the same time, there was an additional function. In the future, no matter where the coffin was, Zhang Li could open the space connected to it at any time. He could directly enter or easily take items from the coffin. Finally, there was no need to use other storage artifacts to temporarily replace it. After taking something out of the coffin space, a golden soft rope that was tied into a ball appeared in Zhang Li's hand. It was the top-notch ancient immortal artifact, the immortal binding rope, that Zhang Li had snatched from Zhang Zia earlier. Zhang Zia used the Fire Cloud Cave, the holy land of the human race, to leave behind many things from ancient times. However, other than the apricot yellow flag, one of the Khanate 5-direction flags, this rope was undoubtedly the strongest. This immortal binding rope was once the treasure of one of the 12 golden immortals of Chan School, Juliusun. After activating it, it could automatically bind the enemy. Anyone below the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm would be captured. In the Divine Investiture battle, it was considered a brilliant artifact. Its name was known by many people. However, this immortal binding rope was not one, but a pair. The other was called the Flashing Metal Rope. It was the belt of the Grand Pure One, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Tushita Palace. He had once brought considerable trouble to the Stone Monkey during the calamity of the journey to the west. Therefore, it could be seen that this immortal binding rope should have originally belonged to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. However, he gave it to Juliusun later on. Initially, they were given to these 2 disciples by the Dao ancestor, Hongjun. These 2 ropes were actually 2 Khanate golden threads that swam in the chaos. They were found and refined by the Dao ancestor. Now, one had fallen into his hands. The lifespan of this rope had reached its end. Zhang Li opened his mouth. One of his canine teeth was different from the others, and it emitted a jade-like emerald luster. This was not because his teeth were stained with vegetable leaves. It was because this tooth was the remains of Daoist Jade Cauldron, the tooth of Pangu, the creator of the world. It was refined by him and fused into his body as a tooth. This emerald tooth was also the hardest part of his body. As Zhang Li used the anti-cultivation domain to slow down the evil thoughts below, he bit the end of the immortal binding rope. Even under the circumstances of severe damage, it was extremely difficult for Zhang Li to damage the immortal binding rope. Fortunately, this tooth saved him a lot of trouble. As the jade-like tooth stabbed into the immortal binding rope, he activated the spirit essence absorption. The pitiful rope ball shook, but it was still unable to resist Zhang Li's spirit essence absorption. Threads of golden threads were pulled out and put into the Qi purple mansion. The 5 elements Qi of metal. During this period of time, Zhongli discovered that he was unable to refine this rope no matter what. He already had 2 dragon imprisoning lock, so he did not especially need such an artifact with repeated functions. He might as well extract its connate metal today as one of the 5 qi in his chest. This was also one of the few qi that could compare to the Nuwa Earth Mother qi. Time passed just like that. In the outside world, the 3 million wood dragons and 90 million yin soldiers of Fengde City covered the 9 provinces. Under their supervision, most forces accepted the uniform arrangement. All cultivators above the soul formation realm, be it rogue cultivators or sects, had to squeeze their essence souls every day to condense a large number of essence soul balls. Cultivators and commoners below the soul formation realm had to join the dream world. Each person would immerse themselves in the dream for at least 16 hours a day to contribute their dream and emotional strength. In the location of the village viewing platform in the netherworld, a huge building was temporarily built. Inside, there were a large number of ghosts imprisoned. Qin Schumann was presiding over them and doing some kind of experiment. 822 Evil Thought Vaccine 1. Sir Holy Spirit, thank you for your trouble. The curled-up white flaming 9-headed snake opened its eyes. One of the snake heads opened its mouth and spat out an essence soul ball that was already half refined. Due to the burning of the ghost lantern cold flame, this originally pitch-black ball of light already looked a little white. The evil thoughts inside were no longer as active as before. The black ball of air slowly swam inside, looking a little harmless. Without wasting any time, the ghost lantern Holy Spirit skillfully swallowed another ball of light. It closed its eyes again and ignored everything outside, continuing to focus on refining the evil thoughts. Qin Schumann took 2 steps back and did not receive the ball of light. Instead, it was Ling Zuzi who stood at the side and stepped forward. He used a clamp to carefully pick up the ball of light and sent it to a long table enveloped by the highest level mental protective array formation. Behind the long table, an armored troll girl was facing a small crystal bottle. She used a Buddhist relic to slowly stimulate the wisp of black qi inside. This was an evil pipa string condensed from the talent divine art of the pipa woman. Compared to normal evil thoughts that could be seen but not touched, after condensing into a physical body, it was more convenient to test. Behind this armored troll stood another young monk in white monk robes with an incomplete leg. The Northern Profound Hall Master, Chu Shui, emitted a circle of Buddhist light that enveloped the foreign girl in front of him at all times, protecting her from any harm. The Vice City Lord of Fengde City planned and the 3 Hall Masters acted as assistants. In fact, the current human emperor, the strongest person in the 9 provinces, was doing his best to stall for time for her. In the current continent of the 9 provinces, the 5 strongest and most powerful people could be said to be serving her. Apart from her, there had never been such treatment. In their eyes, the strength of this armored troll girl could only be considered low. At most, she was only equivalent to a human soul formation cultivator. Moreover, she was not good at fighting and did not even master a decent domain. With such a contrast, it could only be said that this armored troll girl had some important value other than her strength. Miss Fran, according to the requirements, after 6 hours of ghost lantern cold flame, 4 hours of Buddhist light, and an hour of human fire, this experimental sample will be purified. On the way, I gradually added 49 portions of the inert sand powder. Qin Schumann reported the experiment process one by one. After this period of support, she also learned many things. Many words that she had never heard of before were clearly written. Behind the long table, Galen Frown nodded and began to use her exclusive solution to dissolve the evil thoughts in the essence soul divine light ball. In the current continent of the 9 provinces, only that strange doctor, Galen Frown, could receive the highest treatment in Fengde City. Although her strength was low and she was still the mortal enemy of the human race, her mind contained knowledge that could overturn the world. The shocking achievements of creating a flesh and blood calamity and destroying the prosperous Ox continent and the armored trolls proved her value. No one could ignore this foreign girl. Now, if he wanted to deal with the calamity and save the world, Zhang Li had to rely on her knowledge. After Galanfran heard all the information about the evil thoughts, she quickly suggested. She wanted to create a vaccine for evil thoughts. Experiment number 103, the intensity of the evil thoughts has decreased to level 5. It has met the living test criteria. After completely dissolving this evil thought into liquid and testing it, Fran grabbed another rabbit and approached the evil thought solution. The solution was attracted and slowly crawled towards the rabbit. However, as long as there was any obstruction ahead, it would be unable to advance. After multiple deaths, the sample evil thought will become inert, lose its ability to fly, and spread air. Its crawling speed will be slow. Conducting living test now. Fran picked up a needle and dipped it into the black solution before stabbing it into the rabbit's body. After the evil thought entered its body, the rabbit quickly became manic. The 4 rabbit legs kept kicking, twisting its body to desperately bite Galanfran, who was grabbing it. Fran ignored it and placed it back in the cage. Then, she did the same experiment on the 100 rabbits behind. Behind them were batches of small animals that had also been injected with different degrees of evil thoughts. However, most of them had already turned evil, and some had directly died. After waiting for another 6 hours, the experiment results were out. 3 of the rabbits in this batch had died. Apart from that, most of the other rabbits had already calmed down, although they still looked irritable and aggressive. However, after putting a few together, they did not fight to the death. In fact, every creature and human had evil thoughts in their bodies. As long as they controlled the evil thoughts to a certain extent and kept them within the range of rationality, it would not affect them much. One of the rabbits that had captured this batch was killed. They watched as the rabbit's weak soul left its body. Apart from being slightly irritable, the small soul did not have any evil thoughts. After a series of flames, this evil thought had already lost the effect of corroding the soul and replicating endlessly. Fran grabbed a few more rabbits and injected a stronger evil thought into them. 823 Evil Thought Vaccine 2. These rabbits only seemed a little irritable and did not act crazily like before. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. The weak soul had actually developed a certain resistance to these evil thoughts. A month later, the calamity would arrive. Even if they had the escape route of Fengde City, as the subordinates of the human emperor, they had been nurtured by Zhang Li for many years. It made them feel a sense of responsibility towards the world. They seized every minute and second to conduct experiments. Now, they finally had huge gains. At least they did not disappoint City Lord Jiang's trust in them. Perhaps it was also because the human emperor was alive and had combined the providence of the people of the world that he could obtain a breakthrough in a short period of time. The mortality rate of the first phase of the experiment is 3%. The anti-poison program has been approved. The resistance to low-purity evil thoughts has increased. Now, we are going through the initial evil thought induction test. Such a small rabbit only had a 3% mortality rate. The mortality rate of the larger and more rational humans could be reduced to a completely acceptable level with the help of some simple medicine. The last and most important test. It had to be done in the empty netherworld outside. In this area, the netherworld fragment where the village viewing platform was located had already been emptied by the Yin soldiers of Fengde City. Not a single ghost was released. In the center of the empty and lonely wasteland, Qin Shuman put down a dream spirit pearl that was filled with evil thoughts. After retreating far away and hiding in the earth treasury Buddha light, he remotely undid the seal of the human fire left behind by Zhang Li. A ball of evil thoughts immediately appeared. However, there was not a single living thing or soul within 1,000 miles that could be its target. The evil thought could only float on the spot and not move. At this moment, 1,000 miles away, Galanfran threw down a wooden puppet carriage. This wooden puppet carriage did not need to be controlled by anyone. It could also think of its own goal and advance. It could easily cross many obstacles, and its speed was equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. What was on the wooden carriage was none other than the 50 rabbits going towards the ball of evil thoughts. If it was not for the fact that they had been injected with evil thoughts through the experiment, not to mention 50, as long as 10 gathered, they could be sensed by the evil thoughts from 500 kilometers away. However, Zhongli had noticed earlier that the evil thought would not attack the individual who had already been infected by it. At that time, he thought that he could try his best in this aspect. In fact, they did not expect that they could create something that could directly resist the evil thoughts of all living beings in a short period of time, or rather, give them 100 years. Even among the many experts in the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, only a few could face the evil thoughts. They relied on extremely special divine arts and secret techniques or spiritual talent. If he wanted ordinary people to resist, he had to revive Daji and share her 9 tails flesh with others. However, with her slender figure, even so, how many people could she save? Therefore, this was not considered from the beginning. Instead, he planned to use the characteristics of the evil thoughts of all living beings to infuse the evil thoughts that had been eliminated into the human body to weaken the range of perception. Now, it seemed that the results were not bad. As the wooden puppet carriage continued to approach, the evil thoughts still did not move. This made everyone's mood rise. It was not until the two were only 5 miles away that it finally triggered the reaction of the evil thought chi balls. It pounced over and swallowed all 50 rabbits. 5 miles. This was already quite a pleasant surprise. With the vastness of the continent of the 9 provinces, as long as he planted this evil thought vaccine on a large scale, he could make the evil thoughts unable to find the gathering of humans far away. This would definitely save the lives of countless living beings. After Gallenfrau nodded to express her approval, Qin Schumann immediately ordered. There are still 16 days left. Mass production. In 3 days, we'll start a comprehensive vaccination through the Dream Realm and the Golden Rice. We can't let go of any target. I strictly order all the forces of the 9 provinces to cooperate. If there are any who resist, Miss Fran still lacks many test subjects. 33 days passed in a flash. Under the bottomless pit, this was the first time Zhongli had maintained it for so long without blinking. If not for the fact that this right eye came from the drought goddess, Nuba, and was not afraid of going dry, Zhongli would really face some difficulties. The immortal binding rope in his mouth had already become dim. As the last trace of connate metal was absorbed into Zhongli's body by the spirit essence absorption, this ancient immortal artifact completely lost its final strength and shattered into dust that scattered with the wind. However, at this moment, the light of the sun had already appeared behind him. After 33 days, he had finally reached the end of the bottomless pit. As if sensing the world outside the cave that carried their endless hatred, the evil thought erupted with an even crazier speed. The evil thoughts behind pushed the evil thoughts in front and swept forward. Even Zhongli's anti-cultivation domain could not suppress them anymore. He simply put away the anti-cultivation domain and turned around to accelerate upwards. Above the bottomless pit, it was still deathly pale. On the vast ice plain, there was no vitality. The huge jellyfish from before had already been released to other seas. In order to prevent the surrounding creatures from attracting and spreading evil thoughts, the 3 million dragons that Zhongli had awakened attacked. After clearing the area around the bottomless pit, there were 1 million miles of sea. They chased away all that they could and killed all that they could not. Not even a shrimp or conch was left. Only the dragon race could do this. If it was any other expert faction in the continent of the 9 provinces, it was rare for them to reach the bottom of the sea. It was even more impossible to empty all the sea creatures. At this moment, there was only a dream ball that emitted the light of all living beings' emotions waiting for Zhongli above. Inside were all the human dreams and essence souls of cultivators that had accumulated during this period of time. Even the current Zhongli was surprised by the deep and heavy feeling. Was this the accumulated power? Excluding the time it took to mobilize them, it took less than a month. The accumulated dream emotions were definitely more than 1,000 years of effort from tragic Death City. Follow me. I'll bring you home. When the human emperor's golden blood in Zhongli's third jade cauldron entered his mouth, the power of the three continents' humans returned to him. He raised his hand and pushed the huge ball of light upwards, immediately rolling in the air. The ball of light rolled past as if it was suppressing a mark in an invisible space, leaving behind a path of light condensed from the various forms of living beings. The dense power of emotions recorded the lives of countless humans. With every step he took, he could see thousands of lights and the rise and fall of the 100 races. All forms of life in the 9 provinces were included. The long era of humanity appeared under his feet. This was the human emperor's divine art. The 9 provinces' human path. This was the first divine art that Zhongli comprehended after he truly became the human emperor. It was not one of the 5 elements and was purely pushed by the power of the human emperor. The original version was the long passageway in the fire cloud cave that recorded all the history since the birth of the human race and would continue to grow as the human race continued to reproduce. Zhongli created this divine art according to his comprehension and the ability of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to observe the voices of all living beings in the world. At this moment, he had gathered the power of the human emperor of the 3 continents and the dream realm of the 9 provinces. Once he used it, the seemingly beautiful path of light was actually extremely terrifying. At the very least, Zhongli himself was terrified when he saw it. If it was not him who activated this technique, then once he stepped on the path of light, even the current Zhongli could only be trapped to death inside. Even if there were 17 or 18 immortals, once they were trapped in this path, they would still die. At this moment, there were naturally no other immortals who could be used to guide the evil thoughts of all living beings in the world. As if endless evil thoughts chased after Zhongli who was pushing the ball of light, they surged into the path of light, and then they followed him into the gate of hell that was opened to the greatest extent. 824 Evil Dog Ridge 1. Level 3 Evil Thought Alarm. In the western region of the northern continent, in the Taihugao Mountains Jixiang County, evil thoughts have invaded. 360,000 mortals have undergone an evil transformation. Currently, the entire city is being massacred. There are 143 local cultivators. They are infected to varying degrees. In the netherworld, in Fengde Ghost City, 8 emergency halls were temporarily built. Every hall represented a large continent other than the prosperous Ox continent. In every hall, there were wooden chairs and long tables. They stretched out in rows. The number of seats was at least 200,000. There was a wooden tablet placed in every position. On the wooden tablet were the names of famous sects in the continent of the 9 provinces. At this moment, there were no empty seats. A voice sounded from above. Where is the main sect in charge of the Taihugao Mountain? I'm the representative of the Heavenly Wave Manor. I'm currently in charge of the Taihugao Mountain. One person in the dense crowd stood up. All right, bring your people and rush to the Taihugao Mountain as soon as possible. Activate the first level plan within 5,000 miles of Jixiang County. Send 3,000 people to deal with it urgently and isolate them on the spot. Ensure there are at least 100,000 people intact. We'll implement an isolation system in Taihugao Mountain. We'll eliminate all possibility of transmission. Take this token and collect the supplies. A wooden token flew over and landed in the hands of the Heavenly Wave Manor's sect master. I'll complete the mission with my life. After exhaling, the sect master did not say anything and directly transformed into a stream of light to leave. After receiving the supplies in Fengde City, there was still the gate of hell to send him back. Now was the critical moment. At night, countless people would suffer calamity. Level 4 Evil Thought Alarm. The invasion of evil thoughts was discovered in the eastern region of the Set Reed continent, the Korean Sea, and the Equan archipelago. Level 3 Evil Thought Alarm. The Southern View continent, the Central region, the Prosperous Mountain, the Great Lake, and the Banishment Kingdom. Unquestionable orders were given. Be it willing or unwilling, all the local sects and forces had to cooperate with Fengde City's operation. This was because the evil thoughts of all living beings were coming aggressively. Once there was a mistake in a place, the calamity would immediately swell 10 or 100 times. In front of the calamity, there was no room for luck. The Black Sea, where the bottomless pit was. 200,000 years of evil thoughts surged out like pillars. Under the premise that there was no vitality in an area of 500,000 kilometers, Zhongli used the dream realm of the humans of the 9 provinces to execute the divine art, the 9 provinces human path. Most of the evil thoughts of living beings were guided by emotional power and surged over. However, it was too huge. There were still a few scattered evil thoughts that were flung out from the torrent. The ghost lantern cold flame that was constantly guarding the side would transform into a 9-headed snake and devour it. If Zhongli was given another year, no, even 3 months to prepare, he was also confident that he could safely survive this calamity. Unfortunately, time was still a little tight. In 33 days, there was not even time to test and enter mass production. They also had to mobilize and control the extremely huge continent of the 9 provinces, where there were countless large and small forces. The essence soul of a cultivator in time was as fast as lightning. They had a photographic memory and could not forget anything. There was too little time and manpower. It was not until the ball of evil thoughts rushed out of the bottomless pit that the vaccine prepared by Fengdu City was far from enough to distribute to every mortal and cultivator in the 9 provinces. They could only prioritize the humans who were close to the calamity and gradually push them away. Apart from that, there was another huge problem. Zhongli had convinced the 3,000 plus experts in the prosperous Ox continent with his virtue. They led the way and continued to work on preventing disasters. However, these 3,000 experts only accounted for 70% of the experts in the continent of the 9 provinces. Not everyone would be attracted by the immortal qi. At the same time, the continent of the 9 provinces was still too big. With the network established by these forces, they still could not cover every place. Just like the previously remote Great Mountain region, they rarely interacted with the outside world and lived their own lives behind closed doors. In the cultivation world of the eastern region, not many people knew that such a place existed. The Divine Judgment Hall did not care about them at all. There were simply too many such places in the 9 provinces. It was impossible to manage all of them in a short period of time. In order to mobilize the large and small forces of the continent of the 9 provinces, including mortals and commoners, the people of Fengdu Ghost City were extremely nervous. Although he had already done his best, it was still very difficult to completely spread it out in a short month. The humans living in those corners would become the source of these living beings' evil thoughts. They attracted evil thoughts. Once they spread, it would cause other places to suffer. More than 99% of the evil thoughts were lured away by Zhongli. Less than 1 in 100,000 evil thoughts would dissipate for various reasons. Then, the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame blocked it. The Ghost Lantern Cold Flame's ability was limited. Those that got through were blocked by Chu Shui and a few dozen cultivators who could use special divine arts to eliminate evil thoughts. Those that still escaped were monitored by professionals. 825 Evil Dog Ridge, 2. Zhongli used the Gate of Hell to move all the humans and demons away as quickly as possible. Then, he cruelly used a large-scale spell technique to destroy all the living beings in an area, causing those evil thoughts to have no target. It was a little cruel and would affect the ecosystem of the continent of the 9 provinces. However, at this point, this was no longer the most important thing. At most, the current human emperor would personally take action and create new greenery. Even at this stage, what made people helpless was that there would still be fish that escaped the net. Every city that was infected by evil thoughts had to harden its hearts and suppress them with thunderous methods. Of course, he did not kill everyone directly. Killing the evil thought host directly would cause the evil thoughts to overflow and increase the risk of infection. Therefore, he could not kill them directly. After discussion and research, Fengdu City also urgently formulated several plans and created more than 10 things that could not kill people and could control weak lives on a large scale. That was the so-called natural disaster relief supplies. For example, a large-scale splash of special drugs could force a creature to fall asleep, their body would be numb, and they would fall into a state similar to hibernation. Even if they did not eat or drink, they could remain alive for a long time. Through this method, they imprisoned the evil thoughts in their bodies and did not continue to spread them. They would deal with them when they were free. There was also a type of frozen resin that could be scattered on a large scale. As long as it was a thin layer, anything that touched it would be firmly stuck. Wherever it passed, all the evil thoughts infected would obediently stay where they were. The nutrients in the resin could be absorbed by the human skin, preventing them from starving to death. Apart from that, there were many similar methods. This was used to deal with the core of the infected area. The entire region around it would also be designated as a dangerous infection area. However, it was not to the extent of causing all the creatures in an area to fall asleep or be unable to move. That was no different from killing them because they could not be saved after this. For the larger infected area, local cultivators used iron, wood, and earth spells to directly raise circles of large-scale cages. They separated all the creatures in the area and forbade them from circulating freely. This way, even if the evil thoughts spread, they would only affect one to a few small areas before doing the same thing. In fact, when they first formulated such a contingency plan, many people thought that it was unnecessary. Such a waste of manpower and money with great fanfare. There were also conspiracy theories that Fengdu City wanted to take the opportunity to gain authority. However, it only lasted for 7 days. Then, one after another, evil thoughts began to corrode places. It was so small that it might only be a village or a small town. It could be a tribe, a city, a country, or even an area. In the 9 halls, there was a huge floating map. On it was a precise sketch of every mortal stronghold in the continent of the 9 provinces. In the current cultivation world, all the forces that could be called and could not be called were under emergency management. At the moment of life and death for the human race, no one could be special. In each continent, the stronger 200,000 sects were selected to be stationed here as representatives. They only stared at the huge floating map. Everyone's expressions were solemn. There were already thousands of striking red spots on the large map, making one's scalp go numb. They were afraid that the next red spot would appear in their territory. When a red mark representing the invasion of evil thoughts appeared, they would use the village viewing platform to observe and evaluate it. Then, the local forces would collect hibernating powder, frozen resin, and other supplies. They would splash them on a large scale to prevent the evil thoughts from spreading further. Before the current human emperor dealt with the bulk of the evil thought and returned, they could only use this method to stop the evil thought from spreading. In the continent of the 9 provinces, everyone cooperated to resist. The instigator of this calamity was suffering the retribution he deserved. Who am I? I am Zhang Zia. No. Who is Zhang Zia? Zhang Shang? Zhang Taigong? What's that? In the lightning pool, there was a huge egg that was trembling non-stop and emitting increasingly unintelligible ravings. If Zhang Li was here, he might not have recognized this huge egg at first glance. This was because it was wrapped in the original Dao essence. Compared to the ethereal immortal Qi, it had already completely transformed. Not only did the surface of the eggshell become pitch black, but twisted and wailing ferocious faces also appeared. It was more appropriate to say that it was the chaos immortal embryo. When this evil embryo was expiated, if the ambitious Zhang Zia could still maintain his will, Zhang Li would cut off Guhe Tianku's head on the spot and kick it like a ball. When he was facing Zhang Zia, he had once asserted that the souls of mortals could not master the chaos and the great Dao of sages. At that time, he naturally only wanted to mock the other party. Zhang Zia was clearly prepared for this. It was impossible for him to not have any confidence. 826 Evil Dog Ridge, 3. However, it was not until he was forced by Zhongli to flee to the ruins of End Lightning Pool that the situation finally exceeded his expectations. As expected, as the first creature to produce immortal qi, he naturally became the first target of all living beings' evil thoughts. No one knew how much of his original rationality and self he could maintain after being corroded until now. Crack! In this silence, the black eggshell let out a light sound and suddenly cracked. It had only been a few months since the fetus was born, but this evil embryo was already showing signs of breaking out of its shell. This was not a good sign. One had to know that Ling's Hai's mother was pregnant for 3 years and 6 months before giving birth to the reincarnated Neza. The mysterious Jade Maiden was pregnant for 81 years and gave birth to the reincarnation of a sage. It could be seen that since ancient times, long pregnancies symbolized the holy fetus. In contrast, short pregnancies were called evil pregnancies. Zhang Zia was unlucky, but his evil sins did not disappear. Although the original Zhang Zia was detestable, he would not kill the innocent. However, when this evil embryo appeared, the world would be in danger. No one knew the changes in the ruins of End. The current human emperor still pushed the ball of light on his body and rushed forward. He had already left the netherworld fragment where the village viewing platform was located and ran towards the next netherworld fragment with the armored Kun in front of him. Behind him were the surging evil thoughts of all living beings. With the dream essence soul light ball and the hundreds of billions of humans in the stomach of the tortoise shell in front of him as bait, this large group of evil thoughts would definitely pursue him to the end of the world. However, after walking past the netherworld where the village viewing platform was, Zhang Li could clearly sense that the speed of the evil thoughts behind him seemed to have slowed down. Although it was not very obvious, it still encouraged the current human emperor. Sure enough, everyone had their own specialties. The evil thoughts of all living beings could be said to be invincible in the continent of the 9 provinces. Only the netherworld could deal with these things. Zhang Li, who was running in the air, pushed even harder. Finally, a few days later, waves of soul-stirring barking sounded from ahead. The evil thoughts of all living beings behind him should not have any intelligence or emotions other than evil thoughts. However, after hearing the barking, it visibly cowered. The next stop behind the village viewing platform was the evil dog ridge. Zhang Li pushed the ball of light closer and closer to the netherworld. He saw countless ferocious dogs running all over the mountain. Their gazes were fierce, and their mouths were filled with steel teeth. Their fur was as hard as steel needles as they bit crazily at the souls that had accidentally fallen into this netherworld. They were unwilling to let go until they tore off a piece of the body. Those unlucky souls tried their best to escape, but they could not escape the vicious dog's iron tongue. Some had their legs bitten off, some had their feet torn off, some had their arms cut off, and some had their arms cut off. It was an extremely miserable sight. Zhang Li pushed the ball of light closer and successfully attracted the attention of those vicious dogs. They did not seem to be interested in the current human emperor protected by the providence of the human race. However, when the evil thoughts of the living beings behind surged over, the pairs of dog eyes lit up. When they arrived at this evil dog ridge, regardless of whether they were dragons or gods, they had to leave a few pieces of meat for them. Not to mention a ball of evil thoughts that they could restrain. The bronze hounds on the evil dog ridge specialized in eating the heartlessness of great villains. This was an evil thought, but it was to their liking. 827 Yellow Spring Realm Monument 1. Countless vicious dogs swarmed over from all over the mountain. Under Zhang Li's deliberate control, they were utterly unaffected by the path of the 9 provinces. They rushed up and barked at the 200,000-year-old evil thoughts. Those terrifying evil thoughts that could be said to be invincible in the continent of the 9 provinces lost their dignity at this moment. The black smoke that could have corroded all life and demonized all souls was actually unable to do anything to the bronze hounds here. This was because these vicious dogs were not alive at all, nor did they have souls. They were born according to the will of the netherworld and were specially used to torture ghosts. In a sense, it was of the same nature as the blood-colored eyeball in Zhang Li's left eye. The evil thought was unable to attack the vicious dog. Not only that, but Zhang Li also noticed it amidst the crazy barking. The black smoke chasing after him actually showed obvious fear and fleeing movements. This was a situation that had never happened when he faced the ghost lantern Cold Flame. What a useful group of bronze hounds! Zhang Li looked at this scene and could not help but feel gratified. No matter what, it was the netherworld on the same level as the continent of the 9 provinces. The cold and desolate appearance always made people feel barren and cold. In the land of the netherworld, not to mention being angry, even the death chi was leftovers from the continent of the 9 provinces. How could one of the 3 realms be so useless? The netherworld still had its own unique points. The rules of heaven and earth here were different. Some things that could not be handled in the living world might not be impossible here. With the thought, Zhang Li's direction of pushing the dream essence soul changed abruptly. He no longer advanced in a straight line as if he was in a hurry. Instead, he ran horizontally to the end of this territory, then turned around at the edge and ran horizontally to the other end again. This repeated, forming a dense pattern as it began to run back and forth on the netherworld fragment. With the length of the Evil Dog Ridge, Zhang Li's actions instantly lengthened the journey through this territory fragment by tens of thousands of times. As for the evil thoughts of all living beings that had accumulated over the past 200,000 years, they naturally began to follow his path of the 9 provinces. He did this in order to weaken the evil thoughts to the greatest extent through this netherworld. After all, there were too many evil thoughts. Zhang Li was afraid that the number of bronze hounds on one route was utterly insufficient, and they were unable to cause sufficient damage to the evil thoughts. This was not the only place with bronze hounds. It was an entire netherworld fragment that was everywhere. The area of a netherworld fragment was not as large as the 9 provinces in the living world. However, no matter what, it was still larger than the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent that Zhang Li was very familiar with. If one counted the true number of bronze hounds on it, it would probably take a long time to express them. Zhang Li was a kind person. No matter what, he had to let these netherworld hounds who had been hungry for 200,000 years have a good meal. With Zhang Li's current strength, even if he pushed such a huge ball, his speed would not be much slower. The huge land that was larger than the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent was roughly like a playground for primary school students to play in his opinion. It would not take long to make a round trip. The brilliant path of the 9 provinces made this dark land become bright and shiny. If not for the fierce dogs barking at the void, no one would have recognized this was the netherworld. However, no matter how fast Zhang Li's speed was, and how he was able to cross this netherworld in a short period of time, when this distance expanded to tens of thousands of times, even he spent quite a bit of time before finally leaving the land of the Evil Dog Ridge. The ball of evil thoughts behind him was no longer as heroic as before. Their speed was not as fast as before. Now, they were already a distance away from the current human emperor. Zhang Li still had to slow down from time to time and wait for them. However, he did not let down his guard. This was because there were too many evil thoughts in these 200,000 years. Even though he had lengthened the distance, the evil thought actually covered the entire netherworld. The ball of evil thoughts followed the light track and emerged from this end. On the other end, there was actually a large amount of evil chi that had yet to surge into this land. If not for Zhang Li using great methods to lure it into the netherworld, there would really be no way out in the continent of the 9 provinces at this moment. Perhaps there were some scattered lives that could reproduce in the corners of the continent, but what was the point? Zhang Li even suspected that the will of heaven and earth felt that there were too many humans in this calamity. Therefore, it wanted to create a huge calamity. It was a critical period of spiritual chi recovery. The human race was too prosperous, and it was indeed possible to affect the development of the 9 provinces world. However, as the current human emperor, he could not sit idle. The next stop of the Evil Dog Ridge was Golden Chicken Mountain. Zhang Li, who was running in the netherworld void, quickly found the next netherworld under the lead of the Yin burial coffin. The terrain of Golden Chicken Mountain was also filled with valleys and hills. When a ghost soul arrived, its originally light body seemed to have fallen into a weight. It could not fly no matter what. It could only climb forward bit by bit with its legs and hands. 828 Yellow Spring Realm Monument, 2. The mountains were even steeper. Climbing these mountains was like climbing from the back of a chicken to the crown. This was already difficult. When one grabbed the crevice with their hands and feet and moved bit by bit, a group of roosters would suddenly pounce on them. Once he struggled and let go, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He would roll back to the foot of the mountain. Not only would his bones be broken and his muscles broken, but he would also have to start all over again. If he did not wave his hands to drive them away, these golden chickens were not to be trifled with. They would flap their wings and pounce over, using their sharp claws and sharp mouths to peck at the ghosts' faces. They would peck away your eyeballs, lips, nose, ears, and even some important organs. In ancient customs, there was a tradition of scattering grains in the coffin of the dead in order to bribe these golden chickens when they passed through the Golden Chicken Mountain range. Just like before, Zhongli also circled around this netherworld. These golden chickens did not disappoint Zhongli. They continuously fluttered into the ball of evil thoughts and took away wisps of them. Although the evil thoughts did not have any vital points, the concentration was visibly decreasing amidst the chaos. Then, there was the wild ghost village formed by crippled ghosts. Among them, wild ghosts would ask for limbs and organs from all passing souls to fill themselves. It was a very wild place. Zhongli originally felt that these ghosts could only bully ordinary ghosts and could not resist the corrosion of evil thoughts. In the beginning, he planned to just pass by this netherworld and directly jump over to the next place. However, after he arrived, he discovered that the ghosts here actually did not even let go of the evil thoughts of all living beings. He really dared to put anything on himself. Moreover, the rules of this place seemed to be like this. They reached out to you if you had done something wrong to harm others. There was no need to use a knife. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys could automatically be taken out. If one did not have any methods, even an immortal would probably leave 2 kidneys behind and leave crying. Then, there was the soul-bewitching spring. The characteristics of this netherworld were warmth everywhere. It looked like a paradise in the netherworld. After enduring the torture earlier, any ghost would want to soak in the hot spring here and rest well. However, the problem was that there was soul-bewitching water in the spring. As long as all ghosts touched a bit of the spring water, they would be affected by the effect of the soul-bewitching water and become unconscious. They would do whatever they were told and say whatever they were told. This spring water was also effective against evil thoughts. As long as he sprayed some, the offensive power of the evil thought ball would greatly decrease. Zhongli hurriedly opened the gate of hell here and let the people of Fengde City come here to get water. It could be considered to have resolved the crisis of the continent of the 9 provinces. They could still last a little longer before Zhongli returned. Only then could Zhongli explore deeper into the netherworld in one go. He had a feeling that he was about to find something here. Something important was waiting for the arrival of the current human emperor. Behind them were mountains of blades and seas of flames, blood pool, nourishment pavilion, lotus platform, and soul resurrection cliff. As they crossed one netherworld after another, the number of evil thought chi balls decreased and their speed became slower. Some places were purely formed from immediate rules, similar to the Evil Dog Ridge, the Golden Chicken Mountain, and the mountains of blades and seas of flames. Their functions were still considered complete. Some buildings that required Yin officials and ghosts to preside over had already become dilapidated because of the passage of time. Such places could not continue to weaken the evil thoughts. However, Zhongli was not a pedantic person. Even the Fengde Ghost City, which was so dilapidated at that time, could be run to this extent by him. These dilapidated buildings could naturally be repaired. He was a Yin official recognized by the netherworld. He also held the merit record passed down by mission. There was also the Northern Profound Hall Master who returned to the Netherworld as if he was home. This lineup could do many things. After using a treasure in the treasure vault of the Armored Troll Royal Court to repair the merit record, Zhang Li's Netherworld merit became even more useful. Using the merit record, he could directly awaken a grade 8 or 9 basic yin official by consuming merit points. In any case, the first few pieces of the Netherworld had already slowed down the speed of all living beings' evil thoughts. He only needed to gather a batch of yin officials in advance and study these buildings before he could operate them to a certain extent. Then, he would slowly teach the evil thoughts coming from behind. As such, the evil thoughts of the living beings behind him became farther and farther away. At some point, it was already far inferior to Zhang Li's speed, and he was the only one left running madly in the void. After a period of time, the soul ball in front of him became smaller and smaller. At this moment, the evil thoughts that surged out of the bottomless hole had already been brought into the Netherworld. In theory, the continent of the 9 provinces had already avoided the greatest calamity. However, his footsteps did not stop. As if he was traveling, Zhang Li pushed the shrinking ball of light and visited these important places of the Netherworld that he had heard of in the past. To him, who cultivated the 9 Nether Deo scripture and had fused with the 9 Netherwood roots, every step he took in the Netherworld was cultivation. As he ran, the epiphany in his mind continuously increased. Previously, because his cultivation was too fast, his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth was also made up with his trip to the Netherworld. To him, the Netherworld was a treasure everywhere. Just looking at the scenery could increase his strength greatly. In the end, when he found a Netherworld fragment further behind under the guidance of his life, the accumulation of the 9 provinces continent was finally completely exhausted. The path in his hand connected to the edge of this territory and to a small path ahead. After this, I can't think of anywhere else. This Netherworld gives me a special feeling. Zhang Li was slightly hesitant, but a voice in his heart seemed to be urging him. When he finally stepped onto this territory, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. The sinister Netherworld suddenly became a desert. Yellow sand danced in the sky. There was only a vaguely visible meandering path under his feet that stretched into the distance. He turned around and looked behind him. The void that was originally behind the cliff had already disappeared. Behind him was still yellow sand that connected heaven and earth. Interesting. Now, Zhang Li's strength was top-notch in the world. There was actually power that could silently attack him. The 9 Nether Underworld was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. Zhang Li was skilled and bold, so he was not afraid at this moment. He took a few steps forward along the yellow sand path. However, after taking a dozen steps, he sensed something. He raised his hand to touch his lips and discovered that his skin was a little dry. It actually cracked like a mortal. The dignified current human emperor was already the #1 person in the cultivation world with an immortal body. After taking a few steps, he was actually thirsty. The skin that even an earth-rank artifact might not be able to break with its full strength actually cracked here. Looking into the depths of the endless sand, Zhang Li licked his dry lips, but his eyes were filled with excitement. This place was not ordinary. It was precisely because of this that he had found the right place. Zhang Li ignored it. Exhaustion, thirst, and exhaustion inexplicably appeared on his body. He followed the inconspicuous path. Finally, after crossing countless sand dunes, he saw a magnificent realm monument. There were a few words on it that could barely be recognized. This was indeed the true Yellow Spring Road. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li searched for something in the dry and yellow sand. Soon, he sensed it. It was the aura of the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 Nether Wood. 829 9 Nether Trial, 1. Under the yellow sand, a figure trudged through the vast desert. The desert here was clearly not as dazzling as the sun, but it still felt extremely hot. There was almost no moisture in the air. If a water attribute cultivator was here, they would probably not even be able to squeeze out the simplest water ball. Not only was the environment harsh, but the rules of heaven and earth here were also terrifying. Every step forward was as tiring as trekking for a day. Walking 365 steps here was like walking for a year without sleep or rest. It was extremely exhausting. Even Zhongli could not endure such fatigue. Thinking about the 13 trials of the netherworld ahead, this was probably one of the common characteristics of the netherworld. The path had always been very difficult to walk. As for the reason for this environment, it was simple. That was because, in the neighboring continent of the 9 provinces, there were too many ghosts who died of old age or accidents every day and night. In order to prevent these ghosts from filling the Yamahal and causing the netherworld to be paralyzed, the method that the mighty figures of the netherworld had chosen back then was to extend the distance and time. When this distance was long enough and difficult to walk, it could dilute the ghosts that surged into the netherworld to a large extent. Then, he would slowly deal with the sins of the ghosts when they were alive. For example, which level to go to in the 18 levels of hell and which level to choose in the 6 paths of reincarnation. In addition, Zhongli could tell that the Yellow Spring Road and the 13 trials of the netherworld that passed by earlier should be controlled by someone. According to the number of ghosts that surged into the netherworld, the journey could be long or short, and the hurdles could be difficult or easy. Using this method, he controlled the ghosts to walk through the netherworld. However, now, because there was no longer the control of the Yama judges, the Yellow Spring Road that should have been contracted was unfolded. The other trials were also completely opened. The difficulty was to an inhuman extent. It looked as if they did not want the ghosts to reach the end. This was a pity for the current human emperor who did not have a special way and had to walk over himself. In the sandstorm that was like 1,000 cuts, even he looked a little disheveled. After stopping to catch his breath for a moment, under the nourishment of many statuses in his body, the dry cough exhaustion quickly disappeared. As for the hardest soul to deal with, he did not feel it clearly. This was because his soul had once relied on a pool of yellow spring water to condense like a physical body. With the protection of the netherworld merit lotus flower, even if his essence soul was exposed, he could easily withstand the sandstorm of the netherworld. Moreover, with the protection of a powerful body. How many steps did I take just now? Scratching his head, Zhongli was slightly puzzled. With his current cultivation realm, in terms of memory, it was far superior to the super memories he had heard of in his previous life. Even if he did not deliberately remember it, he should have remembered the steps. Was it indeed because he was too tired? He looked at the long series of footprints behind. If it was anyone else, they would probably not be able to reach this place in 3,000 years. It seems that this is destined to be a lonely trip. He smiled bitterly and shook his head before continuing forward. However, after walking for another 3 days, Zhongli vaguely saw a figure in the yellow sand ahead. There's actually someone in this damned place. He immediately became fully focused and chased after it. Zhongli's strength was extraordinary, and his soul was condensed and tough. Moreover, he had many statuses in his body. Even the immortal chi of the 7 attributes surged out from his body unknowingly, and he could nourish it as he pleased. Under such superior conditions, he could reach here in a short period of time. However, if it was anyone else, even if their strength was already at its peak, it would be extremely difficult for them to come here after gathering 3 flowers and 5 chi. Who was the person in front? To be able to walk here under such vile rules of heaven and earth, no matter what, he must be an expert. Fellow deist, please wait. Zhongli shouted in a friendly manner as he stepped on the sand and approached the other party. However, as soon as he approached, he felt that the other party's back seemed abnormally familiar. That person was relatively short and looked like a young man. As he walked, he was not as calm as Zhongli. He was sweating profusely and panting heavily. When he heard Zhongli's voice, he turned around. A pair of familiar and unfamiliar eyes met his. The current human emperor suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. However, before he could say anything, the person ahead had already turned around and rushed towards him. "Wait a minute, who are you?" Zhang Li felt as if he knew him, as if he had seen this face before. While he was thinking, the other party had already rushed forward. His speed could not be considered slow. To Zhang Li, it could only be considered to be extremely slow. His limbs were weak, but he had some aura. He leaped high towards Zhang Li and pounced. It was like a ferocious tiger leaping through the forest. The youth's chest roared with the sound of a ferocious tiger. A pair of tiger claws appeared and grabbed at Zhang Li's face. It was actually a martial artist from a mortal country. Even among martial artists, their strength could only be considered outstanding. It was worlds apart from his previous guess about experts. This person looks familiar. I must have seen him somewhere before. Bang! As soon as the figure was sent flying, it rolled in the sand and ate a mouthful of bitter sand. 839 Nether Trial, 2. However, what was unbelievable was that the person who was sent flying was not that youth, but the current human emperor, the city lord of Fengde city, whose cultivation and strength had already reached the peak of the 9 provinces. What the hell is going on? The shock on Zhang Li's face could not be concealed at all. His expression was 100 times more exaggerated than when he pulled out Zhang Xia earlier. Earlier, he planned to capture that youth and see what was going on. However, in this collision, his power of heaven and earth actually disappeared completely for no reason. The spiritual qi in his body could not be found at all. How is this possible? Puff! 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 He spat out a few mouthfuls of sand that were stuck to the mucous membrane and stuck between his teeth. The burning pain on his face had already produced 4 bloody scratches. He hurriedly got up and saw that the youth had already rushed forward again. A long sword slashed through the sand, causing it to splatter. It was one thing for the other party to launch a sneak attack at the beginning, but now, he had even taken out a weapon from somewhere. Zhang Li did not have time to think of anything else. Something was about to happen in his mind. The Age Tiger technique. Mountain Splitter. What a huge surprise! Zhang Li looked at the other party again. That young face that was still blurry and familiar had already completely become clear. Wasn't it the face he saw in the reflection of the river when he first came to this world? This youth who used the Age Tiger technique was clearly Zhang Li. Wait a minute, how could he look like a young man in the other party's eyes? He glanced at his hands. Sure enough, they were already 2 or 3 sizes smaller. Moreover, he had returned to his young appearance that had never experienced a storm of blood. What was going on with him? The 2 sides in the sand looked at each other for a moment before Zhang Li decisively turned around and ran. No matter how skilled a martial artist was, he was still afraid of kitchen knives. He had already tried, but he could not find any spiritual qi in his body. It was as if he had already returned to the weak youth from back then. He could only use a little mortal martial arts. Moreover, he had yet to figure out what had happened. How could he have the time to fight to the death with a guy who looked exactly like him back then? He ran desperately in front while the fake Zhang Li chased desperately behind him. Due to the fact that the strength of both sides was identical, they maintained the same distance and did not approach or pull away. Zhang Li took the opportunity to calm down and pull out his status panel. He saw that the 4 attributes, which were already astronomical figures, were still there. There were also thousands of buffs below. Zhang Li heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that everything had been a dream. However, how could he dream of such powerful strength? He still remembered the smell of concubine Yun's 7 cloud servants and the fragrance of Nuwa's descendant, Shen Shan Kai Hua. How could it be a fantasy? After scrolling down, he finally found the culprit behind the current situation. 9 Nether Trial, Yellow Spring Dream, plus Dream. As expected, this desert is the dream. The current human emperor heaved a sigh of relief. The strength in his body seemed to have reappeared with his confidence. However, the 9 nether trial? When did I accept the trial? Thinking of this, it was as if a barrier in his mind was pierced. Some of the memories that had been temporarily blocked by the dream were immediately recalled. So it was at that time. At that time, when Zhongli touched the Yellow Spring Realm monument, a strange and familiar force surged out. It produced an indescribable strong resonance with the 9 nether cultivation in the current human emperor's body and the netherworld green lotus in his head. He immediately understood that someone had left behind an opportunity to rebuild the 9 nether and the netherworld. The condition was to have enough netherworld merit and one of the 9 inheritances of the netherworld. Wasn't Zhongli's 9 nether Dao scripture from the 9 netherwood the 9th netherworld inheritance? It naturally triggered the resonance. Then, he discovered that there was a trial hidden in the realm monument. If he could pass through, he could control this entire Yellow Spring Road. The confident Zhongli had come for this. Therefore, at that time, he immediately sounded the power in the realm monument and took the initiative to accept the trial. However, Zhongli still underestimated the power of the netherworld. The Yellow Spring dream directly blocked many of his memories. He, Zhongli, also had a dream talent. Moreover, using the many souls of the dead in tragic Death City and the dreams of countless humans in the continent of the 9 provinces as nutrients, his dream power cultivated to an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Only then did it only block most of the memories. If not for that, Zhongli would probably directly forget who he was and his exciting experiences in this world for several years. He would recall the memories of when he had just transmigrated and complained to the sand that he was the most unlucky transmigrator. It was also because of his powerful soul and the huge soul power that when Zhongli saw the Age Tiger technique, he suddenly recalled that it was his former appearance. It was only when he saw the trial status on the status panel that he recalled the scene of the trial. Thank goodness! Fortunately, he had a wide range of knowledge and basically knew a little about everything. Otherwise, if he really used his mental state when he first transmigrated to undergo the trial, not to mention defeating the guy chasing after him, just the journey ahead was too much for him. He had already turned into bones in the sand. Of course, they would not really die. However, if his soul was damaged and his realm fell, he would probably not be able to escape. The most important consequence of failing the trial was something he was unwilling to endure. Zhongli did not use the status bar to eliminate the trial status. After closing the status panel, he turned around again. Is this guy my mental demon? You should be the original Zhongli, right? The way Zhongli came to this world was to possess and be reborn. Although he did not say it out loud, he still felt a little concerned. He felt a little guilty for snatching someone else's child's body. He was a little disturbed that he used someone else's body. He was a little worried, afraid that the other party's soul was still hidden in his body or in some corner of the world. There were also some other concerns. However, with his cultivation level and cultivation method, he was completely certain that there was absolutely no other Zhongli in his body. There were only some ghosts that he had captured and refined with the 9 nether Dao scripture. Therefore, this guy in front of him was only a small mental demon because of his worries. I'm really sorry. Zhongli turned to the side and easily dodged the other party's attack. Although the strength of his body still did not change, the other party could no longer slash him. Sorry, I have so many mind-cleaning statuses on me. I've been too busy and too fast to stop and let my imagination run wild. Sorry, mental demon. I didn't give you a chance to grow all these years. After dodging the sword, with a thought, a refined sword appeared at his waist. After easily blocking the other party's attack, he slapped his hand back and easily knocked down the other party's sword. My mental demon is really not very strong. Zhongli handed the sword forward, and the tip was immediately sent into the fake Zhongli's chest. With a stir, the heart inside was completely useless. However, his tone was a little disappointed. Wasn't it said that one could obtain the full strength of the mental demon by defeating it and improve their strength greatly? If he had known earlier, he would have taken the initiative to nurture his inner demon. Now, wasn't he missing an experience bonus? After eliminating the mental demon, Zhang Li felt as if a small and unimportant shackle had been removed from his heart. With a flash, he left the Yellow Spring dream and returned to the real Yellow Spring Road. His right hand was still holding the realm monument. In front of him, the originally endless desert finally changed. A huge river rolled and cut it off. 831 River of Forgetfulness, 1. 1080. That's all. 3 months later, under the bottomless pit. The third hall master of Fengdu City, the Lotus Flower Child, Ling Zuzi, relied on his lotus flower spiritual body that was untainted by mud and evil to enter the bottomless pit alone. Here, he took out steel pillars that could automatically extend and carried out an important mission. On the frozen sea above, there were tens of thousands of experts waiting for him on the continent of the 9 provinces. In the past 3 months, Fengdu City had been focused on resisting the calamity. They had made a huge contribution to the stability and prosperity of the continent of the 9 provinces. Coupled with his powerful strength and the terrifying amount of 7 attribute immortal qi, Fengdu Ghost City became famous in the continent of the 9 provinces and surpassed many old overlords. However, the higher UPS and Vice City Lord of Fengdu City were not fools. Disaster was calamity, but how could they not take this opportunity to obtain some benefits for themselves? Under the calamity of all living beings and the hard fist of a certain human emperor, the current 9 provinces had unprecedented unity. Fengdu City also used the name of righteousness and powerful strength to obtain absolute authority. After all, they were doing this for the sake of the world. Under normal circumstances, the authority did not have to expire. If he waited until the calamity was over and the calamity ended, the many forces of the 9 provinces would definitely be unwilling to have an existence above them controlling them. Once there was a chance, they would resist with all their might. At that time, without a legitimate reason for the calamity, it would be very difficult to continue grasping this authority. Therefore, he took advantage of this period of time to actively communicate with the large and small forces in the continent of the 9 provinces under Qin Shuman's orders and rope them into joining Fengdu City. Using normal methods, it was naturally impossible to make those forces and experts who were overlords submit. However, the forces who had been suppressed by the overlords for a long time or the second in command of powerful forces were different. Some of them might be really loyal, but reality proved that as long as they agreed to give them what they wanted. Most of them were still very interested in cooperating with Fengdu City. After all, Fengdu City was far away and submitted to the current human emperor. Most of the time, they still held authority themselves. Being in control was much more comfortable than following his old boss. In a mere 3 months, Qin Shuman had already reached a friendly agreement with tens of thousands of powerful forces. The glory of the subordinate forces and the human emperor spread throughout the 9 provinces. In the past 3 months, Fengdu City had also been plundering the world reasonably while providing disaster relief. Under the leadership of the 3 hall masters and 4 merit ministers, they organized most of the reincarnations of ancient immortals and Buddhas to communicate and study. Under the temporary rule of Fengdu City, the ancient ruins that were originally hidden by many forces were developed. The value of one of those incomplete ancient inheritances might not be great, but under mutual verification, they could quickly fill in the information. Coupled with the memories of these reincarnated immortals and Buddhas, they had successfully restored many powerful ancient techniques. The refinement method of immortal pills and immortal artifacts, as well as various magical immortal divine arts and spells. The forging technique of this tungsten iron was one of them. Legend had it that the embroidery needle hidden in the ears of the great sage equaling heaven was forged from the 9 transformations tungsten iron. Of course, they could not create such high-end materials now. However, the most basic rank 1 tungsten iron could still be mass-produced. Immediately, he used this technique to create more than 1,000 tungsten iron pillars that could be long or short. The tungsten iron pillar automatically stretched out. The two ends were specially forged into sharp chisels that directly stabbed into the rock layer on both sides. On each tungsten iron pillar, there were some mechanisms that could be pieced together. In this way, a total of 1,080 large pillars lined up and pieced together, successfully cutting off this section of the cave entrance. The bond was so tight that even if it was filled with water, it would probably only drip down. That's about it. Ling Zuzi patted the non-existent dust on his hand and took out his divine sharp fire spear. In order to repair this divine artifact, he had sacrificed the pagoda-bearing heavenly king and his two sons. The power he displayed was extraordinary. With a casual wave, the force that splattered out shattered a large area of the cave wall. Rock soil that was enough to bury an entire city rolled down from it and piled up on the wrought iron pillar, accumulating a layer of soil gravel that was 10,000 feet thick. This time, Ling Zuzi's main goal was to bury and block this dangerous bottomless pit. The large amount of evil thoughts of all living beings had already surged out and were led into the netherworld by Zhongli. However, the crisis was far from over. All the higher UPS of the cultivation world of the 9 provinces knew that there was a huge egg immortal fetus that had already turned evil in the void return below. Through his calculations, it was obvious that the immortal fetus would appear soon. The current human emperor was currently undergoing a very important trial in the depths of the 9 nether. Clearly, he would not be able to return in a short period of time. As subordinates, they naturally had to share their master's worries. They could not always hide under the protection of the human emperor and live peacefully. Even if they could not destroy the terrifying enemy head-on, they could stall for time, right? By blocking this bottomless pit, he could at least cause some obstruction to the other party. 832 River of Forgetfulness, 2. Then, Ling Zuzi took out a heavy gourd. This gourd was the favorite artifact of an old drunkard. It could only be used to store liquid, but the internal capacity was extremely large. Even if all the water in the 5 lakes and 3 rivers was absorbed, it would no longer survive. Opening the gourd, a yellowish-brown liquid with a dense pungent smell surged out. The liquid poured into the gravel and soil below. At first, they did not feel anything. A moment later, a magical thing happened. The moisture on the soil quickly faded. The rocks and soil that had just been shattered actually grew visibly as if they were alive. The soil turned into rocks, the gravel became larger, and the large rocks grew together again, becoming a whole. It did not take long for the shattered rocks and soil that had just fallen from the stone wall to completely grow together. It even completely fused with the stone wall around the bottomless pit. This water was called living rock water. Using the science of his previous life to explain, this was probably an extremely high concentration of mineral acid solution, which was the so-called rock growth liquid. Just dripping this liquid on the ground would grow something like stalagmites. Coupled with a large amount of earth attribute spiritual chi, earth attribute immortal chi, and the help of special refinement methods, this gourd of living rock water was created. In just a moment, the pile of rubble and soil turned into a true rock layer. With this solid rock layer that was more than 10,000 feet thick, there was no need to worry about the weight-bearing effect. Then, Ling Zuzi began to fly up while casually brandishing its spear. On his waist was the gourd. A large amount of living rock water flowed out and mixed with the falling rubble. He flew up for thousands of kilometers before exhausting the living rock water in the gourd. Just like that, he created a bottom for the bottomless pit. Then, he increased his speed and flew out of the bottomless pit. On the endless ice above, many people were already waiting. After Ling Zuzi came out, they began to take turns pouring out their storage artifacts. The storage artifacts that touched the profound rank and earth rank were used as construction vehicles. A large number of miscellaneous rocks and soil were continuously transported over and poured into the bottomless pit. In the middle of this bottomless pit, there was already a cave that was thousands of miles long that was completely blocked. No matter how much they invested, it would only become more and more blocked. They did not have to worry that the pressure would cause the bottomless pit to be reconnected. Those high-grade storage artifacts could often easily store a mountain. Due to the fact that this place was in the Black Sea, it was a little troublesome to run back to the continent to move the materials. The plate that Zhang Li had sent flying earlier had also been left behind as the most convenient material. The expert casually crushed the mountain-like rock and poured it into the bottomless pit. With many experts as porters, the progress of such a large-scale project was extremely fast. It only took half a month to fill up the small half of the bottomless pit above. As such, it would not be easy to come out from below. Even if it was impossible to stop a true immortal, if he wanted to come out, he had to break through the ground that was tens of thousands of miles long. It would still take some time. However, just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief and planned to set up a seal here, the white dog, Shantang, who had been in Chu Shui's arms, suddenly raised its head. Shantang's ears had already been returned to it. This former companion divine beast of Bodhisattva Ksatagarbha jumped off Chu Shui's arms and landed on the ground. It lay on the ground and pressed its ear close to the ground. A moment later, it suddenly barked. In the Nine Nether Earth, Zhang Li had defeated his martial artist self in his dream, as well as his Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, and earth immortal self. His only feeling was that he was really too strong. So this was how other cultivators felt when facing him? What a troublesome enemy! Due to some statuses, the human emperor's successor's defense surpassed his attack ability in many cases. It was naturally very satisfying to fight the enemy. However, when the enemy was him, it was really quite troublesome to deal with. As mentioned before, along the way, Zhang Li rarely had the chance to let his imagination run wild. His rapidly growing strength allowed him to do as he pleased when facing most choices. He did not go against his conscience, so he did not have many inner demons. Compared to the inner demon barrier that others faced, he could slightly suppress himself every time. After beating him up, he successfully passed the trial. He patted the Yellow Spring Realm monument at the side. This place was already his. Touching this stone monument, he realized that the longest path to the Yellow Spring could allow people to walk for 9,000 years without sleep or rest. At the very least, he only needed 49 steps to pass. The difference was a little too ridiculous. In the future, if anyone offended him, he would throw them here and let them suffer. Then, Zhang Li stood at the end of the Yellow Spring Road and looked at a large river in front of him, feeling a little troubled. How could he pass through? This was undoubtedly the legendary River of Forgetfulness. However, compared to the Yellow Spring water that he wanted to soak in, this River of Forgetfulness was really not worthy of praise. Even Zhang Li, who had obtained the 9 Nether inheritance and possessed noble dragon blood, would only feel disdain when he saw it. This was because the river water inside was too dirty. The water of the River of Forgetfulness was blood yellow in color. If one had to describe it, it was like the color of yellow pus mixed with blood when a huge pustule was squeezed out. Indeed, it was extremely hardcore. As soon as he approached, he felt a stench. Looking inside, the surging river water would roll out a pile of shattered bones from time to time. How wasteful was it to create such a dirty river? He thought for a moment before raising his hand and throwing a wooden dragon into it. The current human emperor could casually awaken orthodox dragons with higher dragon blood concentration than pure blood. There was no problem in overturning the mountains and rivers, creating clouds and rain. The river ahead churned violently, but to an orthodox dragon, as long as it was water, no matter if it was seawater, river water, boiling water, or ice water, no amount of churning could cause them any trouble. The wooden dragon entered the river and swam towards the opposite shore. At first, it swam quite freely. However, soon, the wooden dragon began to struggle in the water. It looked like it was in extreme pain. It rolled around as if it was about to drown. The aura on its body also weakened greatly. There were clearly other methods in the water. Zhang Li stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the wooden dragon was pulled back to the shore. Looking at the wooden dragon, it was already covered in countless holes of various sizes. It was to the extent that it could kill a person with trypophobia on the spot. Not only that, but something was crawling in and out of the holes. On a closer look, what entered the hole were all kinds of strange insects and long snakes. The river water was actually covered in these dangerous and ugly insects. The scales of the wood dragon that Zhang Li had awakened were not inferior to true dragon scales in terms of defense. Even so, its body was actually filled with parasites in such a short period of time. From the looks of it, its body had already been eaten up. It could not be saved. When he saw this scene, Zhang Li did not care if his body's defense could withstand it. He would definitely not touch the river water. Otherwise, not to mention whether there would be any problems with his body, the mental demons that had just been eliminated in the trial would definitely grow crazily. Due to the rules of heaven and earth, he clearly could not fly over. There must be another way to cross the river. Looking left and right, he followed the river and searched upstream. Didn't they say that there was a bridge of helplessness specially used to cross the river? 833 Ancient Water God, 1. As the name suggested, the river of forgetfulness was a river that abandoned everything. The more memories were thrown in, the wider the river would be. After experiencing a long period of ancient times, this river had already gone from 20 to 30 feet wide to its current state. Even with Zhang Li's vision, he was unable to see the exaggerated extent of the opposite shore. It was even more impossible to fly over. Fortunately, due to the special rules of the netherworld, as long as one kept walking, they would naturally walk to a place they wanted to go or should go. Zhang Li casually threw out a ghost and followed the ghost. He easily found it and crossed the bridge of helplessness on the river. However, looking at the bridge, he did not rush up. It was a bridge that looked a little shaky and unsafe. Why was Zhang Li able to tell at a glance that this bridge was not safe? This was because this broken bridge was actually made of light yellow paper. Touching it, the yellow paper was still very thin. Even if it was used to write, as long as the brush was dipped in more ink, it would be easily pierced if one was not careful. How could such a bridge save people? All right, this bridge of helplessness was not used to save people, but ghosts. Let's see if this broken bridge is sturdy enough. The current human emperor raised his hand and pointed. The ghost that had helped him lead the way listened to the order and tried to step onto the bridge. Ghosts were light to begin with. They were roughly the size of a balloon. A gust of wind could blow them away. With a step, the yellow paper on the bridge collapsed slightly, but he could still walk steadily. However, after taking a few steps, he arrived at the churning river of forgetfulness. Under the influence of a strange force, the ghost suddenly could not help but recall all kinds of memories when it was alive. Then, the originally light body actually began to become heavy. What was the most important thing in life? A weight on his shoulder? The responsibility he carried? Perhaps the memories of a lifetime were the heaviest thing on everyone. Under the power of the river of forgetfulness, the ghost's light body became heavier than an entire iron lump. In the end, it stepped through the paper bridge and fell from the bridge. Zhang Li raised his hand at the right time and pulled back the red rope tied to the ghost's waist, preventing it from falling into the river of forgetfulness. It's indeed not that simple. The current human emperor stared at the churning river. However, what he did not know was that there were also a few pairs of eyes staring at him in the river. After thinking for a moment, many plans flashed through his mind. In the end, he looked at the huge pot beside the bridge of helplessness. Needless to say, that should be the place where the legendary Meng Po used to boil and distribute her soup. However, as time passed, things changed. The pot of unknown material was still there, but Meng Po had long disappeared into the dust of the cultivationless age. According to the legends of his previous life and the ancient records, after walking the Yellow Spring Road, the normal process should be to drink the Meng Po soup before walking onto the bridge of helplessness. They walked towards the trial and new life helplessly. As he recalled his previous life, he forgot everything and threw them into the river of forgetfulness. It was no wonder that the river of forgetfulness had become so dirty. Everyone threw their terrible memories into the river. After accumulating for countless years, it would be strange if the water quality here was still good. Zhongli took out a gourd and poured out some of the liquid for the ghost from before to drink. He walked onto the paper bridge again. This time, he did not step on the paper bridge again. The power of the river acted on it again, and memories surged. The image of that ghost was that of a poor scholar. He did not know if he had encountered things like vixens at night. In short, in his memories, he began to cry as he walked. The memories of his life turned into tears that rolled down. Tears representing its memories pierced through the paper bridge and landed in the river of forgetfulness below. The pierced yellow paper quickly repaired itself, and there was no end to it. What Zhongli gave him to drink was naturally the mengpo soup produced by Fengde City using the spider lily and carefree grass. Although there were certain changes in the supplementary materials and refinement methods, it was not exactly the same as the ancient mengpo soup. There was no problem with the effect. However, sending only a ghost over was not helpful to Zhongli. Most importantly, he had to go over himself. The question was, how heavy would the weight of the current human emperor be coupled with the memories he carried? In any case, it was impossible for him to cross the paper bridge himself. He had to think of another way. He released a few more ghosts to experiment. He discovered that this paper bridge was actually not as fragile as he had imagined. Every soul that drank the mengpo soup could actually carry a certain weight over. Leaving behind this portion of the load-bearing range was probably intentional. Otherwise, how could these ghosts bring bribes to the yin officials behind? With this portion of the surplus, Zhongli had room to maneuver. He could use ghosts as porters to transport some things over. If one or two ghosts could not be carried over, what about hundreds or thousands? 834 Ancient Water God, 2. Zhongli shook the gourd in his hand. The mengpo soup inside was still enough for 100,000 ghosts. If it was not enough, he could still use the 9 nether spiritual chi to nurture the spider lily and carefree grass and boil them on the spot. With a thought from Zhongli, the yellow spring road behind him immediately folded and shrunk. In just a few blinks of the eye, the endless desert disappeared. A meandering path could be reached in less than 49 steps. The yin burial coffin that had been waiting at the edge of this territory appeared in front of him. It was hard to say if it was anything else, but Zhongli had as many ghosts and souls as he wanted. Following Zhongli's will, the armored kun opened its mouth and placed it in the netherworld. Then, ghosts lined up and walked out. They were very lucky because they would be the first batch of ghosts to cross the river of forgetfulness in 200,000 years. If Zhongli grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation in the future, he would definitely arrange a good place for them to reincarnate. The current human emperor stood beside the pot and personally acted as mengpo. He gave each of the ghosts a bowl of mengpo soup. Drink the mengpo soup and forget the past. Soon, all the ghosts were covered in tears as they boarded the paper bridge and walked forward. Thousands of ghosts cried together. The scene was indeed a little scary. On each of their bodies, there was a thin thread. Those threads were not other things, but human hair. After testing, a ghost that had drunk the mengpo soup could not carry more weight on the bridge than a strand of hair could. This weight was not much, but it was barely enough. 16 ghosts lined up and walked onto the paper bridge together. The ghosts behind followed closely behind, their toes directly stabbing into the feet of the ghost in front of them. Rows of ghosts walked together. It perfectly explained what it meant to be intimate. Under the guidance of the hair, there was the thinnest and lightest chain hanging in the middle of the large pile of ghosts. Zhongli did not dare to take the risk of falling into the river of forgetfulness. He could only aggrieve his dragon imprisoning lock. Under this kind of crowd tactic, the dragon imprisoning lock slowly stretched out and finally successfully arrived at the other end of the river. However, perhaps because a large number of memory tears flowed into the river, the river of forgetfulness became much more violent. After controlling the dragon imprisoning lock to firmly tie up a few mountains on the other side of the river, Zhongli stepped on the dragon imprisoning lock and began to cross the bridge. When he stepped on the chain and arrived above the river, sure enough, a strange force appeared, causing his body to suddenly sink. That force made the taut dragon imprisoning lock press down slightly, causing the current human emperor to feel a heaviness. Fortunately, he did not let the ghosts drag him down. Otherwise, even if 100,000 ghosts were divided equally, they might not be able to withstand this force. Stepping on the creaking dragon imprisoning lock, Zhongli quickly arrived at the center of the river. As if sensing his cheating, the river water below churned even more violently. Suddenly, a huge wave that had never appeared before struck up, immediately melting a large piece of the paper bridge below. Some disgusting insects in the water splashed up and landed on the dragon imprisoning lock before quickly crawling towards Zhongli. He could only spit out the black-yellow dragon flame and roast it for a long time before exterminating the disgusting insects. Looking at the increasing waves below, he could only speed up and walk towards the opposite shore. The surging river water below did not stop. While Zhongli was halfway across, they did not even have to put on an act. In just a few moments, the bridge was completely destroyed. In between, there were a few huge shadows churning wantonly underwater. There was something else hidden below. The wave grew larger and larger, and it was about to sweep Zhongli into it. Immortal level power. Zhongli acutely sensed that a monster was deliberately casting spells in the water. Moreover, its strength had clearly reached the immortal realm. It seemed that it was indeed the netherworld. Since it could allow the dignified spiritual root of heaven and earth to successfully survive until today, if the conditions were met, it was not impossible to protect a few old fellows at the immortal god realm. Zhongli did not stand on ceremony. He flipped his hand and took out the human emperor's battle halberd. He casually slashed out and shattered the wave. Ferocious waves surged over from all directions, but they were still instantly defeated by the halberd. Zhongli had already obtained the power of the humans of the 4 continents. There was also Fengde city which was constantly expanding and protecting his rule. With the support of countless human threads, they scattered power that surpassed the level of ordinary immortals. There was no need to buffer or accumulate energy. As it scattered, even if the sea churned, water would not flow. However, the few things below were clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. For some reason, the river water rose crazily. In an instant, it was only 3 feet away from the chain. Then, 2 huge monsters with smelly bodies suddenly stood up from the water. One of them had 8 heads, 8 feet, and 8 tails. Its body was covered in scales, and dragon horns grew on its 8 heads. The other 2 were shaped like mountain apes. Their long hair was wet, and their fangs were bared. They looked ferocious. Their entire bodies were hollow from insects, and their skin and flesh were festering. However, Zhongli could still roughly recognize that these 2 monsters were both ancient water gods. One was Tian Wu, and the other was Wu's Haiki. It seemed that these 2 guys were determined to drag him into the water. However, just as they were about to pounce, a ball of bright yellow flames suddenly burned in the dim land. It rose from the feet of the current human emperor and instantly wrapped around his entire body. The monstrous blood, yellow liquid, and poisonous snakes were all afraid of the flames and took the initiative to dodge. Even the 2 monsters that were larger than the mountains let out a strange cry and suddenly plunged back into the water. Under the illumination of the flames, the river water below became much clearer. Countless poisonous insects in the water fled, making the river below more pleasing to the eye. This flame was the human sacred flame, human fire. As soon as this flame appeared, the evil beings retreated. If they wanted to violate the human emperor, they had to be mentally prepared to suffer the backlash of the human race's providence. Zhongli pursed his lips and planned to continue forward before turning around to find trouble with the water god. A gentle and sickly goddess's face appeared in the reflection of the river below. Immortal Master. Immortal Master, wait! I was originally the Heavenly River Goddess, Ruo Shui. After the Heavenly River dissipated, I ended up here. I suffer the pain of being bitten by countless insects in the river. Immortal Master, please save me. If I can escape this river and shed my filth, I am willing to give myself to you and offer the star of the Heavenly River to you. As soon as she spoke, she promised to give herself away. It sounded very sincere. Looking at the reflection in the water, Zhongli had already seen the peerless talents of the Cloud Manor's concubine Yun and the descendants of Nuwa. The reflection of the river goddess below still made his mind tremble. Many strange thoughts immediately appeared in his mind. Goddess Ruo Shui, didn't that mean that she could help him? When he recovered from his shock, he immediately cursed the dragon blood's bloodline for being too wretched and actually affecting his gentlemanly mind. The other party had probably taken a fancy to his human fire and wanted to use it to escape the filth and insects of the river of forgetfulness. This request was not too much. I have a gourd here. If you can come in, I'll bring you away. With chivalrous thoughts, Zhongli prepared to save her. Sure enough, the figure of the river goddess parasitized by many insects obediently rose from the river and surged towards the gourd that Zhongli hung. However, at this moment, another large hand reached out from the water and grabbed Ruo Shui, who was about to enter the gourd, pulling her back into the water. The new hand was about to grab Zhongli's gourd. After being dodged, he helplessly appeared. From the aura, it was another water god. It was a white-haired old man. If not for the fact that his body was covered in holes, he might really look like an immortal. Wait! Great immortal! Don't believe that bitch! Take me away! Save me! I'm the river earl who controls the water in the world. I have the water calming pearl. I'll give you my concubine me, Luo Shen. She's the most beautiful goddess in the mortal world. You won't be disappointed. 835 Great Drought Domain, 1. The white-haired elder had a pair of pitch-black palms with long sharp claws. He sent the goddess Ruo Shui flying and tried his best to lean out of the river of forgetfulness. Its monster-like claws rose as high as possible, as if it wanted to hand something to Zhongli. Save me! Save me! The large hand with sharp claws slowly opened, as if wisps of divine light surged out from between the opened fingers. It made the sinister and terrifying netherworld seem to become colorful. In the river earl's palm lay a beautiful woman. With just a glance, one could not help but have an illusion. This woman could glow. It was as bright as the rising sun and as scorching as the waves of a lotus. It was as light as the clouds covering the moon and as fluttering as the wind. At a glance, she was a beauty that was not inferior to the goddess, Ruo Shui. Even if there were also many places on her body that had been bitten by insects, even if such a goddess landed in this state, it was still difficult to hide her peerless beauty. Zhongli believed that she was Luo Shen. River Earl? Luo Shen? This netherworld is really lively. The current human emperor did not doubt their identity. On the one hand, the posture of the two goddesses was rare in the mortal world. On the other hand, a rotten immortal body was also an immortal body. Zhongli could sense from them that they were different from the reincarnations of the immortals and Buddhas in the continent of the 9 provinces. They had not been reincarnated. The current situation was probably similar to the remnant soul of Ba that had just woken up. It was an existence that had been struggling to survive since ancient times. However, their bodies were already so rotten, and all of them emitted an exaggeratedly dense death qi. Zhongli, who cultivated the 9 Nether Dao scripture, could be said to be very responsible. These few people were definitely dead. It was the situation of ghosts forcefully controlling the body. However, compared to the remnant soul of Ba that had accidentally fallen into Zhongli's hands. Due to the special situation in the netherworld, even in the cultivationless age, there was still a certain amount of dense yin qi. Staying in the surging river of forgetfulness, they retained much more power than other reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas. The few splashes just now had clearly reached the immortal realm. If they had appeared in the continent of the 9 provinces earlier, they would definitely have had overwhelming combat strength. However, everything was dependent on fortune and calamity. They had used the River of Forgetfulness to retain their immortal level power until today. However, they had clearly paid a heavy price. At the very least, it seemed that they could not leave this dirty river alone. The million-year-old goddess of the river, Luo Shen, is really an irresistible condition. Zhang Li looked at Luo Shen, who was lying weakly in the river Earl's palm. He narrowed his eyes and did not reach out to take it. Although he had always heard that the River Earl's morals were very worrying and would order the people around the Yellow River to offer him children and beautiful brides every year, he actually used his wife as a bargaining chip? Looking down at the 2 goddesses in front of him, this should have made one's imagination run wild and their vanity explode. However, Zhang Li put away his thoughts. If just a gourd or the human fire could save them, they would not have to snatch it. Once he agreed to them, the price would be him being dragged into the water as a substitute. The legendary River Earl, your conditions are very tempting. But it's not polite to casually slander others. Zhang Li did not look at the half-exposed Luo Shen anymore and turned to look at the white-haired elder. Invisible auras collided with each other, and the eyes of the current human emperor suddenly suffused red and blue. The cunning River Earl was caught off guard and fell back into the water with a strange cry. Without the beautiful Luo Shen in front of him, the surrounding scene immediately shattered. He looked up again. A huge blood-yellow water ball had unknowingly flown above his head and was about to splash down at any moment. Earlier, the River Earl's act of sending his wife off was actually an extremely brilliant illusion technique. How could those with slightly weaker minds look away when they saw the beautiful goddess? With the help of Luo Shen's beauty, Zhang Li was almost tricked. As expected of the ancient water god, even if he was down and out, he could not be underestimated. Zhang Li waved his halberd upwards, intending to split the huge water ball into 2. Halfway through brandishing the inverted halberd, he suddenly felt a sense of fear. The halberd in his hand suddenly paused. The terrifying power that he had infused into it was actually blocked. The human emperor gave up halfway. The water ball above did not wait for him and poured down on the current human emperor. The blood-yellow liquid seemed to connect heaven and earth, instantly filling the entire world. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a total of 13 breaths, the huge river of forgetfulness finally landed back in the river. At this moment, Zhang Li had already disappeared from the chain. Something had dragged him into the river. In the rolling river of forgetfulness, a long flexible tail covered in white scales wrapped around the front of the human emperor's battle halberd. 836 Great Drought Domain, 2. It dragged him deeper with a terrifying force. In the dirty river water, countless disgusting insects surrounded and wanted to corrode and bite this new living person. However, layers of dark green leaves blocked them. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the water ball, Zhang Li suddenly encountered the obstruction of a powerful long tail and was unable to break through the water ball in time. Helpless, he could only wrap himself in layers of 9 nether leaves. Although it was still washed down the river of forgetfulness, it was not polluted for the time being. However, this disgusting water was not conducive to his battle. If this continued, yes, the situation would become quite terrible if the other water gods attacked together. Perhaps they could really make him stay. In the leaf ball that was wrapped in layers, Zhang Li wanted to withdraw his halberd, but he was actually unable to do so for a time. He was currently underwater and had nowhere to draw strength. He was at a disadvantage. However, the tail had just wrapped around the halberd he was about to swing. With the power of the current human emperor and the power of all living beings in the human race, there was actually something that could pull his halberd. That kind of power was definitely an unbelievable base. Tian Wu, Wu's Haiki, Ruo Shui, River Earl, and Luo Shen. Apart from them, there was actually a 6th water god hidden in the river of forgetfulness. Right when Zhang Li was considering a way to escape, He suddenly felt the pressure around him increase, and his sinking figure stopped. It was as if an endless pressure had grabbed you in the palm of a large hand. Old dragon monster! It's not good to eat alone. Zhongli could tell that it was the River Earl's voice. This person is mine. What answered him was a vast and ancient dragon roar. The two sides started to fight without a word. Fortunately, Zhongli was used as a rope to fight. Not to mention the increasing pressure around him, the strength on the long tail also increased explosively, and it pulled Zhongli to the point he almost lost his grip on the halberd in his hand. Damn it! What is this? However, the competition only lasted for a moment. The River Earl let out a strange cry again and withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted, not daring to touch Zhongli again. This was because he had attacked the current human emperor and suffered a backlash from the providence of the human race. If this was the Fire Cloud Cave or Fengda Ghost City, where providence gathered, at this moment, the dignified River Earl had to consider who his wife would marry after his soul dissipated. Without the pull of River Earl, Zhongli continued to sink to the bottom of the river under the pull of the white tail. Don't let him escape. If you snatch that human back, I can help you get ashore first. The River Earl's exasperated voice came from above again. In the intense and chaotic river water, even with the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, Zhongli could only distinguish two large and two small shadows surrounding him and the white-scaled old dragon monster. It was the other four water gods. It seemed that they were enemies and their relationship was not harmonious. The collision was about to happen. To Zhongli's surprise, the fellow who was entangled by his halberd was actually so powerful. He was actually not at a disadvantage against four people. However, under such circumstances, he would still be distracted. Seizing an opportunity, Zhongli's body erupted with the 9 nether immortal qi. An enormous plant root emerged from the ball of leaves. He immediately entangled the 5 ancient water gods who were fighting and temporarily restricted their movements. Then, another root grew straight up, breaking through the water's surface and tightly grabbing the dragon imprisoning lock that crossed the river. A moment later, Zhongli crawled out from the tree root. Through the 9 nether escape technique, he successfully escaped from the water. Then, without stopping, he quickly ran forward on the chain. As expected, he had not run far. The 6 water gods in the River of Forgetfulness appeared together. They had originally fought for Zhongli, who could be their substitute. Now that the target was about to escape, they were not fools. How could they continue this useless fight? This time, if the 6 of them worked together, Zhongli would be in trouble. The current human emperor, who was running, felt his feet tremble. On the opposite shore ahead, 2 of the few mountains that were fixed in place exploded from the huge force. Although the dragon imprisoning lock was not afraid of breaking, without a fixed point, no matter how sturdy the chain was, it was useless. Qi use aura. You have Qi use aura. No. There's also the smell of the human emperor. Human. Who are you? The owner of the white tail, the last water god living in the River of Forgetfulness, finally surfaced. In front of him, a pair of wide wings rose from the water. Even if 2/3 of the white feathers had fallen, even though the pair of flesh wings were already tattered and filled with holes, the unfolded posture was still noble and elegant. After this person finally revealed his true appearance, Zhongli's heart tightened. The blood in his entire body felt a little irregular. The dragon blood in his body was actually suppressed. One had to know that the dragon blood in the current human emperor had already reached the level of the Dragon Palace's direct bloodline. In ancient times, it was a terrible personal habit of the dragon race. As long as Zhongli was thick-skinned enough and changed his surname to Ao, he could casually find a dragon palace to acknowledge his ancestors and easily become the dragon prince. However, such a concentration of dragon blood could actually be suppressed? Who was it? It was unbelievable. The 2 wide wings opened, revealing a dignified white dragon head. A pair of huge eyes stared fixedly at Zhongli. In those 2 eyeballs, one could clearly see a few insects crawling around. Could this guy be Yinglong? How did this god end up in the river of forgetfulness? No wonder it could suppress his dragon blood. No wonder it was so powerful that it could resist him. So that was it. How dare you? Southern Duke Dragon King! How dare you block the human emperor's path? Quickly retreat! Yinglong was a powerful dragon formed from the flesh and blood of the ancestral dragon. It had once followed King Yu to control the water and fought with Qi Yu and Zhuolu as the vanguard. It was the loyal subject under the human emperor. Zhang Li naturally thought that it was one of them. Perhaps he had recognized the smell of Qi Yu's muscles. He immediately took out the dignity of the human emperor and made it retreat. However, he did not expect that what greeted Zhang Li was a spiral water pillar that could pierce through the ground. Human Emperor! You're actually the human emperor! Kid! How dare you threaten me in the name of the human emperor? I drew a river for you humans. I stopped the flood. I helped the Yellow Emperor kill Quafu before killing Qi Yu. I also have the great merit of the human race. But look! What have I become? What has the great human emperor done to me? It was fine if he did not mention the human emperor, but now that he mentioned it, not only did Yinglong not turn to him, but instead, it became even more violent. Water pillars continuously shot out from its mouth, and it intended to blast Zhang Li to pieces. Zhang Li hurriedly used layers of Dao techniques to block the water pillar, but he could not advance any further. Only then did he remember that Yinglong's final outcome was not too good. It was true that this Southern Duke Dragon King had been in the human camp since the beginning and had made a large number of contributions to the human race. However, it had followed the wrong person. That was a heartless existence that could even dig out his daughter's eyeballs and refine them into artifacts. In that battle, the two greatest contributors, Nuba and Yinglong, had exhausted their divine power and could not recover. Not only was there no reward, but they were also completely eliminated. As such, it was normal for it to have ill intentions towards the human emperor's lineage. Coupled with the torture of the river of forgetfulness for 200,000 years, its heart had long turned black. It was simply wishful thinking to expect to easily subdue it in the name of the human emperor. So having a large amount of human merit can resist the backlash of the human's providence. After enduring a few water pillars, Zhang Li discovered that his opponent had not suffered any backlash for a long time. The other 5 water gods took the opportunity to surround him from behind. It seemed that it was impossible to escape safely. He could only pay a price and kill his way out. You forced me to do this. After making up his mind, Zhang Li took a deep breath and threw all the earth attribute and fire attribute immortal qi in his body into the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. However, this time, he did not activate the anti-cultivation domain. This bead contained the true ability of the drought demon, goddess Nuba. 837 8 Desolate Spring I, 1. Speaking of which, the current human emperor, Zhang Li, had to resist the imminent evil god, Zhang Zia. He did not hesitate to take the risk to enter the netherworld to find the last spiritual root of heaven and earth in the world. When he encountered the 9 nether inheritance, he first crossed the Yellow Spring Road before crossing the River of Forgetfulness. However, who would have thought that this famous netherworld river that had flowed since ancient times actually had a total of 6 famous ancient water gods? Moreover, these 6 ancient water gods had already lost their nobility and glory from back then, turning into existences like drowned ghosts. Without a substitute, they would spend the rest of their lives at the bottom of the dirty river of forgetfulness. Immortals did not fall into reincarnation. With their cultivation and strength, if they wanted to find a substitute that was enough to replace them, not to mention that spiritual qi had just recovered not long ago, even in another 100,000 years, the hope was slim. However, the arrival of the current human emperor gave them a huge surprise. Although Zhang Li had yet to truly become an immortal, regardless of his strength or his identity as the human emperor, it completely exceeded their expectations. It was an excellent substitute. If the current human emperor sank into the river of forgetfulness, it was not impossible for 2 or 3 of them to leave. Therefore, the 6 water gods used all kinds of methods to capture Zhongli. It just so happened that Zhongli had just broken through to this realm not long ago. Although his foundation was huge, he had yet to master Dao techniques and divine arts. He was still using the methods he had before breaking through. In a one-on-one battle, he could still suppress others. In a 1-on-6 battle, even with the providence of the human race, it still made him feel pressured. In the end, under the circumstances of being surrounded by the 6 water gods and losing the foothold of the river chain, Zhongli practically fell into a hopeless situation. At the last moment, he could only reveal a trump card that was quite damaging to him. In other words, the original power of the drought demon goddess that was sealed in this eye. The absurd power of the drought. The Battle of Zwilua was recorded in detail. In the Battle of Zwilua back then, the power of the storm formed by the combined efforts of the wind and rain masters could even suppress Yinglong. However, as soon as Nuba appeared, the rain immediately stopped. It was obvious that her strength was overwhelming. At this moment, with the help of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead, Zhongli similarly erupted with extremely terrifying might in the river of forgetfulness. It was as if he had grabbed a sun and brought it close. The river of forgetfulness flowed back 3,000 miles in an instant. It actually revealed the smelly riverbed below. Even the mud in the riverbed was squeezed away by the dry force and cracked. The first to bear the brunt were the 6 water gods. The water attribute divine power that rippled on their bodies consumed each other's strength. Even though it was 6 against 1, he still fell into a disadvantage. The surging power quickly disappeared. The spell that could overturn the world had no effect. In just a few blinks of the eye, the divine light emitted by the 6 water gods had already disappeared. Then, their bodies began to dehydrate. Their skin cracked and their muscles constricted. Any movement would cause dried flesh to fall. The legendary ancient water gods were actually turned into dried corpses under this force. The 5 water gods, including the river Earl, hurriedly fled into the distance. After being caught up by Zhongli's halberd strike from behind, they each left behind a wound before crashing into the river that was 3,000 miles away. On the spot, only Yinglong was left. Just his existence alone caused a lot of rain in the south. That's the power of Nuba. You took away the power of Nuba. This is the human emperor. Look, this is what the human emperor had done. The southern Duke Dragon King was furious when it saw the outcome of its former comrade. Even if its body had already become like a dried corpse and it could no longer spit out water pillars, it used its 4 huge dragon claws to firmly take root on the spot, unwilling to retreat at all. Unable to use other forces, it raised its dragon claw and slapped it fiercely at Zhongli. It collided with Zhongli's raised halberd. This collision shook the world. With the draw of its long tail, it could casually draw a river dragon. Its size and strength were top-notch even among ancient beasts. In the first collision, Zhongli was ruthlessly sent flying. His body was sent flying non-stop. He plowed open the riverbed and dug out more than 100 wormholes under the soil. Inside were dirty insects with dried shells. In terms of pure strength, Zhongli was not inferior to the current Yinglong. However, the absolute difference in size and weight made him often have a huge disadvantage in such collisions. Even if it was an equal force, the one who was sent flying was most likely him. However, Zhongli did not suffer a loss. A white dragon finger rolled in the air in a beautiful arc and landed not far from Zhongli. Because the dragon finger was too dry, it directly shattered into pieces on the ground. One of the 5 fingers on Yinglong's right front claw was already missing. Yinglong. On account of your past merit, I can let bygones be bygones if you stop now. I can even take you in under the human emperor's name again. If you continue to be stubborn, I'll definitely kill you. It had to be said that the merit accumulated by Yinglong was indeed terrifying. Relying on the merit of the human race, it was actually not afraid of the backlash of the human emperor's providence. 838 8 Desolate Spring I, 2. It showed the sign of suppressing the ruler with high merit and killing the incompetent officials. Zhongli's current state was also strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He was helpless in his heart and could only persuade them to surrender. However, what greeted him was another heavy claw that could shatter the ground and tear the sky apart. This damned old dragon did not listen to his advice and still wanted to take revenge on the descendants. The current human emperor could only pick up his halberd and brace himself to collide with it. However, the turbid river water that had been forced back 3,000 miles by the power of the drought demon flowed back bit by bit. The power of the great drought domain was weakening. The talent of the drought demon was indeed a powerful passive ability. However, passive abilities did not mean that they were not costly. The expenditure was huge. Although Nuba defeated the Wind and Rain Masters, she had exhausted her divine power and could not recover. The expenditure of using it was already so great in ancient times, so it was even more so when Zhongli used it. During this period of time, the fire and earth dual attribute immortal chi that he had accumulated was directly exhausted. Only then did he barely activate this power. Then, the 1,000 points of dual attribute immortal chi per second were far from enough to satisfy the bottomless abyss. His right eye began to extract his essence, chi, and spirit, using his lifespan to replenish his expenditure. Zhongli had 3 merit lotus flowers that could continuously replenish his essence, chi, and spirit. Coupled with his terrifying foundation, he could still withstand it for a while. However, in terms of lifespan, he really could not take it anymore. In a short period of time, this eye had actually reduced his lifespan by 3,000 years. Although he ate 2 bites of the 9 nether earth fruit from time to time, his lifespan so far was only 36,000 years. It could not last long. Boom! Another collision that tore through the ground sent Zhongli flying again. Yinglong was already covered in injuries. Its entire body was covered in huge ravines. At this moment, Zhongli had already lost 15,000 years of his lifespan. The river of forgetfulness was 1,200 miles away. This guy. Why hasn't he fallen yet? It was as if his lifespan had been lost in a short period of time, causing Zhongli to feel the intense pain of suffering from internal injuries. He was anxious and could only force himself to remain calm on the surface. Amidst the continuous collision, he already wanted to retreat. The Southern Duke Dragon King was stronger than he had imagined. If this continued, the first to collapse might be him, the current human emperor. He decided that if he could not rush over in 15 minutes, he would turn around and return to the Yellow Spring Road. He could not be surrounded by them again. Oh? What's that? In this battle, his human emperor's battle halberd opened a huge hole in Yinglong's stomach. Although it was only for an instant, he saw a strange spiritual light from the hole. What was hidden in Yinglong's stomach? There was definitely something amiss. No matter what it was, he had to get that thing out and take a look. The two sides continued to fight without any defense, but after having a target, he attacked the abdomen of the Yinglong every time. The red-eyed Yinglong did not seem to notice this. Soon, a huge hole was opened in its stomach. Rotting internal organs and the mud at the bottom of the river surged out. Accompanying it was a strange stone. The stone was spherical and its surface was full of holes. However, the strange thing was that spring water was flowing out of those holes. This was nothing. However, now, it was within the great drought domain that Zhongli had released. That stone could actually still flow with spring water? Even the 6 ancient water gods could not do it, but a stone could? After the stone left its body, Yinglong's movements changed at the same time. Clearly, it became much slower. The joints that could originally move nimbly also seemed to have rusted. With a move, a large amount of flesh dried up. Zhongli's eyes lit up. So it was this stone. It was the reason why Yinglong was stronger than the other water gods. It was also because of this that it could persist under the power of the drought demon for a long time without being defeated. The precious stone ball left its body. At this moment, Yinglong also discovered that something was wrong. It woke up from its hatred for the human emperor, and it hurriedly lowered its head to swallow the stone. However, its withered body restricted its speed. A stream of light flashed past, and a few mountain-like dragon teeth were broken and sent flying. In the gap of the huge mouth, Zhongli stretched out his hand to grab the stone ball and escaped from the dragon's mouth. Without this stone ball, Yinglong's speed could no longer catch up to Zhongli. After passing through, he ran all the way and finally successfully arrived at the other side. He hurriedly closed his right eye. The eyeball inside was as hot as a red-hot iron ball. He pressed his right eye tightly and quickly took out 9 nether earth fruits with his other hand and stuffed them into his mouth. After eating 609 nether earth fruits, the feeling of weakness in his body eased. After this matter, he had to eat more 9 nether earth fruits. He had to at least maintain his lifespan above 200,000 years all year round to feel more at ease. Without the power of the drought demon, the river of forgetfulness immediately swept back, and waves surged to devour people. The southern Duke Dragon King wanted to rush out and attack Zhongli like a lunatic. However, it could not leave this river at all. It had just stretched out half its body when it was grabbed by an invisible hand. Its front claws, which only had 2 fingers left, plowed a deep ravine in the ground and were dragged back into the water. It could only spit water at Zhongli in the river in vain. However, how could this method injure the current human emperor? After putting away the dragon imprisoning lock and retreating a distance, he could already hear Yinglong's angry roar. "I just helped you remove a stone. Do you have to be so angry?" After taking a breather, he roughly recovered. Only then did he have the time to check his gains. Without the suppression of the drought demon's power, the hollow stone ball in his hand began to spew out a torrent. Moreover, the speed was quite fast. In just 10 breaths, a wide lake gathered in a depression below. What was even more surprising was that after leaving the dirty river of forgetfulness, 3 strands of water attribute immortal qi actually appeared in this stone ball in front of Zhongli. There was no precedent for 3 strands of immortal qi to be born in one go on the path of the 9 provinces. What was this stone ball? In ancient legends, there had been no such treasure. Perhaps it was some strange item that had never appeared. After using appraisal, it proved Zhongli's guess. The name that popped up was 8 Desolates 6 Directions Khanate Spring Eye. This thing was ordinary and was actually a Khanate numinous treasure. According to the information below, Zhongli knew its origins. As the name suggested, this hollow stone was essentially a spring that could continuously spew water. It did not sound like a big deal. However, this thing was the culprit behind the continuous floods in the ancient Great Desolate. A stone ball that was slightly larger than a millstone actually caused a flood in the entire Great Desolate. The amount of water that came out of nowhere was simply unbelievable. Later on, when the humans were controlling the water, they were discovered by Great Yu. He used the sea calming needle to suppress the eastern sea. After millions of years, because the sea calming needle was pulled away by the stone monkey, this thing appeared again. At that time, the eastern sea was almost destroyed. The eastern sage divine continent, which was adjacent to the eastern sea, had also suffered a huge shipwreck and countless casualties. It was not until Yinglong came with King Yu's decree and swallowed it to suppress it that the calamity dissipated. After Zhongli finished reading, he seemed to have come to a realization. When he watched Journey to the West back then, he still felt a little strange. Even if Great Yu inherited the position of the human emperor later on, he would not be so rich that he could casually throw away a precious treasure like the sea calming needle. Moreover, when the stone monkey pulled out the needle, the Four Seas Dragon King even shouted that he would cause a huge calamity and that the Four Seas would be in danger. Why did the calamity stop in the blink of an eye? It turned out that there was such a key existence. Earth fuels metal and metal fuels water. This thing is just right for me. Zhongli found a larger hole in the stone ball, and then his fingers turned black as he stabbed it in. Spirit Essence Absorption, activate. 839 Lift, 1. A few days later, a huge lake appeared in the originally desolate netherworld. There were no fish or water plants in the lake. There was more sand than mud. This large lake group was actually formed in a short period of time. In the center of the lake, in the largest body of water, the water surface was not calm and was still churning upwards, constantly surging with a large amount of water. This large group of lakes originated from this. However, compared to the beginning, the speed at which the flood surged was less than 1%. Soon, the surging turbid flood gradually calmed down. Instead, under the envelopment of a translucent spring, a figure appeared in the center of the lake. As expected of a connate spiritual object that caused a 1,000-year-old flood. The 8 desolate spring spirit is indeed comparable to the Mother Earth Chi of Nuwa and the connate immortal binding metal. This time, it's probably because of the merit green lotus. Zhongli lay in the center of the lake. He pressed his chest and felt the 3 forces inside. Clearly, he was very satisfied. He had already planned the earth, fire, and wood elements for the 5 Qi in his chest a long time ago. They were naturally the treasure of the descendant of Nuwa, the human race's holy flame, human fire, and the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 nether wood. The 5 Qi in his chest should be the most stable with earth as the starting point. Connate metal was obtained by accident. However, he had no clue about the power of the water attribute. Even the legendary 24C calming beads were lower in quality than the Mother Earth Chi of Nuwa. Not to mention that he had never found such a suitable water attribute treasure in the entire 9 provinces. He did not expect to encounter something he could not find in the continent of the 9 provinces in the netherworld. In fact, if not for the 6 water gods desperately stopping him and not fighting to the death with Ying Long, he would not have seen such a spiritual object. The good luck during this process was like the netherworld's wool secretly opening a back door for him. With his contributions to the netherworld, this treatment was really not too much. After remembering the favor of the netherworld, Zhongli flipped over and lightly stood up. He immediately took out a human emperor's golden blood and consumed it. This is already the power of the 5th continent. After heaving a sigh of relief, he roughly adapted to the explosive strength in his body. It could not be seen from the outside. However, compared to before, the current human emperor's skin was smoother and more tender. In his hand was the hollow stone ball. However, it no longer spat out water, leaving only an ordinary stone ball. The core of the 8 desolate spring spirit had already been sucked dry by Zhongli with the spirit essence absorption. Zhongli should also thank the cultivationless age for this. If not for the 200,000 years of cultivationless age weakening this 8 desolate spring eye, with Zhongli's spirit essence absorption from the broken-winged black mosquito, he might not be able to absorb it. Only the blood-winged black mosquito could succeed. After absorbing the core, he did not throw it away. Instead, he played with it in his hand. This was because even if the core was extracted, this thing was still a water attribute treasure. Through the small holes in the stone ball, one could see that there were 3 balls of water floating inside. One of the 3 water balls was clear and gentle, the other was chaotic and surging, and the other was blue and salty. This was not any precious spiritual liquid, but the most ordinary spring water, flood water, and sea water. With a thought, Zhongli mobilized the 3rd Qi in his chest, the 8 desolate spring spirit. Then, the hollow stone ball in his hand suddenly spat out a large amount of spring water again. With a thought, the spring water disappeared. The hollow stone ball began to spew out surging floods again, and in the blink of an eye, it could easily cause a tsunami. Using the 8 desolate spirit spring to activate this thing, theoretically speaking, was even enough to sink the world underwater. If it was only a few million acres of land, it could not even be considered an expenditure. This was a water attribute treasure that could change the 9 provinces by itself and was extremely powerful. After mastering the 8 desolate spirit spring, Zhongli easily refined this stone ball. Then, he learned that this spring could be used like this. With a casual wave of his hand, the stone ball shrunk to the size of a basketball and automatically floated to his side, following Zhongli back to the river of forgetfulness. The 6 water gods, especially Yinglong, dared to return when they saw Zhongli. They surfaced angrily. They could not care less about the backlash of the human race's providence. Yinglong opened its mouth and spat a water pillar at him. In the spiral high-speed torrent, there were hard and sharp grains of sand. It was very similar to the water saber with diamond sand in his previous life. However, its power and scale were countless times stronger than that. This strike was enough to pierce through and cut through everything. Even the body of the 9 Li race's Qi was broken by this strike. Yinglong. Sea-splitting sword. When faced with this attack, Zhongli did not dodge or set up any defensive methods. However, the stone ball floating beside him automatically flew in front of him. This connate 8 desolate spring eye could be released or stored at will. The spiral sword that could pierce a continent collided with the small stone ball. The powerful water attribute divine art acted like rivers returning to the sea and swallows returning to their nests. It obediently entered the large and small holes. Not a single drop of water splattered on Zhongli. 840 lived. 2. The human emperor did not need to personally attack to put away the water pillar. At this moment, the other 5's methods arrived. River Earl's surging yellow river. Wu's Haiqi's water of the Huai River. The 8-headed, 8-tailed Tianwu was also called Wanwu. It spat out extremely fast rapid water. There was also Luo Shen's dew condensation. There was also Ruo Shui's most commonly known weak water heavenly river. The 6 water techniques of the 6 water gods arrived at the same time. There was no need to mention the weak water. Once one fell into it, their flesh and blood would melt. The water of the Yellow River was majestic and torrential. It was the type that suppressed people with its might. As for the water of the Huai River, it looked calm on the surface, but there were undercurrents surging inside. Once one was swept into it, it would be difficult to escape. The water of Tianwu had another style. It emphasized a swift spiritual transformation. From thousands of miles away, a mouthful of thick phlegm instantly arrived. In the end, the most harmless-looking Luo Shen's moves were a little ridiculous. It turned out that concubine Mi's dew was dripping from her body. It was like a breeze and rain, but there was also hidden killing intent. It had the effect of charming and confusing the mind, causing those who were hit to automatically fall into the water and drown. The 6 water attribute divine arts each had their own profundities, and any one of them was sufficient to give Zhongli a headache. However, these divine arts were all useless now. When they flew in front of Zhongli, every drop of water turned and plunged into the hollow stone ball. A few breaths later, the 6 water gods retracted their divine arts. Their target was still standing there perfectly fine. Not only that, but there were also 6 different water balls in the 8 desolate spring eye. Yes, thank you for the gift of nature. Grabbing the 8 desolate spring eye, Zhongli stimulated the Yinglong water ball inside. In the next moment, an almost identical sea-splitting sword spat out from the stone ball. He returned it to the 6 water gods. This time, the sea-splitting sword truly displayed its strength. The huge river of forgetfulness was forcefully cut off by this strike. For 10 breaths of time, the water could not advance an inch. The 6 water gods were all injured and had more or less lost some parts. Wow, its power is indeed impressive. No wonder it hurt so much when it struck my body earlier. Zhongli symbolically twisted the stone ball and the water flow that spewed out immediately changed. He was like a child who had obtained a new toy. He displayed their specialties to the few people in the river of forgetfulness. After being tested by Zhongli in turns, the 6 water gods almost fell silent. Why was their strength useless and even learned by that guy? In the previous battle, they could clearly see that this person's spiritual root attribute was not water at all. Only Yinglong saw the stone ball in Zhang Li's hand and roughly understood what was going on. Therefore, it was also the angriest among the six. It had held this stone ball for hundreds of thousands of years. It had actually been guarding the treasure and could not use it. It could only use it as an endless supply of water. How many days had it been since the human emperor obtained it? How could he refine it so quickly and use it to deal with them? That was infuriating. However, no matter how angry it was, there was nothing it could do. As long as they had the 8 desolate spring, even if the restrictions of the river of forgetfulness disappeared, they could not do anything to the current human emperor. Zhang Li held the stone ball in a high-spirited manner. If he was willing, he could even use the human emperor's holy water to store it in the stone ball. Then, he would water the river of forgetfulness and wait for the 6 water gods to surrender. This time, he had really picked up a good treasure. However, the joy did not last long. It was as if he knew something through some method. The current human emperor's expression suddenly changed again. His originally gentle expression became as cold as the winter frost. He did not have the mood to pay attention to the few people in the water and did not waste any more time. He turned around and transformed into a streak of light that flew deeper into the netherworld. Through the parallel mind, some information was transmitted to him without any obstruction. Something had happened in the 9 provinces. On the shore of the Black Sea in the continent of the 9 provinces. Above the blocked bottomless pit, the reincarnation of the divine beast, Diding, stood on the ice and barked at the huge hole that had just been filled to death. Regarding the little white dog that the northern profound hall master carried in his arms every day, the others more or less knew some of the wonders of Shantaing. To be honest, Diding's background strength actually surpassed nearly half of the reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas present. If Shantaing transformed into human form, they might even have to call it senior. Amitabha. Benefactors, be careful. Something is coming out from the bottomless pit. That thing is very powerful. Chu Shui explained to his companions and pressed his palms together, taking out the golden Buddha statue. The surrounding people did not dare to underestimate him. This was because they also had a sudden sensation. At their level, they each had a deep understanding of the profundity of heaven and earth. They had a considerable connection with heaven and earth. Even if they had never learned how to deduce divination, their intuition and premonitions were often very useful as references. The person who had been holding a wine pot in the crowd for half his life had an even worse performance now. His entire body was trembling, and his eyes had completely lost their calmness and wisdom. In his eyes, the experts of the 9 provinces who had just been filled with providence were now covered in demonic death stars. He looked up at the top of his head. A dazzling red death omen star was also hanging there. I'll die, I'll die. Today. Today. Half of us will die. The most important thing was that his divination had always been very accurate. This was one of the most frustrating things. They had just used the merit bestowed by the human emperor to escape the torture of divine punishment. Now, they were suddenly going to die again. No one could easily accept this. Swan Ban's hung. What did you say? Don't scare us. What gathered here is the strongest force in the entire 9 provinces. Even if the current human emperor is here, we still have the strength to fight. How can we have no chance of winning? Even if we can't win, we can at least escape. Swan Ban's hung, who will die? Who can live? Everyone, who was already nervous because of Shantaing's crazy barking, could not withstand any stimulation at this moment. Hearing this top-notch divination master say such words in the 9 provinces, even people with self-restraint like them were a little confused. Some of them had yet to see the power of the human emperor. After resisting the calamity of evil thoughts together and seeing the united forces of the 9 provinces, they felt that they were already extremely powerful. Coupled with their contributions to resist the calamity, Fengdu City distributed a lot of immortal qi to them. Almost all the experts above the 3 flowers gathering realm had won. Some forces that performed well or surrendered to Fengdu City even obtained several strands of immortal qi. This caused the top combat strength of the continent of the 9 provinces to increase by more than several times in a short period of time. This made them feel even more confident in themselves. However, a large number of experts had seen the power of the current human emperor before. They clearly knew that unless they became immortals, otherwise, with their current strength, they were utterly insufficient before such existences. There was also the previous calamity of evil thoughts. If not for Fengdu City, at this moment, the 9 provinces had definitely become an evil paradise, a wasteland. They did not have enough strength to resist that calamity. Knowing that half of them would die today, they immediately lost their confidence. They all wanted to know if their life would end today. Unfortunately, Swan Banzheng ignored them. He looked around and finally felt a little hopeful when he saw Qin Shuman. Deputy City Lord Qin. You won't die today. You'll live. Hurry up and return to Fengdu City. Don't return until the human emperor's cultivation is complete. He's the only one who can save the world. He can't come back early. Oh no, leave quickly. It'll be too late if you delay. Qin Shuman also knew that something was amiss. According to the orders Zhang Li left behind, she should prioritize protecting herself. However, Fengdu City was the brain of all the forces of the 9 provinces now. They had to set an example. Once they retreated at this moment, the alliance of the continent of the 9 provinces would immediately collapse. While hesitating, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. With the strength of everyone present, they would not fall because of this shake. However, their expressions all changed. This was because this tremor was clearly not a natural earthquake. We are rising. Soon, someone discovered that something was wrong. Even without the comparison of the surrounding scenery, they, who were sharp enough to directly observe the space, still discovered what this coward had heard. Soon, the tremor became more and more obvious. The surrounding ice and ground cracked. They were lifted up like ants on a biscuit. This is a 50,000 km deep ground. What terrifying strength can lift it? 841 Birth of the Fierce God, 1. In front of true power, the seemingly vast and unshakable world would also become a toy in his palm. The existence that had been excluded from the ruins of End dragged a tectonic plate that was comparable to half the size of the prosperous Ox continent and raised it high. How could the cultivators of the 9 provinces standing on the board not know that something was amiss? They hurriedly turned into streaks of light and prepared to leave. However, in the next moment, the speed at which the plate flew up actually became faster than their escape light, pressing them back to the ground. Then, under their terrified gazes, the entire plate split open from the center, and endless energy erupted. That force made them tremble in fear. Thousands of experts from the 9 provinces were instantly swallowed by the energy. Even from 100,000 miles away, the power transmitted over heavily injured them. The immortal qi that they had obtained not long ago was of no use at all. They had already lost. All of them spat out blood and fell in all directions along with the huge pieces. The huge ground that was raised was directly shattered from below. Such a shocking change shook the entire 9 provinces. In the center of the endless energy explosion, a pitch-black figure that was like a god or demon carried boundless evil qi as he broke through the huge plate and stood proudly between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, all living beings in the world were terrified. I've become an immortal. I've finally become an immortal. Master Primordial Beginning. How many years has it been? I've finally proven that you are wrong. Even sages are wrong. Where are you now? Take a good look. I'm the first immortal of the 9 provinces. I'll be the only immortal. I, Zhang Sheng, am the most outstanding disciple of the Jade Void Palace. No, no. I'm no longer Zhang Sheng. I want to rebuild the Jade Void Palace. From now on, I am the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. He roared at the sky and said the most sacrilegious thing to his master. It shook the sky and shattered space. Unfortunately, the most unlucky people in the cultivationless age were the sages. His master no longer had the ability to clean up the mess. After the evil embryo Zhangxia revealed a huge aura that surpassed a true immortal, dark clouds immediately pressed down on the sky, and lightning pillars flickered. It was one of the three calamities of becoming an immortal, the lightning calamity. Zhang Li had once suffered from the yin fire, but because of the merit lotus flower above his head, the power of the yin fire was less than 1% of the original. The current lightning calamity was the truly terrifying thing. If he was struck by one, it would probably disperse the 3 qi that Zhang Li had yet to form perfectly on the spot. Such a powerful lightning calamity. Perhaps we can eliminate that monster. The experts who fell on the Black Sea barely focused their minds and stared at the lightning clouds above their heads. They had never seen such powerful lightning, and a trace of hope arose. Perhaps it could directly kill this monster. Regardless of how powerful the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations were, any immortal had to treat them seriously. If they were not careful, they would end up dead. If one wanted to deal with the current cultivation world, other than a few reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas, it was effective for any cultivator, even Zhang Li, to suffer 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. This was because if it was in ancient times, they could actually only be considered rogue cultivators who could not be seen. Without his master leading the way, he really had to gamble his life on the path to immortality. But, who was Zhangxia? He was the 2nd-generation disciple of one of the 3 most orthodox sects in the world, the Jade Void Palace's heavenly lord of primordial beginning. His seniority was extremely high. He was the disciple of one of the 3 pure sages. What he learned was the first-rate profundity that ancient immortals and gods could not compare to. He held the few connate divine weapons in the world. Such a person had never become an immortal before. However, more than 1,000,000 years ago, he already knew clearly how to become an immortal, what to do after becoming an immortal, and how to survive every calamity. After all, in the Jade Void Palace, there were so many senior brothers, junior brothers, and even disciples and grand disciples. Not to mention 2 to 3 days, there would definitely be 1 in 10 days or half a month. He was getting impatient. After becoming an immortal, he was already familiar with the methods to dodge the 3 calamities. Be it the heavenly constellation technique or the earth fiend technique, he was already familiar with them. With a sneer, the evil embryo, Zhangxia, suddenly transformed into a handsome eagle and soared in the sky. The peerless ferocious qi that originally belonged to him actually disappeared in a flash. If Zhang Li saw this scene, he would definitely be very disappointed. What happened to Zhangxia becoming a fool? How could this guy be so smart? The evil thoughts of all living beings really affected Zhangxia. It turned him from an immortal to an evil immortal. However, perhaps because the secrets of the sage's power were really hidden in the 11 golden immortal remains, it actually allowed him to retain his original memories under the invasion of the evil thoughts of all living beings. Or rather, after the evil thoughts of all living beings corroded the chaos immortal embryo, a new evil will was born. It inherited Zhangxia's memories and appeared in his name. Otherwise, with Zhangxia's guts, although he dared to rebuild the Jade Void Palace, he definitely did not dare to call himself the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. However, all of this was already meaningless to Zhang Li and the 9 provinces. Whether he was Zhangxia or not, the 9 provinces would face the threat of a peerless demon. After the immortal embryo evil god used the transformation technique, the effect was immediate. 842 Birth of the Demon, 2. The lightning calamity cloud that had just condensed in the sky lost its target on the spot. It did not know what to do as it rumbled in the sky in vain. It was unable to sense the eagle. Time passed bit by bit. Under the efforts of the will of heaven and earth, this tribulation cloud finally found its target again. The lightning pillar rolled and became thicker, about to land on the eagle's head. However, the evil embryo Zhangxia did not panic at all. The eagle changed again, turning into a pure white horse that ran happily on the clouds. This transformation technique was indeed worthy of being a professional. It really restrained the three calamities of becoming an immortal without any temper. Every change could completely alter the aura and make the lightning calamity above lose its target. The world of the 9 provinces was unwilling to give up easily. It pursued and locked onto him several times. However, although Zhangxia was not good at transformation techniques, after so many years of bitter research, he had grasped more than 500 transformation techniques. It was more than enough to deal with the 3 calamities. The lightning clouds in the sky chased after Zhangxia 9 times. However, they were easily dodged by his transformation technique. After rolling above his head for a long time, not a single bolt of lightning landed. In the end, it could only dissipate helplessly. Seeing the lightning tribulation dissipate, a fish in the sea suddenly jumped out of the water and transformed into fierce god Zhangxia. He stood in the air and laughed arrogantly. Heavenly Dao! Heavenly Dao! That's all you can do. At this moment, it was as if the world was afraid of the birth of this evil god. In the dense forest of the mountains, flocks of birds flew together, and the grass turned yellow. On the continent of the 9 provinces, the rivers rolled back and mountains collapsed. Above the clouds of the 9 heavens, the stars wept blood, and the sun and moon dimmed. In the world, day and night were reversed, and yin and yang were in chaos. The entire 9 provinces fell into an apocalyptic scene. After fierce god Zhangxia dodged the lightning tribulation, the monster-like darkness gradually converged and returned to his human form. The original white hair and brows had already turned pitch black again. His old appearance had also returned to its young state. If the disciples of the Jade Void Palace were here back then, they would have discovered that his eyebrows really knew the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. He lowered his head and looked at the many experts of the 9 provinces below. You guys look delicious. Oh my, but you're still useful. What should we do? How about this? Let me eat half of you. The remaining half can still be refined into the jade bricks of my Jade Void Palace. He casually grabbed an expert who had already gathered 3 flowers and 5 chi. He easily balled it in his hand. Then, he used a strange spell to refine it forcefully, turning it into a blood-colored jade brick. The soul of an expert struggled in pain in the jade brick. However, looking at this strange flesh and blood jade brick, the evil immortal Zhangxia nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The 3 flowers gathering realm is equivalent to tens of millions of mortals. Refining all of you will save me a lot of trouble. You should be honored that each of you can save the lives of tens of millions of mortals. You should be even more honored. After I use you as bricks and cultivate the Jade Void Palace again, you can follow me back to the immortal world. It can be used as a brick for the Jade Void Palace. However, you won't be able to rest for many years. The thousands of experts who fell below immediately turned ashen. So that was what the prophecy of half-dead meant. Half of them would be eaten, and the other half would be refined into jade bricks. However, what was the difference between this and death? The evil immortal Zhangxia, who had appeared in advance because of his demonic transformation, was doing whatever he wanted to the continent of the 9 provinces. He, who was already invincible, was wantonly completing his great plan. Far away in the netherworld, the current human emperor was standing in front of the gate of hell in Fengdu city. His face was as cold as ice and he did not move at all. He was hesitating if he should take the step in front of him. Through the merit golden lotus above his head, he could clearly sense the uneasiness and sorrow of the continent of the 9 provinces. The parallel mind that was at the scene made it equivalent to him witnessing the power of those evil immortals. He also wanted to rush over and fight it for 300 rounds. With a shout, he got all the humans in the world to lend him their strength and kill the enemy in one go. He became the hero who saved the 9 provinces and established the unparalleled monument of the current human emperor. Unfortunately, although he was very unwilling to admit it, he was indeed not that guy's match now. The chaos immortal embryo that Zhang Jia had prepared for 200,000 years was really too powerful. It was so powerful that it surpassed the current game version of the continent of the 9 provinces. Even if Zhang Li caused this immortal embryo to be innately damaged and the 12 golden immortal remains were missing the piece of the jade cauldron, and coupled with the corrosion of the evil thoughts that the final product was incomplete, it was still a source of power that was definitely against the rules. Even the will of heaven and earth of the 9 provinces could not do anything to him. Regarding this, if the 3 realms and 6 paths combined and transformed into a complete world, with the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth, they might be able to kill him. However, just the 9 provinces was clearly not enough. Everything had its own reason. The villains on the ground and ants in the world could change small details but not anything bigger. As for the will of heaven and earth, such a huge existence was the opposite. Often, it could only make drastic changes but could not control small details. It was just like how a person had lice on their head. However, no matter how hard they scratched, even if they scratched their heads until they bled, it was very difficult to truly eliminate the calamity. 843 Birth of the Demon, 3. In ancient times, those immortals and Buddhas were too greedy. At that time, the great Dao of heaven and earth really had no choice but to cut off all ties and eliminate all traces of power, entering the cultivationless age. Now that spiritual chi had just returned, such a thing happened again. If he was the will of heaven and earth, he might also collapse in helplessness. They could not go back to the cultivationless age, right? Even if the will of the 9 provinces had this thought, to be honest, before the 3 worlds and 6 paths combined again, the will of the 9 provinces alone did not have the ability. On the other hand, Zhang Li, who was thought to be the person facing the calamity and was the strongest in the 9 provinces a few hours ago, could not go at this moment. The probability of winning was minimal. Once he lost, not only would he suffer, but they would also hand over the last piece of the puzzle of the 12 golden immortals, causing the 9 provinces to fall into an irreversible situation. Without a plan, without strength, and without caring about anything, he would go over and face the boss first. At that time, he would rely on his luck to defeat the enemy. This was a scene that only appeared in illogical youth novels and vulgar stories that purely promoted courage. It was the most irrational and worst thing to do. Therefore, even if the continent of the 9 provinces was in danger and experts and commoners were slaughtered, the current human emperor, Zhang Li, had to endure it. Only by obtaining enough strength could he be responsible to everyone. However, he had to be fast. Use 10 million people to refine a brick. Zhang Jia, you're really a good disciple of the Jade Void Palace. It won't be long. It won't be long. I'll make you pay the price. Zhang Li gritted his teeth and finally closed the gate of hell in front of him. He turned around and returned to the depths of the netherworld through another gate of hell. He wanted to obtain the netherworld inheritance. He wanted to seize the authority and power of the spiritual root of heaven and earth and become the true 9 netherwood. He wanted to safely master the power that carried the humans of the 9 provinces and become a true human emperor. He wanted to win in the shortest time. No. He needed the power to kill that monster. Deep in the netherworld, what entered his sight was a group of dilapidated and sinister palaces. That was the former territory of the netherworld, the location of the 10 kings of hell. The once famous judge of the netherworld, ox-headed horse-face, and black and white impermanence were all here to interrogate ghosts and cut off yin and yang. Moreover, up until now, no one had explored this place. It was a precious ruin that had yet to be developed. It was obvious that as long as they searched this ruin properly, they would definitely be able to obtain many inheritances and treasures left behind by the netherworld kings back then. However, Zhang Li did not have the time to play the treasure hunt now. With the terrible combat strength displayed by the 10 kings of hell in the legends, he did not expect to find anything good that could deal with the evil embryo fierce god here. Time was not on his side now. The more humans died, the weaker his strength would be. If he delayed any longer, he, the human emperor, would become a lonely commander. He flew around the top of the ruin and landed after seeing where reincarnated was held. In the ruins, he saw 6 deep wells. There was no water in the well, and it was bottomless. Beside them were written the heavenly god Deo, human Deo, Asura Deo, Hell Deo, Hungry Ghost Deo, and Beast Deo. This was the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation well used for reincarnation. The 9 nether wood that supported the cycle of reincarnation should be below. 844 Mud Man Technique, 1. Zhang Li circled the 6 wells twice, and for a time, found it difficult to choose. The 6 paths of reincarnation. They look similar. What's down there? Which passageway inside can find the location of the 9 nether wood? The netherworld in the past really had no rules. Why didn't they even leave behind a guidebook or operation manual? If this is a new employee, how many bad things will happen? Zhang Li complained as he studied it. He did not even find a single rune in this place. Clearly, it was built by a true mighty figure and was no longer bothered to use low-level methods like runes. He could only try to activate the 9 nether Deo scripture and release the 9 nether spiritual chi to probe. The 9 nether spiritual chi was very excited. Indeed, he could already sense the power and aura of the mother plant. It could even be said that it was already very close. However, the problem was that he could sense this aura in the 6 wells. Moreover, there was almost no difference in strength. This was because the 6 paths of reincarnation controlled by the netherworld was originally built by an ancient mighty figure using the 9 nether wood as the main body. In these 6 wells, one could naturally sense the aura of the 9 nether wood. It was not only the reincarnation well, but even the 10 Yamahals contained the aura of the 9 nether wood everywhere. However, where was its main body? From ancient legends, this 6 paths of reincarnation was directly connected to the 6 paths world. However, now that the 3 realms and 6 paths had collapsed, what would happen after entering? Forget it, we'll know when we try. Zhang Li looked around. He grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and rubbed it in his hand. He blew into it as he rubbed it. Soon, 6 exquisite clay figures the size of thumbs were rubbed out by him. This craftsmanship would be at least 20 years of experience in the mortal world. He took out 6 small seeds and pressed them between the clay man's brows. The seed did not sprout. It only grew fine roots that stabbed into the interior of the clay figurine. It was like the meridians of a human body, walking through the bodies of 6 clay figurines. He pulled out 6 strands of hair from the top of his head and stabbed them into the top of the 6 clay figures. This should be enough. Looking at the clay figure that he had prepared, Zhang Li nodded in satisfaction, and then he blew out a mouthful of earth and wood dual attribute immortal chi. In the immortal chi were 6 ghosts that he had captured and refined with the 9 nether Deo scripture. When this mouthful of immortal chi blew out and the ghost entered, the clay figure immediately came to life. He nimbly got up from the ground and bowed repeatedly to Zhang Li. This move was very down to earth. It was called the Mud Man Technique. It was a spell technique from the secret treasure vault of Mission. After Zhang Li was fortunate enough to take in a mission deist, he obtained all the remaining inheritances. It was similar to the paper effigies used to block disasters. However, clay people were more malleable and had higher growth potential. They were more inclined to long-term cultivation. This spell was not special to begin with. After Zhang Li saw it, he threw it to the side. However, after he obtained the Nuwa Earth Mother Chi, he discovered that this spell seemed to be very compatible with Nuwa's power. Therefore, he took it out with Shen Shan Kaihua to study the technique of creating humans when they were dual cultivating yin-yang. Then, with the clay statue technique as the foundation, he added the profound methods of the 9 nether Deo scripture and the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. Coupled with the power of Nuwa, he strengthened it greatly. After the 6 clay figures kowtowed 3 times, they transformed into identical to Zhang Li. He sized them up. They were thick and long. If not for the fact that he was the creator of these clay figures, even he probably could not tell the truth. It should not be a problem to use these clay figures to trick the damaged 6 paths of reincarnation well. Come, jump down. After receiving the order, the 6 clay figures did not hesitate and jumped into the well in different postures. Through the hair stabbed into the heads of the 6 clay figures, the control of the 9 Nether Deo scripture over the ghosts, and the connection between the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra and the dream world. Zhongli could see the scene through the eyes of the 6 clay figures at all times. Is this reincarnation? The first thing he saw was a white light. It was pure but not blinding. This was the scene reflected by the clay figures in the heavenly god Dao. It was holy but did not lose its dignity. It was indeed in line with the heavenly Dao. Just by looking at the white light, one would feel that there was a beautiful world waiting for him. The heavenly god Dao, the leader of the 3 good paths of reincarnation, meant that once one reincarnated, they could enjoy good karma for the rest of their lives. It was a little similar to the Western saying of going to heaven after death, or the Buddhist saying of going to paradise after death. To be honest, the current human emperor was quite curious. What was that good karma? Looking forward to it, looking forward to it. 2 breaths later, he felt a chill in his lower body. He was so frightened that he held his middle legs and retreated repeatedly. Terrifying, too terrifying. Why didn't the 6 paths of reincarnation follow the script he imagined? This heavenly god Dao was the most terrifying in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Fortunately, his main body was not affected. It was because the clay statue that he had thrown into the heavenly god Dao had actually lost its reproductive organs? What was the point then? It was not just the physical displacement, but even the essence of the soul had been changed. 845 Mud Man Technique, 2. The current heavenly god Dao Mud Man had already become neither yin nor yang, neither male nor female. It was a life without reproductive organs or thoughts of reproduction. That was because after entering the reincarnation well, the 6 paths of reincarnation would spontaneously modify the reincarnator, making it completely compatible with the reincarnation world. As for the heavenly god Dao, the environment where it resided was divided into 3 worlds, the desire world heaven, the color world heaven, and the colorless world heaven. In total, there were a total of 28 levels of heavens. The later the day, the less troublesome the person in charge of life would be, and the greater the blessing. In fact, the desire world heaven and the color world heaven in front were indeed good places for most people. It was a blessing that ordinary people could understand. After reincarnating inside, he could enjoy the 5 wonderful desires of wealth, lust, fame, food, and sleep at any time. He would enjoy life without illness or calamity. However, the problem was that Zhongli's merit was really too great. He was recognized by the heavenly Dao as the highest level client and was directly arranged to go to the colorless world heaven. Perhaps the reincarnation of the heavenly Dao believed that as long as one had desires, trouble would arise. This was because even if one enjoyed sex all their life, when they saw others enjoying better beauty, reputation, and authority than them, they would still feel troubled and jealous. Therefore, the blessing here had not reached the peak. Only in the colorless world heaven, the blessing here was very high-end. That was, everyone would be free from low-level interests. They would not be greedy, hungry, or lecherous. Perhaps the heavenly Dao thought that having no desires was the greatest satisfaction. Therefore, the mud man lost all his desires. This really gave Zhongli a headache. His attainment was not that great. In the future, he decided not to touch the heavenly god Dao's reincarnation well. Fortunately, the following human Dao and Asura Dao looked much more normal. After Zhongli's clay figurine floated for a distance, it was transformed into a flesh Daoist by the power of the reincarnation well. The ghost had also returned to its normal soul that had not been invaded by the yin qi. However, what was slightly different from ordinary people was that his clay figurine was born with a Dao body. Its eyes were filled with intelligence and its 100 meridians were connected. Once it stepped into cultivation, it would definitely be a peerless genius that would resound worldwide. The Asura Deo turned him into a high-level Asura. If it was in ancient times, the 6 paths of reincarnation would still be complete, and would probably be born in a certain Asura noble family. Next were the 3 evil paths. The clay figure in the beast Deo changed the most. It was pinched and stretched, directly turning into a dragon. Among the many creatures of the beast Deo, the dragon race could be considered to be one of the existences standing at the peak. It seemed that even among the 3 evil paths, with his merit, he would fall into the best situation of this path. However, there was really not much room to choose between the remaining 2 paths. The clay figure in the ghost Deo quickly became a ghost. His stomach was as big as a ball and his bones were as thin as firewood. His large stomach made it extremely difficult for him to eat his fill, and his bones could not even stand steadily. He did not have the ability to find food at all. He was slower in everything and had to endure hunger almost his entire life. However, compared to the inner demons who spat out flames like needles and the food demons who turned anything into phlegm, pus, blood, or urine, the worst thing he experienced was to endure hunger. It was indeed a relatively good outcome. Among the 6 paths, only the clay statue in the Hell Deo did not change at all. Perhaps this was because there was a mouthful of 9 nether chi in the clay statue. It was a creature of the nether world to begin with, so why did it need to change? Zhang Li multitasked and waited for the 6 clay figures to continuously move forward along the reincarnation well. As he observed through their eyes, he comprehended the secrets of reincarnation. However, the path of reincarnation stopped abruptly somewhere. The heavenly god Deo, the human Deo, the Asura Deo, the hungry ghost Deo, and the beast Deo were all blocked by an invisible wall and could not advance at all. After all, the netherworld and the other 5 worlds had not been reconnected, so it was naturally impossible to send the clay figurine over to reincarnate. Among the 6 paths, only the Hell Deo was still moving forward. Hell was in the netherworld to begin with, so it was naturally not a problem to throw it in further. However, could anything reincarnate in Hell? The Hell Deo Mudman advanced or fell faster and faster. Finally, at a certain moment, an image suddenly flashed through the darkness before his eyes, and then Zhang Li lost all his senses towards the clay figurine. He carefully evaluated the last moment before he lost his senses. The sudden appearance of the extremely high purity 9 nether chi told him that the 9 nether wood was here. However, the final scene still made Zhang Li hesitate. Is that the 18th level of Hell? The 18 levels of Hell were places where all the gods and Buddhas would tremble when they heard. Wasn't it too dangerous to barge in rashly? However, ordinary clay figures could not. I wonder if the parallel mind can be recognized as a soul passing through the reincarnation well. Zhang Li thought of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra and looked at the latest clay figurine in his hand. If the clay statue from before could not do it, then he would become a more powerful clay statue. Zhang Li was a little afraid of the illustrious reputation of the 18 levels of Hell. To be cautious, he did not dare to jump down directly. Apart from Bodhisattva Ksatagarbha, who would really dare to go down there? Even if a golden immortal rolled around in these 18 levels of Hell, they would still be worn down by 100% of their golden divine power and turn into a mortal. For safety's sake, Zhang Li used the 8 treasures spiritual earth to create a new clay figurine, leaving only a hole in the clay figurine's chest. Then, he took out a 9 nether earth fruit and pressed it into the hole in his chest. Spiritual light flickered in his hand as he used the 9 nether Deo scripture to execute the demon awakening technique to awaken this earth fruit. This 9 nether earth fruit was formed from absorbing an armored troll Grand Duke. It was one of the 77 earth fruits of the highest quality on Zhang Li's 2 9 nether wood. It was also the fruit of the spiritual root branch of heaven and earth. It had an astonishing spirituality that no plant could compare to. At this moment, with this spiritual fruit as the core, he used the most compatible 9 nether spiritual chi that he could perfectly absorb when using the demon awakening technique. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Li was not stingy with the use of immortal chi this time, Endless spiritual qi and yin would dual attribute immortal qi surged into the earth fruit as if it was free. Not to mention this barren era that had just ended. Even in ancient times, there were very few immortals and gods who could use immortal qi so boldly. During this process, Zhongli's eyes even focused, and a new parallel mind was thrown into the spiritual fruit. As soon as the parallel will entered, it assimilated the soul born from the demon awakening technique. He immediately circulated the 9 Nether Dao scripture and perfectly cooperated with Zhongli to receive the spiritual qi, immortal qi, and other miscellaneous energy transmitted over. This awakening took Zhongli 6 hours. It turned the 9 Nether Earth fruit into a lively beating heart. In the end, he used the spiritual soil to seal his chest and pushed out a mouthful of Nuwa's immortal qi. The clay figurine also came to life. What appeared before him was another Zhongli who looked almost identical. This time, it was extraordinary. The aura and strength displayed by this clay figure, Zhongli, were extremely formidable. The strength displayed with a raise of his hand had already far surpassed Ling Zhu's strongest state. Its rough strength could surpass 10% of Zhongli's main body's strongest state and reach nearly 20%. Apart from him and Zhongxia, no one in the world was his match. It was even to the extent that this clay person could use Zhongli as a transit point and borrow a portion of the power of the human emperor. This was already a very qualified clone. No matter where he was, he could hold his own. It would not be a problem to use him as a scout. They turned their heads together and looked at the 6 reincarnation wells. After Zhongli transferred a large amount of merit to his clone, he let his clone plunge into the Hell Dao. 846 First level of Hell, 1. Oh! Why did it cut off contact again? Standing by the well of the Hell Dao, Zhongli frowned. The parallel mind created by the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra was very powerful. Even when separating the 2 worlds, they could be contacted without any barriers. At that time, Zhongli was only a weak low-level cultivator and was able to do this. Now, his strength was already comparable to a true immortal. The 18 levels of hell that the Hell Dao led to should also be in the netherworld. If one's strength increased and the difficulty decreased, how could they break contact for no reason? Wait a minute, they had not lost contact. A moment later, a large amount of information suddenly surged into Zhongli's mind. However, as soon as he received those images, Zhongli felt a little dizzy. This was another strange thing. With the current Bodhisattva Heart Sutra cultivation of the current human emperor, it would not be a problem to read the lives of hundreds of people at the same time. How could he feel dizzy because of the information reflected by the parallel mind? The legendary 18 levels of hell were really strange. After calming down, he braced himself and tried his best to read the information sent back. Fast. Very fast. The images were shockingly long and fast as if a video was being played quickly. However, it was not the kind of fast forwarding through drawing frames. Instead, it was like a train. The front of the train suddenly braked, and the back of the train was still accelerating, causing the carriage in the middle to be squeezed together layer by layer and twisted. It was precisely this sense of dislocation that made Zhongli dizzy and difficult to analyze the information inside. The clone had only entered for a short while. How could he send back so much information? There seemed to be something wrong here. It seems to be time. After hesitating for a long time, Zhongli finally confirmed his deduction. The speed at which time passed was different in the 2 spaces his main body and clone were in. In fact, the difference between the 2 was not just a little bit. It had only been a short while on the main body's side, but it seemed that a few days or months had passed on the clone's side. No, it seemed to have been several years. The information that was squeezed into a ball really made Zhongli unable to distinguish it. He was quite knowledgeable. In the years that he had cultivated, he had gone to the 9 provinces, the Netherworld and the Azura world, but he had not discovered anything wrong with the time. He had always thought that the legend of a year in heaven was only a metaphor. Now, there was actually such a chaotic time in the Netherworld. The time of chaos was very dangerous, but the 9 provinces were on the verge of death. The spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 nether wood, was something he had to obtain. No matter how dangerous it was or how difficult it was, he had to pass through it. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Li sat cross-legged on the ground and sent his will along the connection with the parallel mind. Unlike the very skilled consciousness transfer in the past, after Zhang Li entered the mental passageway this time, he suddenly felt that time had become especially long. What could have been transferred in a few breaths inexplicably slowed down. He felt that a portion of his soul was fast, a portion was slow, and there was always a portion dragging him behind. This was because, during this transfer process, there was also a huge difference in the flow of time. In the transfer, a portion of the souls had changed the flow of time earlier. The soul behind that was slower in the flow of time naturally slowed down in comparison, dragging its feet. This caused Zhang Li to be in a daze. Just in the mental passageway, he seemed to have stayed for a few days. Zhang Li even tried to comprehend the legendary rules of time under this state of time transition. However, it was obvious that with his 7-colored Dao body's comprehension ability, it was not enough to help him directly comprehend a top-notch rule like time. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Li finally entered the clone's body. After accepting the memories, he was surprised to discover that his imagination was still too conservative. In this place, 156 years had passed. Zhang Li was really dumbfounded. From the time his clone jumped into the well until his consciousness entered, the interval was only about an hour. How could more than 150 years have passed here? No wonder it made him dizzy previously. Such an exaggerated difference in the flow of time was really too difficult for him. However, were the 18 levels of hell that terrifying? Let me think. In the memories of my clone, he saw a stone monument here decades ago. It seems to contain key information. In the past 156 years, the clone had naturally stayed inside and done something. Since he could not contact the main body, he followed the last order and explored indiscriminately. Although he did not find the 9 nether wood, he had at least roughly investigated the nearby area. According to the clone's memories, he quickly found the huge stone monument. On the front was written, "The first level of hell, the tongue extraction hell." Zhang Li cursed his bad luck. His previous guess was correct. This was indeed the first level of the 18 levels of hell. However, what was here? In his previous life, he was not a cultural researcher. He only knew a little about those myths and legends in movies and television works. He really did not know much about things that were too deep. Zhang Li circled around to the back of the stone monument. 847 First level of hell, 2. On it was a scripture. It was the first chapter of the 18 mud plow scripture. It clearly talked about the rules and scenes in the 18 levels of hell. The so-called mud plow should mean hell. This first chapter corresponded to the first level of hell, which was the famous tongue extraction hell in folklore. After Zhang Li silently interpreted it, he instinctively thought that the person who carved this stone monument was bragging. How could there be such exaggerated rules? However, thinking about it, the ridiculously chaotic time. It seemed that this stone monument might really be a realistic record of the rules. He did not care about the records of how they tortured the ghosts of hell here. The last paragraph had a terrifying record of the rules of time. The first prison of the 18 levels of hell used the 3,750 years of the human world as 1 day, 30 days as a month, and 12 months as a year. Sinners had to serve 10,000 years in this prison. In other words, 13.5 billion years in the human world. This kind of astronomical number had to be counted one by one. Wasn't this too ridiculous? One had to know that the Jade Emperor Haotian, who was called the ruler of the 3 worlds, proudly announced to the outside world every day that he had cultivated since he was young and had endured 1,750 tribulations for 128,600 years. This was to prove the legitimacy of their dominance. It turned out that he felt that he was bragging a little too much. However, from the looks of it, even if that was the case, the total time he endured was only a fraction of the prison time on the first level of the 18 levels of hell. Moreover, everyone knew that the deeper one went, the more terrifying the 18 levels of hell were. Every level of hell was 20 times more bitter than the previous one, and the sentence would double. The second prison uses the 7,500 years of the human world as one day. The sinners and ghosts have to serve 20,000 years in this prison. The total duration was 54 billion years in the human world. The subsequent prison sentences were the same as the previous prison sentences. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he would be stunned. It was no wonder that this unreasonable and exaggerated rule said that even Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals did not dare to come here. Just based on this period of time, the most dangerous and terrifying place in the 3 realms and 6 paths was undoubtedly the 18 levels of hell. Apart from sages, will there really be souls who can pass a complete sentence in these 18 levels of hell? Zhang Li remained suspicious. No matter how strong his will was or how strong his soul was, it was probably impossible for him to endure torture for tens of billions of years without dissipating. In the past, he had thought that the punishment in Fengde City's dungeon was cruel. He did not expect that he had been ignorant. After entering the 18 levels of hell, there would be no chance to reincarnate. Instead, they would be tortured until their souls dissipated. What a ruthless place! 9 Netherwood, oh 9 Netherwood! Don't tell me you're at the bottom of the 18th level of hell. Zhang Li had a bad guess. However, he had a feeling that this was the truth. The only benefit of this rule is that you don't have to worry about time. 1 day in the living world was equivalent to 3,750 years in the first level of hell. It was equivalent to a long time in the 18th level of hell. It was completely enough for Zhang Li to search everywhere in hell. However, perhaps it was an illusion. Had the clone's tongue grown longer? As Zhang Li complained, he realized that his voice was a little loud. He spat it out and saw that a tongue had unknowingly grown 7 inches long. It looked even uglier than a hanging ghost. Moreover, the end of the tongue was not a round and agile tongue, but a flat section. It seemed to be a wound cut by a sharp tool. Thinking about it carefully, he recalled that this tongue had actually been cut off by the clay figurine clone. It turned out that in this hell, the tongue of a sinner would continuously grow as time passed. According to the difference in sin, on an exaggerated day, it could even grow 33 feet. He could only drag it on the ground. On a closer look, one would discover that the ground of this hell was covered in iron hooks. If the tongue dragged too long, it would be hooked by an iron hook until it was pulled off. This was the so-called tongue extraction hell. At its peak, this hell should be covered in blood and tongues. However, they could no longer see such a strange scene. It had been 200,000 years since the cultivationless age. The netherworld stopped operating and the 18 levels of hell were already empty. Now, he was probably the only unlucky person in the entire 18 levels of hell. Oh no, there was another one. With a thought, Zhang Li contacted the ordinary clay figurine that he had severed contact with earlier. A figure was slowly trekking through the tongue extraction hell. This clay figurine still looked energetic. This could prove that Zhang Li's technique in molding clay figurines was really not bad. The only fortunate thing was that Zhang Li had considered these terrible problems and did not prepare the concept of pain for them when he was molding the clay figurines. Therefore, cutting off an extra tongue did not feel much to them. The clay man in front of him had entered several hours earlier than Zhang Li's clone. In other words, he had already stayed here for more than 1,000 years. Zhang Li shook his head. It had only taken him a few years to raise his cultivation to the strongest in the 9 provinces. Time had always been very useful and precious to him. However, at some point, inflation had actually risen to this extent. If he jumped to the first level of hell himself and stayed in the outside world for a day, wouldn't the immortal Qi born with the help of a permanent status directly return the world environment to the level of ancient times? He ignored those strange thoughts for the time being. Zhongli began to read the memories of this clay statue from afar. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that this hell was not as big as he had imagined. This was because in the 1,000 years that this clay statue had been wandering, it had seen a heavenly staircase that connected up and down. In theory, it was a staircase for ghosts to leave hell after serving their sentence. Zhongli immediately became energetic. If he grasped that staircase, did that mean that he could come and go as he pleased in the terrifying 18 levels of hell? The current netherworld was an ownerless land. It should not be impossible to do this. Zhongli controlled the clay clone and immediately flew towards the location in his memories. After cutting his tongue once, he saw the staircase that connected heaven and earth and could save people from suffering. However, to his surprise, at the staircase stood a ghost. That guy stood there motionless, his tongue not sticking out. This seemed to mean that he was in existence who had completed his sentence here. This should be impossible. The shortest sentence in the netherworld was 13.5 billion years. Unless it was an indestructible sage, no one should be able to last until now. Not to mention that at least 200,000 years had passed outside. How long had it been? How was it possible that there was a soul left? The current human emperor immediately became extremely vigilant. Could this be a hidden super mighty figure? Fellow deist! Fellow deist, are you still alive? Zhongli carefully approached and waved his hand in front of the other party. There doesn't seem to be any reaction. After sizing him up for a moment, Zhongli flipped his right hand, and a ball of white flames emerged from his palm before he slapped this fellow deist before him. 848 Infinite Dao Ghost, 1. This ghost standing at the foot of the hell heavenly ladder was in human form. It was medium-sized and its face was blurry. Zhongli did not sense any dangerous aura from him. However, the guy who appeared here would not be simple no matter what. It was not wrong to be careful. After pressing the ghost lantern cold flame on this ghost, Zhongli immediately retreated 1,000 miles and watched the spiritual body's reaction from afar. After the white flames entangled the other party's body, they immediately transformed into a 9-headed snake. The long and powerful body wrapped tightly around the soul. Then, the 9 tongues opened wide, revealing lead grey curved poisonous fangs. The grey poisonous fangs emitted a terrifying aura at all times. If one was bitten by this poisonous tooth, even a true immortal's immortal body would be melted and crippled to death. Not long ago, under tragic Death City, the ghost lantern cold flame that had already evolved into a white flame had grown more snakeheads by burning and devouring a large number of soul-devouring ghost leeches. At first, as the number of snakeheads increased, it only changed in quantity. However, after the 9th head finally grew out, as Zhongli had speculated, quantity caused a qualitative change. The power of the ghost lantern cold flame became stronger again. This talent flame from the ghost lantern fish had another ability. When the black flames turned into white flames, their characteristics could fuse with a soul and transform into a fire spirit, making the flames more agile and powerful. This time, after transforming into the 9-headed snake spirit, the ability it obtained was to fuse with a mysterious yin attribute flame through devouring. At that time, Zhongli had the lightless fire of the back yin mountain, which met this requirement. However, the secret effect of the lightless fire was not very useful on the ghost lantern cold flame. Zhongli did not think much of the other yin attribute flames that had not reached the level of the heaven and earth spirit fire, so this matter was temporarily delayed. It was not until Zhongli broke through to the earth immortal realm that the 3 flowers on the top of the 1,750 petals directly triggered one of the 3 calamities of immortal ascension, the yin fire. After using the yin fire to forge his immortal body, not only did Zhongli not disperse the yin fire, he even used the status panel to keep it on the 3 flowers on his head. On the one hand, it was to continue using the yin fire to continuously burn and refine the 3 flowers on his head. On the other hand, it was also for the growth of the ghost lantern cold flame. After this period of hard work, the ghost lantern cold flame still successfully refined some yin fire and turned it into the terrifying poisonous fangs of the nine-headed snake. Once it bit the enemy, it would use the ghost lantern cold flame and the three calamity yin fire as poison and inject them into the enemy's body. Zhang Li, who had experienced the terrifying might of the yin fire once, really did not want to endure it a second time. Even his current immortal body could not withstand that flame. There were a total of 36 poisonous fangs on the 9 snake heads. In an instant, he saw the 9 death acupuncture points of this spiritual body get stabbed by their fangs. Grey and white flames that could be seen with the naked eye were injected into the spirit body. With the white 9-headed ghost lantern cold flame's suppression of souls, coupled with the power of the yin fire, even golden immortals would tremble. If this guy still wanted to pretend to be dead, he would probably really be reduced to ashes. Zhang Li planned to burn the other party to death first before asking him about the current situation of the 18 levels of hell. However, the development of the situation was different from what the current human emperor had imagined. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. Why was that guy still not moving? Doesn't it hurt? Zhang Li did not hold back at all. In theory, even if the current Zhang Zia's soul was naked, he would most likely be heavily injured by this. However, how could the person in front of him remain indifferent? It was impossible for a person's composure to be so strong. If he had a consciousness, he would have resisted no matter what. Could it be that it's the legendary plant ghost that's like a vegetable? Zhang Li casually fabricated a term. However, in theory, this term should not exist. Vegetable was a description of the continuous vegetative state of the human body in his previous life. In the current cultivation world, the reason was usually that the brain had suffered a strong impact or other reasons, causing a few of the souls to be lost. Without the control of the soul, the body naturally became an empty shell, the so-called vegetative state. However, the soul itself represented will and mind. How could he talk about plant ghosts? Zhang Li had seen many low-level ghosts. They could be so simple that they only had the most memorable obsession before they died. They did not know anything else. With a little stimulation, they would repeat the same sentence repeatedly. However, no matter how low-level the ghost soul was, it still had instincts. No matter what, he would not remain motionless when attacked. Then what was going on with this spiritual body in the tongue extraction hell? Zhang Li did not immediately approach and only continued to burn with the ghost lantern cold flame. If this spiritual body did not react, he might as well burn it to ashes. However, as time passed, his plan actually failed again. What's going on? Why could this soul not be burned to death? Zhang Li was a little depressed. The existence of this spiritual body was challenging his common sense in succession. 849 Infinite Deo Ghost, 2. Ordinary souls were practically cotton-covered in gasoline in front of the ghost lantern cold flame. They would melt immediately. Even the Peepa woman or the reincarnation of an ancient immortal or Buddha-like dragon soul Basya would be injured by the ghost lantern cold flame. Zhang Li had never seen an accident occur. However, the reaction of the spirit in front of him when facing the ghost lantern cold flame was completely different. Or rather, he did not react at all. It was like a humanoid lump of tungsten gold. No matter how hard the ghost lantern cold flame tried, it was still useless like light to a blind person. It could not affect him at all. Not only that, but even the 3 calamity yin fire specialized in destroying the immortal body and burning cultivation could not harm it. This is too ridiculous. Could that be the reincarnation of another god? The current human emperor was a little surprised and bewildered. This abnormal reaction usually meant that the other party was very strong. He did not dare to act rashly. Due to the fact that there was plenty of time in this tongue extraction hell, he waited very patiently. He waited for a full 3 months. After burning it for 3 months without any change, Zhang Li really could not hold it in anymore. What did he encounter? Or was he wrong? This was not a soul at all? In any case, the other party did not show any danger for 3 months, so his probing could be bolder. A 9 wood spear appeared in his hand. With a slight push of his hand, the spear crossed 1,000 miles and accurately stabbed into the other party's heart. The spiritual body was dragged 50 kilometers back and ruthlessly landed on the ground. However, this was far from over. Wood spears rained down again, accurately stabbing the spirit into a hornet's nest. It still did not seem to have any effect. Zhang Li did not stand on ceremony. He stepped forward and started to throw all kinds of methods at this spiritual body according to his skill list. However, be it pure slashing, mental illusion techniques, 9 Nether Deo techniques, spirit essence absorption, the power of chaos of Azura, or the human fire of the human race, they were all useless. When the aftershock of the dust dissipated, the spirit body that could not be seen stood on the spot. For a time, Zhang Li suspected that he had fallen into the dream of the trial again. This clay clone was meticulously created by him. He basically knew everything that his clone knew. The clone could not injure this spirit body at all. This meant that even if his main body attacked, it was most likely useless. What was this guy? Appraisal. Name, Infinite Deo Ghost. Type, Convergent Reassembled Soul. Age, Ancient. Gender, None. Status, Blank. Characteristics, Indestructible. Danger level, Extremely low. Note, products that are completely burned can't be burned anymore. The residue that is completely destroyed can't be destroyed anymore. So this spiritual body is called the Infinite Deo Ghost. I don't think I've heard this name in books or legends. Gasp, it actually has a characteristic called indestructibility, no wonder it's so difficult to deal with. The last time he saw a similar characteristic was on the appraisal note of Chi Yu's muscles. Chi Yu's muscles made the body undying, but this Infinite Deo Ghost's soul was indestructible. If these two things were combined, wouldn't he be invincible? The source of this spiritual body was not the reincarnation of an ancient mighty figure that Zhang Li had imagined. It was the residue of all the vengeful spirits and sinners in this entire hell in ancient times that had been repeatedly destroyed under long-term torture. For some reason, they finally condensed together. This was also the origin of its indestructible characteristics. Just like the last note. This was because the residue of these souls had already been tortured for countless years and destroyed countless times. It was only this little bit left after billions of souls dissipated. It was like ashes that had been burned countless times. They were already ashes, so no matter how high the temperature was, they would not burn again. It was the same for the Infinite Deo Ghost condensed from residue. Although he did not have much strength, he had already fallen to the bottom. No matter how he walked, he would advance. As a result, no matter what attack it suffered, it could not cause true damage. This is really true. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. I'm ignorant. However, how could a magical spiritual body with the indestructible characteristic not be of any use? It would be a waste to just stand there like a decoration. Why don't you give me your soul and let me show you the outside world? Zhang Li put away the ghost lantern cold flame. He reached out and placed his hand on the Infinite Deo Ghost's shoulder, sincerely inviting it. It did not matter if his strength was weaker. In these 18 levels of hell, Zhang Li had plenty of time to make himself stronger. The Infinite Deo Ghost did not have any consciousness now, but its spiritual body was intact. If it had no consciousness, Zhang Li could give it. He would try the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra first. After breaking through to the earth immortal realm and condensing the 3 flowers above his head, his essence, chi, and spirit had all received a huge increase of 1,750 times. Even the upper limit of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra's parallel mind had increased greatly. He had not tried it for the time being. However, there was no problem with 30 to 50 parallel minds. He did not know if the parallel mind could control this soul. He directly tried it. After the parallel mind was struck by the infinite Deo ghost, it entered. However, the previous method of possession was to enter the body and devour the original owner inside before completely controlling everything. However, this time, his target was a ball of spiritual bodies. Moreover, this spirit body had an indestructible characteristic. It could not be torn apart or bitten to pieces. It was not easy to tear off a small piece, but it could not devour and fuse at all. The idea of controlling the infinite Deo ghost had failed tragically from the beginning. This caused Zhang Li to be slightly disappointed. To be honest, he really wanted his soul to be indestructible. However, the parallel mind failed, so this thought could only be temporarily put aside. Then, he could only take a step back and help the ghost that was still in a blank state give birth to a new personality. He tapped his forehead and connected to his dream world. After obtaining the dream nutrients of the entire human race of the 9 provinces, his dream world seemed to have eaten 10 supplements and expanded. Among them, there was a dream area that was filled with holy golden light. An extremely huge humanoid statue sat cross-legged in the center of the dream. It was Zhang Li's statue made according to the ratio of 1:1 million. Below him, countless mortals were sincerely kowtowing to him in their dreams, singing praises. At a casual glance, the number of people had already exceeded 100 billion. This was a group of mortals specially chosen by Zhang Li to have the most fanatical faith in him, the human emperor. Fengdu City had just saved the 9 provinces from danger. Coupled with some guidance and publicity, how could the mortal citizens of the 9 provinces, who were backward in their thinking, not worship this current human emperor who saved the world? The number of mortals who abandoned the other useless gods and turned to worship the human emperor was at least half of the total population of the 9 provinces. Zhang Li picked out the most determined part that could completely listen to his orders, even if it meant death. He pulled them into this dream and named it the human emperor's divine kingdom. Every night, after entering the dream, they would enter this dream. Hundreds of billions of people would sing praises together. Zhang Li also taught them some simple movement techniques. They worshipped and cultivated in the divine kingdom. Every day, after waking up, they would be refreshed and full of energy. Over time, they could even strengthen their bodies and extend their lives. It was a win-win situation. At this moment, he cut off this dream and slapped it on the infinite Deo ghost. This spiritual body was born in the empty hell and had existed for countless years. Now, it was a piece of white paper. Whatever was written on it would be left behind. Now, Zhang Li used the countless fanatical believers in his dream divine kingdom to educate the infinite Deo ghost for thousands of years. Such a personality would probably be even more loyal to him than himself. 858th level, 1. In the vast and boundless hell, time passed quickly. In the tongue extraction hell, nothing seemed to have changed. However, there was an additional figure sitting cross-legged beside the staircase that connected up and down. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Li, who was sitting upright in the tongue extraction hell, opened his eyes. It was pitch black in front of him. Something seemed to block his vision. No, his entire body was covered by a layer of something. He casually stretched and twisted his body. His entire body emitted cracking sounds. On the surface of the clay clone, a layer of grey stone shell cracked and slid down. That was because too much time had passed. The thick layer of dust that landed on his body gradually formed a layer of rock because of the power of time. Only then did a layer of stone shell appear on his surface. The stone shell shattered and shook off piece by piece, revealing the figure of the clay person clone inside. At this moment, the clone's aura was restrained like a mortal, but his true cultivation had more than doubled and had already reached the current limit. He had more than 50% of the main body's strength and reached nearly 60%. The other powers came from the status panel. The clone could only borrow them, so cultivation alone could not catch up no matter what. His right hand maintained the posture of taking it out and pressed on another humanoid body wrapped in a stone shell. The ordinary clay figurine from before could no longer withstand the torture and dissipated. The one in front of him could naturally only be a ghost that already had a physical body. At that time, after he planned to use the Dream Divine Kingdom to brainwash the Infinite Deo ghost, he tried and discovered that this matter was indeed feasible. However, there was still some difficulty and trouble. This magical spiritual body with the indestructible characteristic seemed to have stopped in this space for too long. The soul's reaction to all the stimulation of the outside world was very slow. Just like a child who learned how to speak, if you taught him how to speak, he would slowly learn. However, the Infinite Deo ghost was the stupidest kind. He needed repeated lessons to learn something. This made Zhang Li's brainwashing process a little ridiculously slow, making people feel discouraged. However, due to the indestructible characteristic, once this thing became his enemy, it would be the most troublesome type. Therefore, no matter what, Zhang Li had to firmly hold it in his hand. It did not matter if it took longer. In any case, there was no lack of time here. The most important thing was to be safe and stable. The current human emperor could only endure it and enter the longest seclusion in history. However, in a certain sense, this kind of slowness was considered a good personality. This was because after staying in hell for countless years, the patience of the Infinite Deo ghost was extremely good. His mind was extremely calm. There was no such thing as letting his imagination run wild in his mind. He could focus on one thing without any distractions and not feel bored at all. With such a personality, it was extremely advantageous when cultivating cultivation methods. Zhang Li was slightly envious of this. He used the Infinite Deo ghost as his target. After spending some time, he successfully comprehended a skill called the Infinite Deo Heart. After activating it, one could abandon all distracting thoughts and focus on cultivating, not noticing the changes in time. It was precisely with the help of the Infinite Deo Heart that Zhang Li could last for such a long time in seclusion. After that, Zhang Li brainwashed the indestructible spirit body while teaching him cultivation methods and letting him cultivate on his own. What he taught the Infinite Deo ghost was a ghost cultivation method called the 9th grade Ghost Immortal Art. The source was also the 9 Nether Wood, but it was slightly inferior. It was a subsidiary cultivation method of the 9 Nether Deo scripture. The spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 Nether Wood, had the nature to control puppets to cultivate and provide energy to the mother. To a large extent, Zhang Li relied on this to establish the current huge Fengde ghost city. This immortal art was a cultivation method that simulated the formation of the 9 Nether Earth fruit for the unlucky spiritual root puppets. Unfortunately, the 9 Nether branch did not inherit this cultivation method. Zhang Li had only comprehended it after fusing with the 9 Nether Wood's broken root. In terms of brilliance, it was definitely an immortal level cultivation method. Following the 9 Nether Earth fruit, he could also cultivate powerful 9 Nether spiritual chi, and the capacity of the spiritual chi far exceeded his peers. He could even seize the cultivation of others, and his cultivation speed was extraordinary. In terms of cultivation speed, it was comparable to high-grade or even top-grade spiritual roots. Coupled with his ability to seize cultivation, his progress was even faster. It was very suitable for the current Infinite Deo ghost. However, unlike ordinary cultivation methods, the foundation of this 9th grade ghost immortal art was not a natural spiritual root, but a false spiritual root that grew after consuming the 9 Nether Earth fruit. At the same time, he had to implant the will of a cultivator of the 9 Nether Deo scripture into his soul and use it as the core to cultivate. Zhang Li had always been generous when facing his own people. He decisively gave out a 9 Nether Earth fruit and a parallel mind. There was another benefit to this. No matter how strong he became in the end, he was only a fruit on the tree. As the master, Zhang Li could strip away his strength at any time as long as he was willing. Only then could he feel slightly at ease with this indestructible ghost. After the Infinite Deo ghost could cultivate on its own and did not need help, Zhang Li started his own cultivation. To his disappointment, the time on his status panel was not affected by the flow of time in the 18th level.